And in front of us, Serb and I are presented with, well, you, lovely person, you're watching, thank you. But behind you, lovely person, is a glorious bit of English countryside and sky at the moment.
It's looking quite nice. Shall we see
Yeah.
how many track cameras we have awake this morning? Because they do take some time to awaken.
They do.
There we go. That one has awakened.
That one's not looking
That
good.
sky looks. That's more your actual foreboding, isn't it? That one.
That one's drama. Yeah, that's the drama cam.
That one's dark. There we
There
go.
you go.
There's your sunshine. Sunshine's over there, apparently. Oh, of course, camera 2 has done an expire, hasn't it? Because somebody killed it yesterday.
Hold up. We might have a bit of.
Are you having connection issues?
Is all filling correctly.
Oh,
Not acceptable.
no,
Not acceptable.
That's not very good at all.
Not peaking. Not peaking.
Let me just pop my monitor buds in, and we shall have a little listen.
Things are building.
And we'll have a little listen to what your.
Okay, so I'm keep the feedback, not audio feed. No, I want audio feedback. I want your feedback on my sound.
No, your audio is
Sound in a feedback way.
your audio is absolutely terrible. Where's your body pack?
My pack is here.
Pop it on the desk.
Okay. This is exactly how I had it yesterday. No Props Dad says it's better.
Oh,
That hasn't changed. You've given me the same pack. It's there. Matt sounds like a very old guy.
you're better now. Your body pack is
Now it's
closer.
gone again. Is it the wire?
No, I can hear. I've got live monitor.
Okay, how do I sound to you? I sound like a very old man?
You sound perfect now. You've moved your body pack. So I think was
Put it on the outside.
an interference issue. But
Oh.
there's racing happening. Shall we do some racing?
No,
Some
I'm not
racing
ready.
happening.
Everyone stop. I don't sound perfect, and that's the only reason I get any work.
You do sound perfect. I can hear you in my ear. Your dulcet tones.
Welcome to the colourful, beautiful world of BMFA Buckminster and Heat 1 of qualifying round 10. With King Joshy Fins, FPV Gilbert upside down and all around and back facing the right way. Orangutan FPV Mad Ansem and Bam and FPV Fins. Oh, Fins, where are you? You were up and flying. King Joshy, this is so much more colourful than yesterday's Greys selection.
Isn't it pretty?
So of these, King Joshy, in fact of everybody, King Joshy was the fastest after all the ranks of qualifying we've had so far, which we'll remind you on as we go. But after the 9 rounds of yesterday, King Joshy has got the pole position at the moment and has got off to an absolute flyer to start today. 14.5 seconds, lap times, like it, and he wants a 4th out of his quad for the morning. Fins was right up the top of the honours too, doing very well. He was sort of around 3rd or 4th as we were making our way through yesterday. He found himself at the end of yesterday 6th in the qualifying standings. So a crash in the first round today puts him in a little bit more of a dangerous spot. His 6 will be the top 6 will be the pilots who contest the A finals, the British Championship final at the end of today.
Yes.
Gilbert getting some laps in, and we pointed out he'd missed a few yesterday, so he really needs to do that. We have some pilots, don't we, Seb, who have to get banked 3 consecutive laps in every one of the 3 qualifying rounds today, or they are going to be disappointed when they go home.
I have all of my eyes on Steve,
Yes.
who joined us late yesterday, wasn't able to make the first 3 or 4 rounds of quali.
3.
So dropped 3 straight off the bat.
Yeah.
And when competition is this close, you can't really be affording to drop 3
No.
straight off the bat. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. He has to get those 3 laps in, and they have to be quick 3 lappers, and he cannot afford to drop any more rounds.
I'm really impressed with how pilots just do so well in their first run. I mean, there are, let's see, 3 of our top 6 are in this heat. And Orangutan was around this, but has slipped down the standing somewhat. But, you know, he was starting off very strongly yesterday. It's just amazing because there hasn't been a practice flight this morning.
No.
There's been no
warm-up.
No warm-up, no go out and find your way around this. No. That's the very first time anyone's flown it this morning, and some of them are flying it like they haven't stopped.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't really do it. I'd need a couple of packs just to warm my thumbs up.
Most people do, I think.
Yeah. And
most people, I think, would want to throw a quad around a bit, if not on that track, ideally.
Yeah. Now, I have seen 2 pilots this morning doing hardware tests. So they've had trouble yesterday, overnight, they've repaired the quad, and they've gone to the race director and said, can I just quickly test this, make sure it doesn't explode when I plug it in? And they plug it in and just zip it backwards and forwards for 5-10 seconds.
Yeah.
But that's, you know, that's not exactly giving you stick time.
No. That's not warming you up as a pilot, is
No,
it? In
absolutely.
fact, your attention is on, does this move when I want it
is this
to?
gonna,
Rather than, I'm getting some flow here.
and that's a bunch of stress as well, to
Yeah.
go into this next round, first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
You've given it a 15-second test hover and a bit of flippy floppy.
Yeah.
Like, right, now I've got to race it in anger. Is it actually going to hold together?
I wonder what pilots called that bit where they go sort of zip straight up and then drop it back down again. Zip, that thing, flippy floppy.
Some flippy floppies.
All right.
Yeah.
Should we have tested everything that we're working with and to make sure if it explodes before we use it?
It was all tested. Yeah, all tested first thing this morning.
Good. Did
Yeah.
anything explode?
I had a bacon roll in one hand and a mouse in the other, and nothing exploded.
So that's how you prepare for explosions.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Good.
You have to have your bacon roll with you in case of flames.
Ah. Well, mine sat to the left of me, unable to have had a chance to eat it before we went live. So it might just look at me for the entire day.
That's an outrage.
That's unfortunate, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So, everybody, thank you very much. No Props Daz FPV for saying, I sound good now. And Boner FPV is happy too. And also, Boner FPV, everybody in the YouTube chat, Boner FPV is the track designer. Sub 13 seconds will be hit today.
Oh,
I mean, we
that's bold.
We
That's
had
bold.
what was the best? A 14. Now this is something I wish Live FPV would give me, like
It will
on
give you
hand
it if you're the race director.
right now, the fastest lap time we've had. You know, what, I might go and get that then.
Yeah.
Because 13 sub. I mean, we haven't had a.
I don't know if he'll be able to tell you it now because it's a report that you have to run in live time.
Oh, is it?
But you have to be
No,
the race director
let me
to
see.
run the
Let me see what I
report.
can do. I'm gonna. Do you want to hear me as I go and find out?
Yes,
No,
you
maybe
might.
mute me
your,
and we'll.
Your radio mic will reach
We're
that
going to
far.
hear all kinds of noise. Take that down.
So 13.6 is about, so only 0.6 of a second to find.
Okay, everyone ready?
I mean, it's a short track though. 0.6 of a second. Of course, quite a short track, but it is quite technical. So I think if you could find better lines, maybe.
6 thumbs.
I don't know, Boner. I don't know.
Let's go.
Has anybody... Well, no, nobody's played it yet in the sim. It will be very interesting when this is launched this evening in the simulator to see what sort of times people can actually do in the virtual world. And Boner tells me that this track was built in Polyworld, so we may be able to make it available on mobile phones. Is that right? Correct me if I'm insane. Well, that would be quite fun. You can experience the UK Championships while sitting on the train on your way to work. Few pilots getting a bit lost out there this morning, so perhaps some cold thumbs going on. Matt FPV finds himself looking at the grass. Just G also looking at the grass. Derek FPV failed to begin. I don't think, no, Matt FPV has RX loss, so he's not coming back from that. Matt's been cursed with RX loss lately. Something going on there with his equipment, I think.
45 seconds left.
Floss's battery is starting to complain,
Flossy Floss. Silver Fox.
but he's going for another lap. Silver Fox through the uncovered tunnel,
30 seconds left.
round into the dive, which isn't a dive, it's a split S. And as long as I tell myself it's a split S, I can fly it. Into the triple ripple.
Flossy Floss.
Oh, bit of a wibbly wobbly.
Left. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
As the timer counts down,
3,
Silver Fox is only going to get this lap, I think.
Okay, pilots, finish those laps, please.
Yep, he has abandoned and off to the landing zone. So there we go. That is qualifying round 10, heat 2 of 9. And the sun is trying to break through.
Yeah.
The rain last night on the roof of the camper van was noisy, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was very noisy. It looks a little bit like it is actually still drizzling out there. I can see a bit of drizzle happening in front of the camera as the pilots head out and put their drones on the blocks.
Up next, race number 3. FPV.
Some doing a bit of a wander out to find where they landed. Matt is out there somewhere in the grass.
I got to tell you, just to the left of the start, it's just to the left of that, is a pretty fat rainbow.
Ooh,
Bright and wide.
yeah, well, that's very nice.
Or tall.
Tall.
Or thickly stroked in an art software kind of way. It's very wide.
Yeah.
Fat. It's just fat rainbow.
And it's an unusually
I don't mean it's like all the way over. I'm
unusually
emphasizing the
obese rainbow.
thickness. Yeah. It's a thick rainbow. Just
Is
to
that
the
with-
left of that.
Is that with 2 C's?
I wouldn't know these things. So fastest time, you said we had a 13.6 best yesterday, Bono FPV, yes. But the fastest lap time now, single lap,
1 minute to the start of
is
the race.
currently a 13.595. So obviously that sounds like a 13.6. No, it's a 13.595. Why is that significant? Joshi did it in the first run today.
Really?
King
Wow.
Joshi, in his first run today,
King Joshi.
has set the fastest lap of everybody in
So
his first run today.
he
And his
tumbled out
second
of
was a
bed.
14.5 and his third was a 14.9.
He tumbled out of bed
Stumbled
He
to the kitchen and
stumbled
poured
to the
himself
kitchen
a cup of
and
ambition. Yeah.
poured himself a 13.59.
Yeah. Yeah. The second fastest lap that anyone has done is a 13.7, and that was Dan Buster yesterday in round 5.
Yeah.
So King
I
Joshi
don't know.
is
I don't
morning.
know. Half a second to find on quite a short technical track. Look at Batman's
In order
shorts.
to get it under, in order to get
Batman's
it under
shorts
13
are a
seconds.
thing of beauty. Look at that. Good on you, Batman. I didn't put my shorts on today. It was
No.
it was raining and horrible this morning, and I was cold, so I didn't put them on.
So Bono says, like I said, typed sub 13 will be hit. So what you're saying, Seb, yeah, half a second to find in order to get a 13.595
Yep.
down.
I trust the track
Uh,
designer. I do trust the track
yeah.
designer. If he says it,
The last
I
3
believe.
gates, pilots can do that faster. You're talking about the triple ripple, aren't you, Bono FPV track designer? You're talking about the triple
the
ripple cam,
triple ripple.
which, as you can see, it's a little bit windier than it was at any time yesterday. I
is,
don't
yeah.
think we had the flags trying so hard to wiggle.
No.
But that's the triple ripple. If you didn't see any of the racing yesterday, let's tell you how that works. You fly through the gate on the right as you're looking at it. You then do a right-hand ladder, basically. Turn
Yep.
right, climb up, go round that right-hand BDRA flag, which is frozen to help me explain this. And then you fly, so you've gone round the BDRA flag on the right. You climb up, you fly over that first Gemfan gate that you've been through.
Yep.
Then you swing to the left, and you fly over the left-hand gate, of which we're looking at it from the back.
Yep.
You fly around the left hand of the flag, so you are now basically going into a left-hand descending ladder.
Yes.
You're going to fly over that gate, go round the flag, but then you don't go through the left-hand gate. That's why it's not a ladder.
No, you go round
You
it.
then,
Yep.
So you go round that flag, do a full loop round that flag, and then you go through the middle gate and then a hard 180 left and come out through the left side. It felt like a good idea that I explained that, but as I went through, I don't think I helped.
It went off the rails fast, didn't it? Really. Yeah.
I think the pilots can do it quicker than I can talk about
I
it.
thought that was brave.
Thank you.
It was brave.
It was my first run in the morning. I'll get quicker as we go.
So let's
The triple ripple is a fast object. Take short corners. Your time will be faster. Indeed. Indeed, Bono FPV.
So all of our track cameras frozen? No, 2 of our track cameras are frozen, so we'll have the tech
Marvellous.
team look at that. Good start to the morning. The kind of frozen track cams, but it's a thing, it happens.
Yep. Yep.
There's
But
a
the pilots keen to get on with it, as they were telling us this morning. Like, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's
absolutely,
go.
a lot of them out on track right now looking for the remains of someone's quad.
Yeah, bit of a delay, isn't
Mad
it?
FPV wandering back looking at his.
We don't have a wide
It's-
track cam shot that can just show when everybody's in chaos, basically, do we, unfortunately? Which is a pity.
Yes.
Matt FPV coming back with a look on his face like, I think that was basically what I just saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not quite sure what happened there. He's looking
John's
at
like this.
he's looking at his quad like it's suddenly turned purple.
Shall we have a word with him? Because I think we'll
No,
see
yes,
him
perhaps we
imminently
should.
on,
See if we can-
on chair carry cam.
See if we can grab him wandering back in.
And there he is. What was going on there, Matt? Give him a stick. Hang on, let's have this nice and close here. I'll hold it. You've got your hands full.
Thank you. Morning all.
Oh, he's settling in.
I
Okay.
had a sock come up.
Your
Cover
sock?
the, my little thingy sock. Covered half the camera. So I weren't sure where I landed. And I couldn't...
Oh,
RX
my.
lost because of the long grass, and I couldn't switch VTX off. So that was nice and toasty.
Your stack is boiling hot.
Yeah, I know. That's because it's sat there for, what, 5 minutes?
I don't think I've seen that happen before. I'm sure it has, and I just haven't seen it, but
Yeah,
it
so-
came up and covered the lens.
yeah. I think because I've done my conformal coating, i.e. wrapped it in electrical tape,
Yeah,
it just slipped up, so I might have to take the sock off, I think. So
right.
Yeah.
lesson learned on that one.
Right, keep it going, Matt, because you're in great shape after yesterday's racing.
Too bad? Not too bad.
We'll see some more. Thank you. In heat number 3, yes. Sikam, the short-wearing Batman, Dan Buster, KPV, Mr. E, and Raikon, pilots who were really coming alive throughout the racing yesterday. We ended up with Dan Buster on top of the leaderboard for most of yesterday until King Joshi just squeezed past him in the last race or two. Dan Buster's quad is saying, "This is hot." Your triple ripple, as I explained so well. There you go, exactly like I said it.
Yep, perfect.
Here comes another one. That way, that way, that way, that way. Batman missed the drop gates. Gone through the dive there. Somebody else gone through it. KPV struggling with it on his first run today as well. KPV was very quick, and he's the fastest of the pilots who aren't in the A final. 7th place out of all the qualies yesterday. So he's got a chance of making the A final if he can get some solid runs banked. Mr. E's not going to get any more right now. Quite a lot of chat for support for Raycon FPV yesterday, which was nice to see too. He's got a 17.2 in his first run. Dan Buster's put a 14.4 together. Yeah, Dan Buster getting 4 in there. Not shabby at all. 4 in 58.7, I think. So that's a sub 15 average.
That's absolutely amazing.
With a 14.3 on the final one of them. See, that's why it surprises me more pilots don't fly that 4th. Like Carb yesterday, who was at the top of the leaderboard by some distance in the first rounds up until like maybe round 4 or 5. But then Dan Buster started getting some solid times in quicker than him.
Yeah.
Carb will go out and hit 3 laps and that's it.
Yeah,
And then he lands it. And I always think like, well, I mean, that's obviously what he knows. So, okay, that's what he's happy with.
Yeah.
But, you know, Dan Buster's got a 4th one there, which was his quickest. And so his consecutive laps 2, 3, and 4. Why aren't you looking at that 4th
I
lap?
wonder, you know, is there a tactic possibly that no one's picking up on? And there could be a reason why they're not picking up on it. But that first lap out of the blocks always feels to me that because you've come off the blocks into the start gate, you're potentially a little bit slower. So why does nobody come off the blocks, pootle the first half lap, kind of cruise, get your thumbs going, get that first half lap in, and then halfway through the lap, punch it. And then you know your first lap's going to be slow, but then you're going to do 3 laps after it.
So you'd save your lipo on the first lap by not having a quick first lap and just dawdle around.
So like, and in motorsport terms, an out lap.
So we see some pilots let everybody go off and then leave maybe up to 10 seconds later, is I think the longest we've seen. That's so you don't have mid-airs all squeezing through the first gate. That's quite common, that's quite sensible. Other pilots prefer to go instantly to sort of practice their reaction launches, but also they feel like, well, if I get out in front, I'm going to be safer. So it depends on how quick you feel compared to the other people in your group. That's totally understandable. Then you and for the qualifying rounds, the time starts when you cross the start gates, which is why you can wait before launching.
no
Whereas
whole
in the
shot.
finals later, you know, it's go time,
Yep.
and then you've got to react. So that's why you need to keep those reaction times good down. I did see one pilot yesterday fly away from the start gates. I can't remember who it was, unfortunately.
1 minute to the
Right.
start of the race.
No, I'm not going to say in case I'm completely wrong. I saw one pilot almost like their gate was facing backward, their starting block was facing backwards because they went that way. And now it looked like they were taking a a charge to the line to cross the line faster.
Interesting.
To the start of the race.
Yeah, you know, in other sports you would have that first lap. You know that's going to be a throwaway lap
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you came out of you're off the grid. You're
Yeah,
off the
yeah.
starting blocks. Whatever. You're not up to speed. There is, however, a decent gap between the blocks and the start gate. Do you not think you can hit full speed off the blocks to the start gate?
I guess you probably do. I don't know.
It
But
seems
does it affect your line into the next obstacle, though?
you're not on the curve that you might be.
And yeah, in fact, you might be
I think that's all it could be.
on this track. You might be quicker on your first lap because you've got a straight line into the start-finish gate, and you can actually go. If you had a speed camera on the start-finish gate, I would possibly wager on this track, your speed through the start gate is higher when you come off the blocks.
Than when you finish a lap and go through it
Because the
again.
next time you come through it, you're turning right.
Yeah. Yeah, all
So
right.
that-
So you're not full
Yeah,
vectoring.
yeah. Your thrust is not all forwards. Some of it's in a turn.
Yeah,
So
interesting.
that could be a thing. So it could be track dependent.
Boner FPV, track designer, you got any thoughts on that? Do share them with us.
So let's have a look who is out there in chat. Who's with us this morning in our black and white chat because the CSS is broken and I'm not fixing it.
It looks
because
nice, don't worry about it.
YouTuber.
Don't worry about it. It's not
YouTuber,
coordinated
YouTubing.
with us as we accidentally managed to do today. It should be a burgundy background, but other than that, the race is on. Tweed 8M1, Simpo, FPV Mart, Scotty Do, and ISR.
Ooh! Was that a mid-air or did he hit the start-finish gate? Huh?
Yeah, we got Tweed down, ISR back in his doorway.
So I think
FPV Mart the long way round for the triple, not quite feeling it just yet. Scotty Do had some sort of misting. Well, we had a few pilots with misting and fog yesterday because we
Yes.
started in the fog.
yes, it was very foggy yesterday. Mate. It's
Scotty
much
Do's-
clearer today.
It is. Scotty Do's just got a bit of a thumbprint in the middle, perhaps. So let's take a look. Yeah, if we go on board with 8M1, so this run, this is quite shaky. There's a lot of pitch up, pitch down going on here. Oh, and he's just been passed. I had a feeling that might come. Oh, look how close that is into the dive. Who's he with? It's 8M1 and Scotty Do, I think. So now have a look at 8M1. So that's the turn we're talking about. It is quite short
Yeah.
between the triple and the start-finish gate. So I'm erring towards what you're saying, Seb. I think you're going to, not just the straight line logic, but actually, unless you come out of that triple, like you're nailing it, like
Yeah,
King
yeah,
Joshy
yeah,
and a few
yeah.
others are doing.
Fully on the throttle.
I think your first lap might be the quickest. Maybe that's why Carb's just banking his first three.
Yeah, could be. Could well be. There's no point banking 2, 3, 4 if lap 1 is your quick one.
But if you can still fly the fourth, if you think your LiPo can fly the fourth, I'd still put it in.
I'd probably do it for the stick time, but
Yes,
I
yes.
figure the really quick guys, maybe the danger of having a mid-air or hitting a gate and breaking an arm off
Yeah,
is maybe not worth it.
And that makes sense at these late stages.
Yeah.
As in the discussion we had with Dan Buster yesterday when he was saying he thinks he's done enough to get into the A final.
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
going to smash anything up in the last rounds of qualifying by going nuts.
Yeah.
But he's nevertheless going to go out and fly a bit, obviously.
Yeah,
But we wouldn't expect to see exactly the same sort of quick times from him in those
Yeah.
last stages. That said, he's still going to keep an eye on things because if he thinks he's in danger, then you go out and you smash it, right?
Yeah, 100%,
So
yeah.
I think that's excellent strategy, and I think it was really good that he shared that with us.
Yes, yeah.
Because that's sort of insight you get into pilots who are performing at the top level that we want to share with you.
Yeah, 100%.
So Carb not gunning it for the fourth because he doesn't want to wreck or damage anything
Yeah.
makes sense in the same way.
He's put himself in that
But I felt like
comfortable
he was
position.
doing it maybe a little earlier than. I guess that's where that's coming from. I guess that's where it's
I
coming
think it comes to how soon he felt comfortable.
from. Yes.
Um,
Well, let's grab him after this next heat, actually, because this is heat number 5 already in round number 1, with XOXO, Carb, Light Sail, Steeth, Anti-Hype, and Circles. So there's a few pilots here we need to focus on. Carb, finished yesterday third. And
Yep.
it'll be interesting. We should try and ask him, why is it only the 3 if he does only 3 again?
Yep.
Just to see that insight again, because I think that's really interesting. Light Sail, he was 5th. We barely really featured him yesterday, mainly because he was in the same heat as Carb. He was doing his blistering times for the first half of yesterday. And then we were also talking about Steeth, who missed all 3 rounds because he arrived late and traffic or weather or whatever. We don't know. Doesn't.
No.
Regardless, he turned up, had a pretty good run in the 4th round, which was his first round.
Yep.
But he hasn't got enough, so he needs to start scoring them. So, Steve, this is important for him, as otherwise he is currently down in 47th because he only has 4 banked rounds out of 9 at all. Not 4 are good, 4 at all. But then Light Sail, who's in here too. Light Sail, 8 finishes out of 9 runs yesterday, and he's in 5th.
Light Sail, a seriously quick competitor. Seriously quick. Fairly new to the racing scene.
Yes.
I mean, not brand new. There is that just me, or is
that doesn't look right?
that looks foresty if you squint.
Yes, I saw. I know exactly what you meant. Yes. With
They're-
some text. It
yeah.
looks like he's trying to watch a foreign TV channel on a frequency close to the
It's
frequency
it's
he's watching.
A foreign TV channel about a bush.
And it's reached the end, the credits are rolling.
I think we've all been there as a teenager at midnight. There's some very good National Geographic programs on late
Absolutely,
at night.
yes. Yes.
So yeah, I think that may cause some delay as we try and find out who has buried himself in the undergrowth.
Oh.
Yes.
And now we see different shades of grey, as indeed dogs do, apparently. There is circles, there is some more grey. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 competitors
Can
do
we
find themselves
can we catch
out
them
in
on
the bushes. Hard to find them without the full-scale BBC Natural History team. But
Oh dear
as
me.
they continue to stare
Yes.
at the bushes,
So there are some pilots wandering up and down the bush.
now they move looking for their prey. Nav
The problem here, of course,
charges
being
in the robust, heroic way we saw him yesterday when danger
top
was in
crew
front
member,
of us.
Nav, top crew member, always there with his hivers on, getting something done. Yeah, the problem is this is powered on, so we can't really keep going until they track the little miscreant down. It's my
I
coffee.
can't believe Sir David Attenborough just walked by.
That was amazing.
Did you see him?
Yeah, he
gotta meet-
he
wow.
dropped in.
Yeah.
You weren't here, unfortunately.
Oh.
I was looking for you.
I was out trying to find a quad in a bush.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you would have loved to have met him, I'm
Oh,
sure.
legend.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gutted. Matt S is in the chat. Cheer on anti-hype. Apone says, "Morning, y'all. Hope everyone has a great day of racing." Yes, we're in for a great day of racing. I have no doubt.
It's
Hi,
going to
Stats
be.
says, "How's Rammer doing?" Steve Rammer
I
Rhodes.
think he's asleep over there. Oh no, he's awake.
Oh, he's standing.
He's
We can
awake,
show you on
he's
the
awake.
Steve Rammer Rhodes camera.
Yeah, there we go.
There he is. There's a live Steve Rammer.
Live on Ramacam.
He's 38th. He finished.
Oh no, he's sitting down now
Hang
for a
on a
nap.
moment. We didn't mention this. Steve Rammer Rhodes is one of only a few pilots who got 9 runs out of 9.
Yeah.
All day in quali yesterday.
Mr.
3
Consistency.
consecutive laps in all of them.
Yep.
I'm not sure how we can find out how many did that without me counting them. So off you go, Seb. Have fun. 1, 2.
It's count along with
3.
Matt on the VDRA.
4.
But there's Rammer with Bella in the background. She's behaving.
5.
She hasn't tried to steal Matt's sausage sandwich yet.
No, I haven't. Nor have I.
I think possibly she hasn't seen it.
Surely she can smell it though. 6, 7. Oh, whoops,
Well, it's freezing cold now, so she probably can't smell it.
8.
That is,
It's gripping.
yeah.
9.
9 people have done it 9 times.
We get the count ready. 9.
Right, okay.
Only 9 out of 50 pilots That's pretty.
I've
That's
done
good job there.
3 consecutive laps.
In every run.
Wow. Wow.
In all 9 rounds that we ran yesterday.
Is there a prize for that?
There should be a prize for me counting them. Carb is one of them, to his credit. Now, actually, that's impressive, because Carb was the fastest, as we mentioned already, by some way
Yeah.
in the first run.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, he did that on a track he's never flown and hadn't seen longer than maybe an hour beforehand.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not simulator flown it, not raced it. There was no practice time. There was no track practice at all.
No.
Came out, bang.
Straight off the
He
box.
got a 49.999. Let's say 50. 50 seconds for 3 consecutive laps.
Yep.
The first time he ever flew a track.
Yep.
And then he got a 47 and a 47 and a 46 and a 45, and he kind of plateaued around that 45-second margin, which was impressive until Dan Buster and King Joshi were just quicker. So actually, that's an amazing bit of flying by Carb, is that for every round of quali, he was putting in not just finishing them, but banking times that most pilots here would love to be anything close to.
Absolutely. And consistently just putting them in. Without appearing to particularly be getting that stressed about it, just calmly going about his business.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's the thing for me that's really impressive. That there's no kind of real. I don't want to say like he's not focused. He's massively focused,
sure.
but he just seems so relaxed.
He
with
seems
it.
very relaxed.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 9 pilots, Carb and Fins. If you want to invite pilots to an event and not have it delayed by crashes, then allow me to recommend Carb, Fins FPV, Circles, Hairy Haggis. Floss's Boss, that's 5. 8M1, Armit, Cyber Saxon, and he's gone. Oh, for crying out
Oh, that's derpy.
loud. Working with, building him up, and Steve Ram.
He's there. He's behind Derpy.
Oh, he is there.
Yes.
Well, he's just got no sense of camera, has he?
No,
Oh
absolutely.
my God.
It's terrible.
Not good enough. David Attenborough walks by. People just don't know what they're doing.
It's chaos here this morning.
So we still got delays, and this is when I really would love this: pick up a camera and point it at that shot.
But the amazing thing is that the weather forecast from the Met Office, and I said this to someone this morning, that it was raining when we first came out of the camper van this morning. And someone said to me, do you think we'll get any flying today? And I said, I don't think we will. Because the Met Office says this is as nice as it's going to get all day.
What time was that?
That was about 9 o'clock this morning.
9 o'clock this morning. You actually said something we might not fly all day.
Yeah. Because it was raining, it was dark, it was miserable. And I looked on my Met Office app and it said, this is you for the rest of the day. And then here we are an hour later, and the Met Office,
Wrong.
absolute fibbers.
Just
It's
don't know
a
what
beautiful
they're
day.
doing. It's glorious.
Hey,
Even
it's a beautiful day.
even that, which was like
Yeah.
the foreboding
Yes,
danger cam.
that was the danger zone over there.
Look at that.
It's beautiful. It's a little bit windy, which worries me that the wind may carry us bad weather from afar. But
No, those flags are all CGI. It's just
Is that
that's
right?
what we were talking about yesterday. Don't worry about it. That's just to make it seem more real.
that's crashed.
That one's crashed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quick, press Control R on the. Yeah,
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
yeah, the CGI machine. The drive gate is being poked. You can't see
You can't
that
see it
because
the camera has crashed.
'cause
Shall
that camera's
I
crashed.
shall go and advise the technical team.
Okay, good, because
That's
the
it.
dive gate is getting a bit of fixing. And if we look on what we think is the feed that is holding up the racing right now, it's looking like that. And everybody else is, of course, unavailable for video. We might get a rare shot of, wait for it, and we're going to, I've just missed him. Oh no. I think I was going to see David Attenborough. But no, he doesn't fancy being on camera today, apparently. That's okay, David. But I'd love to say hi. Oh, hello, Derpy. Bit of a shock. No, thank you. Welcome to the stream, Derpy Hooves. Derpy, you're offering me licorice. Thank you, darling. I'll tell you something about me. I Can't bear licorice. Can't bear licorice. No, licorice. No. When my mum was pregnant with me, apparently she ate licorice. That became her kind of pregnancy food. I think I basically had a lifetime supply of licorice around me, and now I can't go near the stuff. Unfortunately, this didn't turn into one of those oh no, he was submerged in a toxic chemical and this became his superpower.
Well, and
I don't seem to have any.
You became Licorice Man.
Yeah.
What sort of superpowers
Thank
would
you for the
Licorice
offer,
Man
though,
have?
Good luck today.
I think Licorice Man would be compact,
Nothing nice like blue and pink,
delightful,
striped,
sweet,
very, the square ones.
and attractive.
Very, very
to
horizontally striped.
a large crowd of people. So
Well,
in fact, I think
that is my superpower.
I think you may actually be Licorice Man. Yeah,
You could also have those kind of not spidey webs, but like those licorice strings.
do you have a cape?
Do I have a cape? No, I've seen The Incredibles. Everyone knows superheroes don't have capes.
No capes, darling.
She's great. Edna.
Absolutely amazing.
My mum's pregnant. Oh, well, now we have chat. My mum's pregnancy food was tomatoes. I love tomatoes. This is
Ooh.
Wycliffe Barrett.
So Wycliffe is Tomato Man?
No, he loves tomatoes. So he would be like the defender of tomatoes.
The defender of tomatoes. My mum's pregnancy food was Crunchies. The chocolate bar Crunchy. And my birthmark looks exactly like the middle of a Crunchy. It's a honeycomb. So there we go. I got a Crunchy birthmark out of it. Didn't get any superpowers at all.
In fact, they scarred you.
Very proud of my Crunchy.
But that's like a normal-sized crunchy birthmark. So when
Yes.
you were a baby, that would have been a tiny, like
It
a
was
crumb.
it was a baby-sized Crunchy.
Okay, off we go.
Should we do some drone racing?
Oh, I don't know. It's going very well. I'm having fun as well. Right, pay attention to circles in his bush cam, carb, and...
Where's Carb?
Oh, hello. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
That's odd.
That was very strange. Perhaps he was in pit mode,
Yes.
and it just took the receiver a little moment just to realise.
We got close flying by all top three here. We know Carb is quick, but as I said, we talked about him quite a lot yesterday. Steve, no! Steve has got to get this done.
No, Steve. That is not what we want.
Steve's got 3 more rounds of qualifying, as everybody has today,
Yeah.
and he needs to bank
Oof.
2 runs.
Yeah.
And then he will only have 6, which is the minimum you've got to have.
That is an absolute calamity for Steve there.
Yeah, that is really,
that
really
one
costly
crash
for him.
could be.
We're going to visit for the first time today. He says, triple checking he's not about to focus on the wrong thing. Light Sail and XOXO. There's a little bit more of a gap opened up between them. I was too hesitant.
He's declared a battle.
I was
and
too hesitant.
as always happens with Battle Cam,
It's over.
we can kill any battle.
Yeah, absolutely. So XOXO is not far behind Carb, it seems, except there's a lap between them. But Light Sail is flying very, very well here. And as I mentioned, we didn't sort of... The news about him wasn't he was top of the leaderboard or he's missed 3 rounds. He was just flying well. But that flying well has got him, at the end of yesterday, 5th place. Like, Light Sail, not 100% into that A final.
No.
But... representing himself so well. And here he's got 3. He's averaging a 17.3 seconds. That's what...
Did he drop into the B Light Sail, or is he still
No,
hanging
he was
on to
5th
that
at
A?
the end of yesterday.
So he's hanging on to that A final place.
And I think what he's done just now,
And
fairly solid.
Steeth is helping him, because I think Steeth could be looking at an A final if he can pull it together. But
Yeah,
it's tenuous. It'd be very difficult. But that's going to help Light Sail if Steeth is going to drop the ball.
Okay, pilots, finish your lap.
And Light Sail just calmly, just
Yes.
punching in those good
Yes,
times
yes.
under the radar almost.
Matt S., you in the chat, we're supporting Anti-Hype, so this is for you. And he'll come across the line now and get his 5th in 2:09, and gives us a little nice bit of flying from Anti-Hype there. Not only one of the best to the pin shots.
Ooh. He was looking for flag shot of the day.
He
there,
really
wasn't
was. Not only nearly in the hole, but also giving us a nice shot of how beautiful the surroundings are right now.
I think
Steeth, though,
I
that's
think
costly.
actually we've probably got to give that. I mean, it's not the
bad.
best we've seen all weekend, but it's the best of those 6. Oh, that core temperature, that looks nasty. Why have I got? There we go.
So let's take a look. So
72
this is
degrees.
after, although it says Q10 at the top, that's where we are.
Yep.
We can show you the standings based on the end of yesterday. So this
Yes.
is after the 9 qualifying rounds of yesterday.
Yep.
So you can see there's Lightsail, who we're talking about, as I look at it over here.
Huh? What?
Well, it's on the left of the screen, right? So, but to look at it on camera, I have to face this way.
Oh,
So,
all right.
so
I see.
for me to go, so let's take a look at the timings.
Yes. I was utterly
There's
confused then
timings
for a
everywhere.
moment.
As you can see, this pilot is higher than that pilot who's down there, and in between them are these pilots whose names I can't
What
see.
did you have for breakfast?
You've put it on the wrong.
Yeah, you noticed
Or
that.
I can read the numbers
you
like
noticed
this.
that now at 10
No,
o'clock
I
on
noticed
day
that
2?
yesterday. You
All
just
you're
weren't paying
you're
attention
just
to me.
complaining about it now, right? Okay.
No, I'm also mentioned it. Yeah, so I'll now have a look at the
Where,
timings.
where is Lightsail? 5th.
Fifth, I told you. Oh, good. How many times? This doesn't happen to David.
Becoming a married couple at last. So where is Steeth?
37th, I think.
Where sits Steeth? Where sits
47th.
Steeth? 47th. Yeah, officially DNQ'd, you see. So
4 runs, that's all he's got.
Yeah, that all changes when you have enough to qualify. Because you can have, if it's your 6th best count and you've only got 5, you haven't qualified.
Yeah.
So if you suddenly get that 6th one,
Yes.
boom, you're
Then-
going to fly.
Well, we
up-
saw at the
up
end of
board.
yesterday, some pilots went up 17 places
Yeah.
in their final run, and not names we've seen at many BDRA events, down and down and down and down and down, because finally that 6th run puts them in. Because everybody who's only got 5 runs are automatically below everyone who's got 6 runs.
Yes,
And so on
yep,
and so on.
exactly that, exactly that.
6 heats, Specs FPV, Matt, Martin FPV, Druid FPV, Cyber Saxon, and Aaron.
There they are, sitting on the blocks, ready to go. So we're going to get
Okay.
heat 6 of 9, about to go. Here come the beeps. Long delay there on those beeps. Everybody off the blocks in good form. Cyber Saxon having a little bobble as he comes round into the split S, turning left into the hurdle and then the dive, but out in front it's Specs FPV. Martin FPV and Matt into the dive almost side by side, but I think Matt has accelerated out and gotten ahead of him. So into the triple ripple, we're going to have lots of drones all at the same time. Look at that, an absolute procession going through the triple ripple.
Martin FPV. Matt. Druid FPV.
Druid and Cyber Saxon, a bit of a battle breaking out. Can we kill that battle? I'm sure we can kill that battle. Yep, so Druid has dropped just behind Cyber Saxon. Cyber Saxon's into the triple ripple as Druid is hitting the drop.
Specs FPV.
But it's actually Martin FPV that's trying to catch up with Druid FPV
Cyber
as
Saxon.
they're both into that triple ripple around the same time.
Matt.
Druid takes a very wide line, just lets Martin get ahead.
Seconds left.
But no, it's Druid that gets out of it just in front of him. They are side by side, neck and neck. So they come round into the uncovered tunnel. It's Druid now just behind.
30 seconds left. Aaron.
Druid through the drop. Druid through the drop first. Martin had a real moment there. He just had to pause and line that drop up. But there he is, right behind.
15 seconds.
These two have been neck and neck, battling it out all weekend. Yeah, and that's Martin across the line. Just gets ahead of Druid. Druid's sticking with him. He's not letting him get too far ahead. Martin has a little bobble, but Druid takes a little bit too long in that uncovered tunnel, and that's it. Martin is now at least one obstacle away from Druid. Druid's going to have to push really hard now to get that gap closed back up. Druid's in the double corkscrew. just as Martin's going into the triple ripple. Druid is finishing the triple ripple, but Martin's across the line. He's done. He's going to take that one.
The race is completed.
Unlucky Cyber Saxon just after the timer there. Or was it Druid actually? Druid.
Up next, race number 7.
I can't quite read that, Matt, so you'll have to, my eyes aren't that good. so there we go. That's another one in the books. And up next, we will have Cruz, Oran, Derpy Hooves, MIT, Carl, and Steve Ramarodes. The guys all start walking out to put their quads on the line.
I just had a pilot behind me go, oh yeah, it's top 3 consecutive, isn't it? I hope they knew that already.
Halfway through day 2, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I like that little bit of a feature there on those 2 pilots.
Yeah,
Obviously, they're not strictly racing each other, as we're well aware, but it's nice to see, nice to treat it like, you know, you need to try and beat him. And I always feel like...
And the 2 of them have just walked out. They've just gone from the pilot line, and they've just walked side by side, jostling and like hugging each other and like, oh, you got me in that one, and superb camaraderie. Really, really nice to see.
Low prop stands FPV. For viewers that don't know, can you explain the interval pilot standings pop-up? I've never understood lifetime. So yeah, fair question. So lifetime, for everybody who doesn't know, is the software we're using for the racing timings.
Yes, yep.
So race control, Jamie Colt, is running all the racing, and that's logging the pilots and keeping all the times, keeping everything recorded. That's how we have the data. So that's what lifetime is. This, though, is entirely proprietary, coded by a really impressive man right next to me, making this stuff happen for you on the screen. So what we're looking at here is the report of the standings for out of qualifying.
Yep.
For the top 6, 3 consecutive lap times.
Yep.
At the end of the last completed round, which was round 9 at the end of yesterday. So the races we've had so far today are not yet combined into this. They will be when this round of qualifying is complete.
Yep.
This is round 10. When everybody's had a fly at round 10,
yep, absolutely. Then
magic happens, and this updates.
Yeah. So it only updates at the end of a round because... if it was Formula 1, it would be like we split the whole Formula 1 field up into 9 individual races, and then we take all of the times from the 9 races and turn them into one race of times. So it's very difficult to figure it out.
Let's go to the next race, and then we haven't really explained the format today.
Well,
so we should do that.
I'll tell you about what those numbers mean as well, because that's quite confusing on that tower graphic.
We'll come back to that. So I just want to see Cruz FPV.
Somebody is off the blocks.
FPV. Behind, circled back. Then when the start tone went, he was behind the blocks.
I think that was
Penalised himself. Is that acceptable?
Yep, that's in the rules. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He's come off, accidentally fallen off the blocks. He's done the right thing. He's circled back.
We had a bit of a battle between Oren and Carl yesterday. I feel like it could happen again. You can see Oren's chasing him. And in fact, there might be a third drone who's come to play in that little fight too. It's not MIT's, unfortunately. It's okay. It's okay. There's been a couple of times when I've thought, oh, if only, but it's all right. Keep up with us. Cruz FPV circles around for the dive gate. Not too bad. But there are... Is that 2 now? Cruz FPV's got 1 quad really near him. You can occasionally... There's the shadow of it. You can see it's just above him as he goes through the line. Yeah, could tidy that up a little bit. So he's been passed, I think, by the quad. That was close, although... yeah. It's Steve Ramarodes who's keeping him close company. And Steve, like, all credit to Steve. One of only 9 pilots who's finished every single round of qualifying intentionally, shall we say. As in, he finished when he was done, rather than when something else decided it would stop for him, suddenly. Do you know what? Steve's approach into the triple there, that's what some pilots should be aiming for. A narrower approach, be more direct from the previous obstacle. Yeah, this is good work from Steve. He's going to keep going for that 4th. Steve Ramarodes find himself currently, what did we say, 38th. This run's not too shabby at all. If he can manage to get three consecutive laps, about 30 seconds each, as he's done twice here. Look, his last was a 30.8. His fastest was the lap before, which was a 30.0. So he's getting 4 there in 2:09 completed. If he can get 3 done in 30 seconds each, that would be his fastest so far. He's got a 1:31, 1:32. That sort of time is what he can be putting in. Derpy Hooves has run out of time to finish that lap, but gets the stick time to the line anyway. She was only just short of it. No. So let's go back to this leaderboard. It hasn't changed because, as we said, it's only changed when a full round of qualifying is done for all 50 pilots. And we are, as it says at the top, currently in quali round 10 and heat 8 of 9. So we have this heat, one more heat, then this will get updated. But what we're looking at, so
you've got 6 / then a time. So the 6 is the number of times they've run around and done 3 laps, 3 consecutive laps that counted. So it's your fastest 3 consecutive. So all of these guys on this page so far have done that 6 times because we're going to run
12. 12.
So that's 50%. So 50% of 12 is 6. So they've done their 6. So we're on qualifying round 10. So they've flown 10 times, but the 6 best count. So out of those 6, take their fastest 3.
You have no sound, apparently. Paxted. Batteries, right, we got it. Thank you, guys. Unfortunately, that's one of those things we have no way of knowing. Anyway, right, so let me the next race is going to happen shortly. Let's try that explanation again in a moment. Sorry about that. Explain it again. No props, Daz. Should have been listening.
Right.
We've got you, guys. We've got you. But let's take a look at heat number 8 before we do, and then we will bring it all clear. Armit, Iron Ryan, Gogs, RC Maniac 98, JRO, and Davnav.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
So Iron Ryan, 22nd after all 9 rounds yesterday.
Start of the race.
Armit, 25th.
Okay, everyone ready? Just let the timer run. 10 seconds.
Gogs, 31st. RC Maniac 98. Unfortunately, he's running around doing so many other things for this event that I think his flying has suffered a little bit, as he's only managed to get 5 banked.
Yeah.
Davnav 36, JRO 35th, so it's lower than sort of the middle, roughly. That's a good start from everybody. That's an exciting start as well, as you see 5 quads all in a sort of line. Quickest of them at the moment, Armit, I think, is going through the drop gate with Iron Ryan at pretty much the same time. That's very close between them. I'm just going to confidently stick that on and ruin it for them.
Oh, a
No,
battle.
I haven't
It's
yet.
a battle,
The battle button
and it's
is
keeping
bringing
going.
us- The bringing us the battle button hasn't broken. So Armit now just a little bit behind Iron Ryan. No, my
Absolutely cursed him, and Armit goes
come
down
on,
at
that
the
was
same
way
time.
after I did it.
Absolutely at the same time. Armit went down too.
Okay.
That battle's back on. Oh no, it's not. Where's
The
Iron
battle
Ryan?
that we broke with the big battle button
Is
back.
It works every time.
Love
Yeah,
it.
they're both in the triple ripple. Armit's just leaving the triple ripple. Iron Ryan's halfway through it. Has Iron Ryan got the pace to pull? Oh no, Armit back in. He may have the pace, but it's not going to do him any good upside down in the grass.
He'll come back, I think, but he's not having the best of runs for his first run of the day. I mean, remember, this is the first run of everybody today, and there's been no practice time at all.
No.
So, for a lot of these pilots, this quad hasn't done anything except a little takeoff test off the
Yeah.
ground,
Yeah.
flat, a little flippy floppy.
And it's only done a takeoff test if they're worried that it wasn't working.
Yeah.
Iron Ryan is hitting everything in this round. Absolutely bouncing off the ground, the other quads, the gates. I don't think he's coming back from that one.
Oh no, it can't have beaten Iron Ryan. Surely he looked like he was like, "Well, come on then, I'll take you all."
It's but a scratch.
Armit and JRO find they're getting very, very tight. But the dive gate is where quite often a few of these battles change, because some pilots are much more confident through that dive gate, whereas a few pilots still a little bit scared, need to go a little bit around it.
It's just a split S. It's just a split S.
Just a split S, just 27. RC Maniac's going to get 4 laps in. I'm so pleased for him. He's working so hard.
Get in there.
He's not at all just focusing on his flying. He's doing cameras. He's helping us out. He's doing so much stuff.
Yep.
Davnab with 4. Gogs with 5. Armit with 5. But I'm right. And yeah, that final crash for him didn't manage to get 3. So that's a shame for him. Right.
So,
Explanation time.
explanation
We're
time.
running all these laps. We've had 9 rounds of qualifying yesterday. We're in round 10. There's going to be rounds 11 and 12, and then qualifying will finish. When those 12 rounds of qualifying have finished, live time, the software that is adding everything up and keeping track of all the data, will calculate which of those 12 runs are the best 6 for each pilot separately. It might be 1 to 6 for one pilot. It might be 7 to 12 for another pilot. It might be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and 12 for another pilot.
Yep.
Each pilot, they're 3 consecutive laps. So if they ran 5 laps in a 2:04 or 4 laps in a 1:50 or whatever, doesn't matter. What matters are their 3 laps consecutively in a run, their time. So if they got 5 laps in 2:04
Yep.
and laps 1, 2 and 3 were in a minute, and laps 2, 3 and 4 were in a minute-ish, and 3, 4 and 5 it was dropping off and they're slower, then it's going to take laps 1, 2 and 3 of that run for that person. It's going to work out the best 3 consecutive laps of every one of the 12 quali runs if they finish them. Then it's going to say, right, and of those 12 combined times, these 6, wherever they are the best. That's yours. That's your time.
Yep.
At the end of round 9, at the end of yesterday, that's what this is. So after 9 rounds of qualifying, this graph to this side, as you can see over here, that I'm looking at right now, these numbers, those numbers are everybody standing. So the where it says 6 and then a time, so that's 6 qualifying rounds completed, and then the time for them, and then the interval is how slow that time, how much behind those 6 combined times are to the person above them.
Yep.
So Dan Buster has got, if you look number 2 here, 6 laps finished in a time of 4 minutes and 25.878 seconds combined for their 6 best 3-lap times.
So not 6.
And he is 1.153 slower than King Joshi combined, which is nothing.
So that 6 is the number of rounds that they have completed that had 3 fastest consecutive laps in them.
Or that's their best
That's
6.
their best 6. Yeah.
So when it says only 5 for some pilots, like a little bit further down, if you go to the middle set, so go to the 19 to 36s.
Well, this
Go
one,
to the
this
19 to
one will
36.
spin round.
No, go to the 19 to 36s.
Okay.
These are all 6. Oh, these are all 6.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought one of them might be a 5. My bad. Okay. Oh, you think there'll be some 5s on here?
Yes, there will be. Just have to wait. It's on a timer.
Yeah, I know it is. I know it is. But you'll see that some of these don't say 6/something. If we look at Derek FPV in 40 seconds, his says 5/6 minutes 20. Now you might think, well, that's way quicker than Druid FPV, who's got 6 in 12 minutes and 31. Thing is, Derek's only done it 5 times. Out of his 9 runs, he's only got 5 that he finished with 3 consecutive lap times.
Yep.
So he crashed in all of the other ones, or he didn't finish 3 laps in all of the other ones.
Yep.
So although his combined time for 5 is 6 minutes 20 and Druid's is 12:31, Druid has got 6 of them, and everybody with 6 are automatically ranked above everybody with 5 and then everybody with 4.
Yep. So the reason for Derek in 42nd place there showing an interval of DNQ is I can't tell you the interval between Derek and Druid because Druid has done it 6 times and Derek has done it 5 times.
Yeah.
So officially, because he hasn't completed 50% of the rounds with 3 fastest consecutive laps, Derek has failed to qualify.
Yes, and in fact, everybody below him should also be a DNQ.
Yeah, but when I say failed to qualify, what I mean is he's failed to achieve that qualifying. Yeah. He will still qualify, but those that have failed to qualify are then ranked in order of their fastest performance.
Yeah. And when we say qualify, like all of these rounds, the 9 that were flown yesterday and the ones that are taking place with us right now, And this is the end of Heat 9, which just has these two pilots who are forever locked
It is
in eternal
the clash
battle with
of the
each other.
Titans.
These are all the qualifying rounds, right? But what we're aiming for here is when the 12 rounds are finished, everybody who's got at least 6 will be compared to each other. Then everybody who only got 5 will be behind them. Then everybody with only 4 will be behind them, and so on. And those 50 ranked positions, all 50 pilots being ordered,
Yep.
will then be put into groups for the finals. Now, every final will have 6 pilots in it. The A final is the British Championship final. The A final are the 6 best after 12 rounds of qualifying.
Yep.
They will race for the title of being the British champion for 2024.
Yep.
There will be a B final, which will be the pilots from 7 through 12, and a C final and a D final, and so on, all the way down till, I think, an I final, which will just have 2 in it, based on, because we have 50 pilots here, not 48.
Yep.
That's all going to come to you later on today. We've got to now do, hopefully, the magic that will give you that update. And then we can show you what it's like out of the 10 rounds. No props, Dad says, okay, let's explain it. Thank you. Gilbert is 20 seconds slower than Carb. Well, yeah, no props, Dad. Carb has finished all of his runs. Gilbert had a few rounds at the start of yesterday where he didn't finish at all. So what that means is, out of 9 rounds yesterday, if you only finished 5 of them or 6 of them, but they weren't your best because they were the only ones you got, then combined times, that's probably not your best times. But with the 3 rounds like we do today, you can expect these things to improve slightly.
Yep.
Elliot Naisby's with us. Hello, Elliot. I like the old system. Explain why, Elliot, in an essay of 1,000 words.
What old system?
What old system? Do you mean the old ranking of how pilots were ranked? So do you mean you don't like the top 3 consecutives? Or do you mean you prefer a single? Well, what system do you prefer? And other pilots who are with us as well. Do you like this whole top 3 consecutive thing? The BDRA are not the only ones who do it by any means. It's used in a lot of worldwide leagues. It is, I am fully aware, not easy to explain to a audience who aren't drone racers themselves. That is my main hurdle with it. Trying to explain it is not quick.
It's tough. It is tough.
And we were having a chat about this with some pilots and some other people here yesterday. I can't think of another example of a sport or competition that works like this. We're going to have tons of qualifying rounds, and then behind the scenes with computers, we're going to take these times and these times and these times and these times, and that's going to rank them for more races later. I can't think of an example of that in another sport at all. The competitive world is so big, I expect there is one, but I can't think of one. So what do you, if you're a drone racer, I'd really love to know here on our YouTube chat, if you're a drone racer, do you like the top 3 consecutive system? And if you're not a drone racer, please tell us honestly, do you understand what we're doing here? Because you are so important. Those of you who are watching, who are supporting somebody else, I know we've got friends and family, people watching. I know you were saying you got some feedback yesterday from people who were watching who said, normally we might dip in and out, but we were engrossed the whole day. So I feel like we're getting something right in explaining why these quali rounds matter, but tell us if it doesn't work. It has to be simple. Quite right, no props, Daz. And I work on a lot of esports events, and I'm proud to represent drone racing all over the world. And I'm very, very aware of this sport needs to grow to a bigger audience who aren't the racers themselves. And I don't think the 3 consecutives thing is easy for that. I do feel it's a little bit driven by pilots wanting their best chance to show what they can do more than something saying, more than an event which is built around being accessible. And obviously you want a sporting event that is going to show its competitors at the best it can do.
Can I say the difficulty for me isn't the 3 consecutive from a commentary standpoint, and also from a pilot view, understanding where I am and everybody else is. The problem for me isn't the first 3 consecutive, it's the drop peaks. It's the fact that we gauge consistency twice. So you have to be consistent enough to do 3 laps, 3 consecutive laps, but you also have to be consistent.
Yes.
Standpoint, that makes it incredibly difficult, and I'm sure for the pilots too.
Yes.
Understand where you are, because If you look at the bottom third of the table now, after one round, it's massively changed.
Yes, yes.
Because of these drop heats. And if it was your single fastest three consecutive over the entire event, it would be much, much easier to understand.
It is such a complicated subject. It is, you know, such a challenge to get this right. I do know very clearly as we watch Mad Ansem just finishing the 2 minutes. I mean, there's so many parts of this that are fiddly. Like, okay, a tone has just gone. Why is he still flying? Well, that's because he has 2 minutes to start laps, and then he has 30 seconds to finish the one he's on. You know, that 30 seconds bit is complicated. If you think of something like Formula One, for example, in the current system of qualifying for Formula One, you have to cross the line before the qualifying time has ended, but then you can finish the lap that you're on. Whereas we have this 30 seconds, which says, well, if you haven't finished the lap that you're on, then it doesn't count. You know, there's an extra little bit of trickery going on there. I'm absolutely fascinated with having this discussion. I'm really, really glad you're with us, everybody. So, Burner FPV. Oh, by the way, Burner FPV, thank you for what you said earlier before we got into all of this, saying it'd be cool if I visit a big race here in Holland for some comments. I would love to, Burner FPV. I'd love to do a race in Holland. The Dutch drone racing community is amazing. I know a few Dutch pilots. They're lovely people. And the production work that the Dutch drone racing team did at the FAI race in Italy in June that I had the great pleasure of commentating at. Amazing, amazing guys. I would love to come and do a race in Holland. Please, please, let's make that happen. Back onto this discussion, though, as I look at your words over here. The monitor is... anyway. You're a drone racer. And you barely understand, says no props Dan's FPV. And my wife just shouted at me to say it's overcomplicated and she's not a drone racer. Thank you for that. Shep, I think it's more important to have continuity of ranking across the sport than make it easy for noobs to understand. That's a valid... yeah, continuity of ranking across the sport. So you would like to know how people rank worldwide? I guess that's what you're sort of referring to. 3 consecutive makes sense. Use the race go with tiny whips. So you're right, Matt S. But to grow this sport to a bigger audience, there are people going, what's a tiny whip? And that's not your fault. But because one drone racing setup, which is still fairly small in audience, I'm sad to say, does it, have we got it right? And no props actually says he totally disagrees, Shep. So that's disagreeing with the continuity of ranking, the making it easy for noobs. Okay, as said. Elia, okay, so your explanation is laps and times made more sense for a viewer. I think top 3 consecutive makes more sense for a pilot because it rewards consistency.
Yeah.
I think you've hit it on the head there, Elia.
But what I disagree with is the consistency being measured twice. I think it should be your single fastest round counts, not this 50% thing. This 50% thing means that we can be halfway through the event and not know what on earth's going on.
Yeah.
Because the drops don't kick in, and it doesn't make sense to me to measure it consistency twice. But
Titanium, sorry.
no longer my circus and no longer my monkeys. So
Titanium says, as we show you some more racing, which is what we're here for. Titanium says live time needs updates. We don't see leaderboards based on them doing 6 laps. Okay. Titanium, from a spectator point of view, top 3 consecutive makes sense, but the lifetime implementation is overly complicated and hard to follow for spectators until finals day. I can't disagree.
I can.
You've got a proprietary system to take the data and put it up on screen.
So Lifetime wasn't actually able to deal with dropped rounds before the start of this season. And Lifetime actually worked very closely with the British Drone Racing Association, and Lifetime updated their software for us.
Yes, that is
put a lot
good point.
of development work into it. and I'm very grateful to Lifetime for the hard work that they put in. Is it absolutely perfect? No. Is that Lifetime's fault? Also no. Because it is so complicated. If you haven't qualified, so if you're one of those people that's only done 3 laps 4 times, then officially you have not qualified. So then you have to go off into the weeds of, well, how do we rank you? And that was a whole discussion that I'm not going into, because it was weeks of my life to try and figure that out, to get all these opinions, to ask Lifetime what was technically possible. They worked really hard on getting Lifetime to a position where it could do what we asked them to do.
Oh yes, and sorry, I did not mean, and you're right, I want to be clear, I did not mean that Lifetime hasn't made great leaps, particularly in working with VRA, and I know how much time you put into that, Seb, I do. But go back to the discussion of presenting this for an audience and growing the drone racing world.
It's very difficult.
You know, we're talking about what Lifetime can bring and how you've got some proprietary stuff on Cerberus to get it up on the screen in a way that we want to present it to an audience.
Yep.
But the whole concept of 3 consecutives and half of them counting is still baffling to people who are new to this.
Well,
that's more the
solution
we need to find, I think.
You know from spending too much time with me that I've been banging on about the wife test for many, many years, and that what we need to do is it's wonderful to watch, but can you? Sorry. So wonderful to watch, especially if you're a drone pilot and you're invested in the hobby. But do you watch it on your laptop on your own, or can you put it on your smart TV in your living room, and will your wife sit and watch it with you? Will it pass the wife test? A bit like Top Gear. Top Gear started as a car program that guys watched, finished as an entertainment program that everybody can watch that was about cars. So you have to strike that balance. We still want to talk about the racing. We still want to bring the racing, just like Formula One commentators do or MotoGP commentators do. But we want to make it accessible. And we want to have the pilots' headshots on so you know who you're cheering for. We want to get them, interviewing the pilots, talking to people. We want to tell these human stories, so it's not just 6 feeds of buzzing around on the screen. And I think we've made leaps and bounds in that. But the difficulty is that the format of the racing is really hard for commentators to actually get across to the audience.
I mean, I'm in the thick of it. You are as well. I want to grow this sport that I love so much. I represent, BDRA. I do it with the FAI. I'm the presenter for the Drone Champions League, and I have been since it started back in, 8 years ago. God, I want to grow this sport. I love this sport. I'm genuinely in awe of what these competitors do. When you hear me going off like, oh my God, he's done this and that, I'm not faking any of this. I'm amazed at what these pilots can do. And I don't want formats and numbers and maths to get in the way. I don't want to look at a laptop and tell you what that run just meant for this pilot.
So Titanium says we need a way to export the live timing. That is the live timing. That's as live as it can be because of dropped heats.
Yes.
We can't tell the future. So you're saying you want something that we have, that we're doing. And a few people are saying they're watching in the living room on their smart TV and their wife is watching with them. So thank you.
Yeah,
that means we are ticking that box.
Yeah, really, thank you. Let's show a race. We'll come back to this. Seacom, Batman, Dan Buster, KPV, Mr. E, and Raycon FPV. The third heat of qualification round 11. So pleased to see everybody with us. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you to those of you who are watching who are, not pilots. Particularly glad to have you in.
Absolutely. If we're entertaining you, we're doing something right.
Genuinely delighted. So
and hopefully we're entertaining pilots as well.
Yeah, because we have to do that too. We're not trying to leave that out, of course. So, Dan Buster putting in 15.666. And he's heading into the corkscrew now. Batman just slightly ahead of him, but going to have Dan Buster for close company. So Dan Buster is going to pass him as Batman hits
Batman fully
the flag.
upside down, but didn't crash. That was
Of course he
quite
did, he's
impressive.
Batman.
Absolutely amazing.
Batman can fly upside down.
Yeah.
The amazing thing is Batman is here during the day. His vitamin D levels are going to be spiking. Batman's body's going to be like, what
absolutely.
is this?
Actually flying by sonar.
In the day,
That battery isn't
Crazy.
happy, is it? Batman's battery not enjoying those tight turns at this point. Dan,
KPV. Now, KPV is
can we-
pilot in a place to poach here. What do I mean by that? I mean, at the end of the 9 rounds of quali so far, he was 7th. 6 gets you into the A final for the British Championship. He's not far off of it.
he
We
could
won't
be.
go on with the discussion of it all right now, but we do have 10 rounds of qualifying. So, Seb, I
10
think your
rounds?
magic can now update
Yeah,
us.
so we did update before that was all that very
I don't think we've
interesting
shown it.
discussion, but we haven't had a chance to talk about it.
So this now is after 10 rounds. So the 9 from yesterday and the one we've completed so far today, we are into qualification round 11. After the 10 full rounds with all 50 pilots flown, these are the current standings. If we were to stop now, those top 6 pilots would be in the A final later today for the British Championship title.
Correct.
So it hasn't changed.
So there's not going to be a lot changing at the top of the table.
Although
at
Lightsail's
this
gone
stage.
from 5th to 4th,
Yeah.
and I think Gilbert has gone up to 5th, and Finn's was 4th and is now on the cusp. And it's KPV, who we were watching just then.
Yep. So there'll be changes here of 1 or 2 positions.
Yeah.
But as we start to look down the board, once we get past into that bottom set, we're going to find. So in 42nd place, I forget who it was that was the first of the DNQs.
It was Derek FPV.
So Derek FPV was the first of the DNQs in 42nd. Well, he's not there anymore.
No, he's gone to 46th because he still hasn't got that 6th run.
Yep.
Whereas Derpy's passed him, Druid's passed him because they do.
Yep, so you can see that 6 at the start of that time there. It's just gone onto the interval as I say that. But when it flicks back from interval to total time, you'll see Druid's got his 6. So
Yeah.
everybody from Druid upwards now has a 6. Derek is the highest non-qualifier. And I say non-qualifier because that's a technical term that
Yeah,
describes it, but he still qualifies. He still races in the finals.
Yes.
But he hasn't achieved enough 3-lap. And again, that's that consistency thing.
So
but
let's go,
let us not harp on it.
No, let's
Anymore.
go. Let's go back to the front runners of that though. Nice. So Dan Buster has now passed King Joshi again. So King Joshi was at the top after 9 rounds. After 10 rounds
Yeah.
complete,
But look at that
Dan
interval.
Buster has passed him. It was only about 1.5 the other way. Now
Yeah.
it's this way again.
Yep.
Uh,
So 20.132 against 21.08, an interval of 1 point something seconds. I'm not doing math with a hangover. It's not happening. So an interval of 1.6, and there's an interval of 9 seconds then between Carb and King Joshi. Lightsail 19 seconds behind Carb. Gilbert 0.4 of a second behind Lightsail. So Lightsail.
So that's the combined time. So you can see with the roughly 14 seconds between Finn's FPV, who's in the A final, and KPV, there you go, 14.5, and KPV, who's not in the A final, that 14.5 is the gap between them from your 6 laps and his 6 laps, from Finn's and KPV's.
No, not 6 laps.
Sorry, six runs.
rounds
Yeah, yeah.
of 3 consecutive
Yeah.
laps.
So
So-
it's hard to go,
It's very
how
hard.
can KPV find that without seeing all of their individual times?
Well, KPV would have to do a 3 consecutive lap run 14 seconds quicker
Yeah.
than Finn's at this stage
Yeah.
because of the averaging, because there aren't enough rounds left.
Yes.
He could split that 14 seconds over being faster 7 times by 2 seconds because it
Around,
averages
yeah.
out. And this is where, as commentators, it's incredibly difficult to
I
explain.
mean, it's possible that a pilot has 6 times banked, but they're their only 6. They crashed all the other 4 times. And their slowest one of the 6 that are scoring for them, that are banked for them,
Yep.
is way off the pace.
Oh, yeah,
Right? It could be
absolutely.
1 minute and 30 seconds because
Yep.
so they could have a dreadful time counting as one of those 6.
Yep.
And when they get a solid one in, that slowest one is replaced.
Yep.
And then they leap by a 30-second
Exactly
average. And not a 30-second, then a time that was 30 seconds slower is dropped off. That means their total time improves by 30 seconds. Boom.
Yep.
A finals.
Yep. Wouldn't it be so much easier to commentate if it was your single fastest 3 consecutive?
Not only easier to commentate, but far more importantly for me, easier for pilots and people to know.
Yeah,
Right? I need to finish this lap with a 7-second improvement,
yeah.
or 30-second improvement, or whatever. So we're looking at here Tweed 8M1, FPV Mark, Scotty 2, and ISR. And I am also aware that we haven't, for those of you who weren't with us yesterday, really explained this track. So I think if we find a pilot who's going to start another lap, and I'm trying not to curse you, ISR, but that's the start gate. You go through here and then ladder up. So you go through the bottom gate, do a right-hand turn, and then go through the top. This is a split S, over the top of it, and then back through it. This is a more common split S, as there's only one gate up and one gate down. That's a dive gate, although I know you fly it as a split S, but that's a dive gate. That's a corkscrew. I'll explain more. This is the trickiest part. We call this a triple ripple. Find the middle gate, swing left, then hard right, go for that line. And that is the landing zone, where we've been commenting on how close pilots can get to the flag. They don't need to, we just like making stuff up. Ta-da! Back to this. Yeah, it's
Somebody's
tricky.
still flying.
Oh.
Scotty do done with a 120
Oh, it is still flying, my bad.
3 consecutive results.
Our bad.
Scotty do
You
done.
let me drive. Let me drive. The moment I switched to him, he crashed. Did I do that?
Yeah,
No,
yeah, that
that's
was
not
you.
my fault.
That was 100% you.
The race is complete.
So people watching on your smart TV, I like it, up on the big screen. Hi! Alexa, please follow Matt Andrews TV on YouTube. That won't work, but it was...
FPV.
So we've got XOXO,
Sorry, I do not understand, as
Carb,
usual.
Light Sail, Steeth, Anti-Hype, and Circles in brackets.
Anti-hype. Circles.
It's the triple ripple. It's the triple ripple, is what
We're
it's
having a
called.
discussion over what's called the triple ripple. Derpy, what do you think we should call it? Oh, it's an extended Dutch 8 with a 180.
It's a triple ripple.
Extended Dutch 8 with a 180.
That really trips off the tongue. Yes.
Well, let's find out.
Boner hates me for saying that the dive gate is a split S, but it is.
I haven't said it's split. It's not a split S.
It is. It's a split S. You fly,
Oh, so, okay,
you fly
you've been
over
talking
the top
about-
of
okay,
it
so
and then
let's-
back under the bar, so it's a split S.
So a split S, if you think of a letter S, and look at me writing it the way for the audience, because I'm a fan of you. So there's an S. Look at that. See what I did there?
Yeah, very good.
So if you think of the top half of it, which is why then I sort of think, well, why are we calling it split S? Why are we not just calling this a C? So the top half of it is a C, right? You go through and you come out the other way.
Yeah, that's a
That's
bit
a
weird,
C.
isn't
Why
it?
is it a split S?
It's a split
It's only a
C.
split S in traditional aeronautics, acrobatics, if you do all of it anyway, rather than rewriting the whole sport. You go through the top, you turn, you come out through the bottom.
Yeah.
Now, the dive gate, big square gate, it's level, by the way. I know you might not be able to tell from the camera angles because perspective is a thing, but it is a level square. That really doesn't look like it, and it's still frozen. But that is a level gate. It's droopy, yes, but the four corners are level. Some racetracks will say you have to fly over that from a certain side, you have to exit it from a certain side. Have we got an exit side but not an entry side, haven't we?
We've got an exit side,
Yeah,
yes.
but not an entry side, yeah. XOXO, Carb, Light Sail, Steeth, Anti-Hype, and Circles. Now, oh my! Why, whoa. Now, this is important. This is Steeth trying to get his 5th qualifying lap.
This is for...
Sorry, not 5th qualifying lap, his 5th consecutive, I mean, this is where it falls over, isn't it, an explanation. He's only got 4 sets of 3 consecutive laps banked. He has to have 6. He only has this run and 1 more. That means he has to finish this.
Yep.
He has to do 3 laps. And then the times and where it places him, we'll find out. But he has to get them banked. And we're focusing on Steeth because where he is in the leaderboard is nowhere near where he should be in the
No,
leaderboard.
this is for all the marbles. Well, this one and the next one.
And it was 3 rounds today. He didn't finish the one that we've already had. There's 3 laps. Just to fully explain, in the top there, 7/202.995. That means if he carried on at this pace, he would finish 7 laps in a combined time of 2 minutes and 2.995. There's no way his drone will last that long because the battery on it, the LiPo, can't fly for that long. To be honest, I find that a little bit redundant, the pace time on
It is,
like that.
yeah.
But that's what it means for those of you who are
It gives
interested
you
in
an
how this
idea
all-
of
how this all
pace.
Anti-hype circles that's still flying. Anti-hype's done 3 laps. His expected pace, if he were to continue like this, would be 6 laps in a 2:19. Whereas Circle's 7 in a 2:15, I think I said. So you can see, okay, that's a difference between them. But more importantly, Anti-hype's finished 4. Circles, he's finished 5. It doesn't matter that he finished 5 and not 4, and he got that extra lap. What matters is how quick his best 3 laps were out of them. And it's all these little extra layers.
But this is why we're here.
Yes.
If we weren't
Good
here,
point. If we don't keep it as complicated, I might have
if we weren't here to tell you all these things, then it wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. And yeah, the 7 laps pace thing is a little misleading, but it gives you an idea of the pace they're flying at.
Yeah.
It's
I just feel there's so much information that is going into calculating people's positions for the all-important
Guys.
finals,
yeah.
Guys,
and you can't see that.
I'm really sorry. I just hit the wrong button on live time. And
Hold
I've
up.
lost all those results.
Oh.
I'm really sorry.
So Steve 3, that all-important 3 that Steve needed to bank, there has been a technical issue,
Seventh finish.
and the times have been lost by the race director. He's had a glitch on his laptop.
He's lost them.
Did his best, but he's lost those times. Steve has to go out.
Do we now have to
And
race that race
he
to the
has to-
exact same times,
He has to go and do that again.
and we have to say exact same words?
Yes, yeah.
Can he not manually enter the times? Oh, we haven't got them on screen, so we don't have them. Hi.
Can I give a message out?
Do we need to check it first?
No, it's to the Australian military.
Oh, okay.
Yes, go
It's
ahead,
not
yeah.
coordinates for a strike, is
No,
it?
I just want to
Oh
tell
no,
them
is this
that-
like the invasion?
No, I just want to tell them that they better bring their A game in 2 weeks' time at Micah 24 because the British military are coming for the
We
coming
need
for the
to
win.
we need to talk about what's just happened out on track. I want to have this discussion with you. Can you come back to us with that later? Because there is the military race in a couple of weeks that I would love to
Oh,
chat
well.
to you about.
Yeah, that'd be
So
cool.
please do.
Yeah,
please come
chat
back
to
with us
us.
for that. But we need to.
Hold this race a minute while we get these results.
All right, so
So
I think-
actually, maybe we can recover them.
I think that's what's being attempted. The VAR judge may actually be able to give Jamie these results. VAR is worth its weight in gold
Yeah.
when you need it. It's an insurance policy. It's a safety net. People are like, what do you need VAR for? You need it when you need it, and you can get through whole weekends and never need it. But something like this happens, yeah. The VAR judge earns his money right
and
now.
you've worked really hard on implementing that. I think you led on that.
Yep, yep.
So for people who are now going VAR, they have VAR. What? This is like the review process, as opposed to. I mean, we're not talking about the football. Did it go in or not? What are we talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah. So this is an FPV Racing Solutions innovation that we've driven over the last 2 years, and as we move towards HD0 and spotters not necessarily having the same goggles as the pilots, so some could be analog, some could be HD, and that's fine because they can spot from a big screen. But it also means that the race directors then started to get into a world where they didn't have the DVR to do a playback. So in the olden days, we used to pipe everything through a CCTV box that was recording to hard drive, and you could go back and you could review a race. And we started to lose that because of the technology,
Yeah.
no other reason. So we looked at implementing VAR. So we now have RC Maniac 98, who also provides all of the track cams as part of his VAR setup and the hardware that he runs. But he has a full screen recording of each pilot, of each race. At the beginning of each race, a new file is started on his hard drive with that video in it. So it's not, reams and reams and reams that you have to fast forward and go back through. The file name is the pilot's name. I'm giving away all the proprietary data, but there we go. The time that it was run, and you can literally load that up and watch the whole thing back.
So it's an extra level of review,
Yeah.
which is rarely called on.
very rare nowadays. Jamie is
Okay,
top level RD,
if we get
very
the
rarely
VAR,
needs
I'll sort out
VAR. His timing equipment is on the ball, it never misses a lap. But if anything does happen, you've got the VAR. And alongside VAR, there is a part of VAR is a second timing system. So it's not connected to Jamie's timing system, and it gives us it's using rotor hazard, and it gives us a graph of video strength over time. So you can go back and you can look at, oh right, there was a little peak here, but it didn't count a lap. Oh, if I look at the video and you can play the graph against the video, oh, on the video he crosses the start-finish line. It was a pass. And he can tell the race director that. And also, I suspect what's just happened is Jamie just lost that round, and he's just gone to the VAR judge, have you got it? And James, RC Maniac, has said, yeah, I've got the times for you. Let me just check. Boop, boop, boop. There you go.
I think it'll be a little bit of a manual process to get them in.
It will. He'll have to manually, he'll have to do an edit in live time, and that is a possibility. There's a section in live time where you can go in and you can adjust times. So the VAR judge will be talking to the race director, and problem solved.
So there you go, a little bit of an insight into all the stuff that goes on here. We were hoping to bring you an interview with Jamie, who's the race director here, about what it's like to be a race director. Because if anybody out there is ever thinking, oh, you know, we'd like to run an event at my local club or whatever, what do we need and how do we do it? And also, you know, as well as telling you that information, I particularly, as a presenter, love showing, and I did this a lot on my YouTube channel, which now all of your Alexas have subscribed you to, on my YouTube channel, Matt Andrews TV, if you are interested in any of this stuff behind the scenes of TV and theatre and so on, I have a lot of that on my YouTube channel. That's what I used to show from various events that I attended around the world, including drone races, but also esports. Because I only get to be here and talk about it, and you see me doing so thanks to the work of an enormous team of people who you don't see. And I will champion them, whoever they are, whatever event it is, all day long. That dive gate is still standing, but somebody really tried to knock it down, unintentionally, but it just took a bit of a hit.
Martin FPV. Druid FPV. Matt. Cyber Saxon. Aaron. Matt. 45 St. Martin FPV. Druid FPV. Cyber Saxon. 30 seconds left. Matt. 15 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, Martin FPV. 6, Druid FPV. 3, 2, 1. Matt done with a 127.1 top 3 consecutive result. Aaron done with a 135.4 top 3 consecutive result. Martin FPV done with a 146.1 top 3 consecutive result. All pilots are finished. Druid FPV done with a 144.2 top 3 consecutive result. The race is completed. Up next, race number 7. FPV. Heat 7 of 9. Race orders. Heat FPV. Around. Ducky Breeds. MIT. Car. On the roads. start of the race. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Thirty seconds to the start of the race. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
'Okay, guys, just to confirm, we will not need to rerun Heat 5. We have the results from VAR, so thank you to them for saving my arse.
So I can just hear race director Jamie there, just
at the
confirming
VAR.
that VAR have saved his bottom.
I'm going to have to rejig my stream deck so that doesn't happen again. It was just I'm not thanking Rotor Hazard. Not happening. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so let's get going again on the next round. We're off and running. It's going to be Steve Arama Rhodes. Who's he going to be chasing this time? Is he going to keep that consistency going? Is it going to be another 3 consecutive? Qualifying round 11. I can see Derpy out in front of our commentary position here again. She doesn't sit on the flight line. She told us yesterday evening that it's because she's getting too much interference in her goggles. She's got a lovely clean picture here from our system, so hopefully she's getting that in her goggles as she crosses the line. A much improved pilot, Derpy Hooves. Oran's giving us a lovely view of the scenery, and turtles. He was the right way up, but he's turtled to the wrong way up. That's a bit unusual. Perhaps damaged the prop when he went down, maybe. So Steve Rama Rhodes is in 6th, but still going. It's Cruz out in the lead. Oran was showing 2nd, but it's going to be Derpy now that's gotten up ahead of him, I would wager. They're in the triple ripple. As Steve comes round the corner and through that double to the triple ripple. Here he comes. And out he comes on his way to the start-finish line. Cruz is having a problem. He's got it back on track. Still showing as out in the lead. As MIT comes over the hurdle and into the drop. That was a lovely line. Derpy in 4th. Steve has fought his way up to 3rd. As the 2 minutes is done, Carl has taken the victory. Cruz has parked it. Derpy in the triple ripple. Comes round and completes that. Across the line. All pilots are finished. And that's it. Heat 7 of 9, qualifying round 11 is on the books. Nicely done, pilots.
Up next, race number 8. FPV
So only 2 more rounds to go. 2 more heats to go of this qualifying round. Then we will do it all again one more time. And that will be qualifying complete for the 2024 UK Championships. And we will head into the finals. So what would those finals look like if they started right now? Which obviously they're not going to. That was some results from another race. So your A final right now looks like Dambuster, King Joshi, Carb, Lightsail, Gilbert and Finns. Your B final looks like KPV, Circles, Matt FPV, Mr. E, Hairy Haggis and Seckham. The C final looks like Raycon, Bearman, Floss's Boss, Orangutan, Just G, XOXO. Tweed, Batman, Antelope, Iron, Silver Fox, 8M1. That's a well-matched group there. Let's see if they stay in those positions. Armit, Scotty Doom, Madden Sum, Cyber Saxon, Gogs and Specs FPV. Again, that's pretty well balanced. And these are the places that could really swap around though, here down in the bottom part of our 2 tables in the F final. Because as you can see, we still have pilots that are officially not qualified after 10 rounds of racing. This is the 10 round result. So obviously nothing makes sense until you finish a round. Derek FPV sitting there on 5 3 consecutives completed, and Clive sitting there on 3 consecutives completed. Steeth, MIT, what's up FPV? Steeth and MIT can complete, I believe Steeth did complete his 3 consecutives, so he's now currently sitting on 5. He will need 1 more in qualifying round 12 to get himself into the 6 runs completed. What's up FPV cannot. With 3 in the bag, 4 in the bag, I think he got his 3 last time out. He doesn't have enough left. The best he can do is 5 3 consecutive runs. So who's up next? It's Armit, Iron Ryan, Gogs, RC Maniac 98, who I've just seen go running past me actually. So I think he might be, having a quad problem. He's unplugging. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yeah, there we go. I think he's turned it off and on again. So let's cross our fingers for RC Maniac. Let's see if we've got a feed for him. Yes, we have. A lovely picture there coming back from RC Maniac's quad. So we've got video. Assuming he's got control, he will be in this heat. I can see him running back to the pilot line and grabbing a chair. So I think he's going to compete. No video for J-Ro or Gogs. They could be on pit mode, which is a mode you put the drone into just to stop it from overheating, because transmitting video causes heat. So as the countdown begins, their video should come back as they turn their VTX on. Now you can see Gogs' VTX is complaining about being a bit hot, 77 degrees C. As soon as he gets some wind through the frame, he'll be fine. And RC Maniac, after all that running to get ready, goes straight down and picks up half a forest on his lens. That's going to be huge amounts of fun to fly with. And by that I mean absolutely awful. This will take a heroic effort. Do some flippy floppies. See if you can dislodge whatever that is. What a nightmare for RC Maniac, who does need to get 3 in the bag. It's Armit out in the lead, Iron Ryan behind him, and I say Iron Ryan just as he hits the deck. So Gogs has got an opportunity now to get through and past him. Iron Ryan is trying to get himself the right way up. He was the right way up, but he ended up upside down again. Sometimes hints towards a damaged arm or a damaged prop. Nope, he's good. He's back in the air. But Gogs is through him. It's Gogs into the triple ripple. And RC Maniac tussling with the drop. Still got that piece of grass on his lens, which is making his life nothing but difficult. Amit has gone down from the lead. Iron Ryan showing as in second place. So all that time he lost has stayed lost. He's slipped down to third as Goggs gets across the line. Amit's being down and Iron Ryan's problems have given Goggs the opportunity. Goggs is on his third lap, on a pace for 5, so he's putting in good laps. Amit's not coming back. Iron Ryan's trying to fight his way back into it. RC Maniac still flying with half of a tree on his lens. That's quite impressive. RC Maniac across the line. Iron Ryan takes second place. It's RC Maniac fighting with J-Ro. Goggs putting 5 laps in the bag there. RC Maniac across the line and then rolls to a finish, eventually stops rolling. Any landing you can walk away from, right? So everybody is landed. Which brings us into our Clash of the Titans. Oh, that's not the Clash of the Titans screen at all.
No,
in any way, shape or form. Should we ask that to have another go?
I'll push that slider up and then people can hear all the wittiness I just said.
Yes, it was wasted wittiness.
It's really good. I was just chatting to David.
Oh yes.
Sir David, yeah. Yeah, he's a fan.
Which
Nice.
which David?
Well, he said he was Sir David.
Sir David. Oh,
David Attenborough.
Dr. Attenborough. Right, I'm going to press that button again. It's going to work. Yes, there we go. See, it's almost like we know what we were doing. So is he been watching avidly? Has he?
Yeah.
Avidly?
He's still looking in the bushes over there for a quad. I don't have the heart to tell him we think we've got it. He was really enjoying himself. Had a whole crew and everything. I'm just catching up on the chat. M-Line, I know you said this a while ago. You race in a low spectator sport doing local shows and the uptake is steady of new members. And then a little while later you said, I race dogs instead of drones. M-Line, are you...
I have deja vu.
Yeah, we talked about this before, didn't we? It's...
The thing where
that's
the
at
dog
Crufts with
runs and pushes the button and the
they
ball
smash
comes
their
out
face
and
into a wall at high speed
yeah.
and they get a ball and they run back with it the other way.
Yeah,
I can't... it's something ball, I'm sure.
I have deja vu.
It's not dog ball, but it's it's that, isn't it, Emma? Is that what you're talking
it
about?
might be dog ball.
Maybe it's not. Maybe
If
you're
I was
racing
in-
dogs. Maybe you're a greyhound owner.
If I was in charge, I would call it dog ball.
Boner FPV earlier said, and this is the main reason I wanted to go back to the chat.
All right.
You two are our own personal Statler and Waldorf.
Who said that?
Boner FPV.
Okay, take a seat.
So Boner, does that mean you're going to bring me with him to do the Statler and Waldorf in your race? Yeah, the Dutch Drone League. Do you want the double act? I don't think anybody really wants this double act.
What, Statler and Waldorf?
Yeah.
That wasn't bad. No, was it? That wasn't half bad. It was all bad.
Oh my word.
That's the only one I can do.
We may be showing our age.
No, the Muppets are universal. Right, we're keeping up with you, everybody. Let's try and keep up with the pilots too. Medi79 has it on the smart TV in the living room. The wife is here and listening along, but she struggles as the faster pilots give her headaches due to being too fast. Understood. Understood. Bonus points if you land on a cone in the landing flag. Keep that for future use. Love the commentary duo, said Tom F. Oh, bless
Thank you,
Tom
Tom.
F. Thank you so much. Thank you. We aren't keeping up with you. When are the finals happening?
Today.
Later. After round 12 of qualifying, and we are just about to finish round 11, which means update time soon.
Coming soon.
Fly
Fly ball.
ball.
called fly ball.
It is fly ball. It is fly ball.
Not dog ball.
No, not dot ball. Fly ball. Now Alex Kubrak has beat me to a thing I was going to lead into, which is, so who do you think is actually going to win? Reckons the British champion will be Dan Buster takes the win, followed by Carbon Light Sail, but if Joshy manages to keep calm in the finals, he'll win. Ooh.
Joshy does struggle with consistency in the finals. It gets into his thumbs a bit, I think.
Yes, it is flyable. And you were the one who was talking about it last time. No props, Daz. Gotcha.
Ah, marvellous. Well, I'm glad to have you back. A returning customer. That's always a good thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back to the British Dog Ball Racing Association. That's not a thing. Not a thing.
Oh, what's up?
What's up? Hit. It was just gently hovering around the dive gate to go through. Hit it. It's just swinging a little bit, not very much. Clive. So this is the bigger of the two split S's. You call it the uncovered tunnel. It's interesting that you call a dive gate a split S when it's a dive gate, and you call the thing which is a split S the uncovered tunnel when it's a split S. Just saying. Here's a corkscrew. What's a corkscrew, Matt? Well, you go through one gate and then over the top to go through the second. So you could literally do what we might think of as a traditional loop-the-loop, but pilots don't really do that unless it's a massive corkscrew. Instead, it's a kind of part inverted, big rollover. You never really fully... Oh, it's hard to explain. I've been having a day of hard to explain.
Look, it's the triple ripple and we love it.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I meant the corkscrew before.
No, I was just trying to distract you.
Oh, thank you. So what's up, FPV? Is not getting 3 laps in. That says they did 2. Well, 1. Oh, my. Have they landed? Yes, that's a landing. Clive is across the line to get 3 in. See, right now, I'd like to see their combined time for 3. Not 4 predicted.
If
And then
only,
it says 3 and 1:45.
if only we could. If only we could. But,
Right, so we might have a little bit of a break now between what was round 11 and what will be round 12, which is the final round of qualifying.
yes.
That's good, because now you can do some magic tappy-tappy, and we can show you the standings before the final round of qualifying, the last chance for pilots to change it. And what will that lead into? Let me explain.
So
When this final... You do your tappies. When
I
the
can't.
12th round... What do you mean?
because he's doing admin. So that means
Oh,
the
so
results
we gotta wait
aren't
until it-
synchronized yet.
Yeah, because of the round that needs to be...
Yes.
So I checked, and yes, thanks to the amazing VAR system implemented by FPV Racing Solutions and his team, they are getting the times from the race that the timings were lost on.
Yep. From VAR.
VAR have it.
Yep.
It's being
good.
input. It won't be lost.
Good.
So we've got 11 rounds complete, which we'll show you the standings of as soon as we can. Then everybody has one more go.
Yep.
And so for some pilots, their place is fairly assured, right? But for other pilots, an amazing 12th run means that their slowest of their currently banked lap runs is dropped, and therefore their overall time has improved, and that's maybe the final ahead of you than the way you are. There will be, at the end of today, after the 12th round of qualifying, a lot of finals, and we haven't explained how they work yet. All the pilots after these 12 rounds of qualifying, they will all be ranked by the timings that we've been explaining all along. The 6 pilots with the best 6 combined times, the fastest ones, that is your A final. And the A final, those top 6 pilots, that is your British Championship final. Right, one of those 6 will be the best of the day and therefore the British champion for 2024. But the 7th to 12th pilots will be the B final, and the 13th to 18th pilots will be the C final, and so on and so on. Every pilot will be in a final against pilots who finished all the qualifying rounds at basically the similar sort of time. So
Yep.
the finals will be ranked by them, and therefore we'll have a competitor who's in an E final, for example, against pilots who have been very similar through 12 rounds of qualifying.
Well, that's the aim of qualifying, right? You know,
Yeah.
just like motorbike racing, car racing,
Yes,
and all forms of racing. Qualifying is there to seed you into a race.
Yes.
And we're unusual in that we spend 99% of our event qualifying.
70, yeah, I mean, honestly, it's about 60 or 70% of the event. Yeah.
Before we actually then go into the finals. And the finals are only 3 races. But it's...
Each.
Yep. 3
So we will do...
triple finals for all.
Yeah, so we'll do, I think there'll be an I final for our slowest pilots.
Yep.
So we'll go I final, H final, G final, and so on and so on and so on to the A final. And then they'll get a second go, and then they'll get a third go. And then it is not 3 consecutive laps and calculations behind the scenes. It is a race from the blocks. None of this, doesn't matter when you hit the start gate, your time starts from when you cross the start line. No, this is from the blocks to the finish gate,
Yep.
after the racing laps.
Yep.
Points for being the winner. This pointing system is what for the finals?
10, 7, 5, 10, 7, 5, 3, 2, none.
None. Okay, right.
Don't quote me on that,
So
because I
first
may have
across
made
the
that up.
line in the E final will get 10 points.
Yep.
Seconds, and there'll be 3 races of every final. So then there can surely be no doubt that any pilot was in a final that they didn't earn by being here,
Yep.
and that your result in that final is
Yep. And
it's
we
not a
will
once-off thing.
we will try to tell you the story of those. If you remember the last time we did this at Weston Park, and we had all that juggling with
Yes.
spreadsheets. It is difficult to do. It's something that needs to be automated, but we have to do it manually.
Yep.
So we'll try and bring you the story of those points
Yeah.
as we go on through the finals. We'll have a little gap in the middle where we'll hopefully get all those spreadsheets set up, ready to go.
Well, more importantly, the pilots will then know which final they're in,
Yep,
and then they need to
absolutely.
prepare for that. So
Yeah.
yeah, there will be a short break in between the two.
Yep,
I
yep.
think.
And I think we've got some 7-inch spec racers that would like to do a bit of a demo race for us.
I did not know that.
While we're
Oh, yeah.
doing that bit of admin. So Jamie will have a bit of admin to do, race director Jamie.
Yep.
And we'll have a little bit of admin to do here as well. And the 7-inch spec racers, I believe, are going to go out on track and give us a bit of a demo,
Oh, that's exciting.
give us a bit of a show. I think
Oh, I
that would
love
be quite
that.
interesting.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that.
Something that I would hope would start to become a thing in the UK in the next season.
7-inch spec racing.
Would be interesting, yeah.
For those who don't know,
7-inch quads.
so these are 5-inch quads.
Yep.
So let's make sure people are fully aware here. So a 5-inch quad,
has
quad,
5
4 arms,
Yep.
it's drone with 4 arms.
And 5-inch props.
Yeah, so
Yeah. So
7-inch, slightly bigger props. Frames,
the frames, I don't remember the size, but there's a weight spec, I think, for them. They are built to a spec, basically,
Yes.
which I shan't decimate by trying to make it up off the top of my head. But because they're built to that spec, they're that bit heavier. The bigger props make them fly differently. They tend to be absolutely covered in LEDs, which is brilliant for
Love it.
a commentator.
yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting to see those fly. Titanium FPV. There's a bit of audio hiss. Not sure if it's
Matt's mic, because it keeps breaking up a bit.
honestly.
Should be okay, but thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, thank you for the update. If there's a little bit of hiss, that's probably the sort of thing that we're going to live with. We are in the middle of a field.
True.
You know, if we were on a sound stage, I would be upset. But
Yeah.
best
It's all
en-
part of the ambience.
best endeavours in the middle of a field with the equipment that we can afford. Let's put it that way.
Which is excellent, by the way. People have really, you in particular, have really done a great job in bringing this, putting this together for the finals. All the pilots are happy. I've not heard anybody complain. I've not heard anybody ask for a rerun or a protest or anything.
Have you gotten on with your squirrel better? I have upgraded your squirrel from Weston Park. You are now on a different headset. Yes, you're on a Behringer headset now.
Oh.
Because your squirrel kept wiggling around, didn't it, at Weston Park? You were having squirrel issues, and
He needs this.
it's a much more stable squirrel now. I've got the wobbly squirrel.
Just age. Boner FPV is convinced, is really upset that you're calling his dive gate a split S.
I know. I'm only playing with him.
I know. Titanium's also rooting for Dambuster and Lightsail, Delta Hawks members to represent. For B final, he'd like to see a battle between KPV and Circles. I think that's fairly likely. I think you'll get what you want there.
Well, what does our B final currently looks like? KPV taking pole position and Circles in P2. Matt FPV is a bit of a dark horse there, though. He could possibly, if he has 3 good runs, could launch a bit of an upset there. Mr. E, again, I'm going to say Mr. E super quick pilot, but of course they are. They're in the B final. So let's not be at all surprised by that. We have a money spider.
Yeah, there's a
Hello.
lot of spiders in the tent today. Lovely. Money spider.
Yep.
That's what they're called. Oh, wives' tale, I think. Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us. Cerberus and myself, Matt Andrews. And make sure you do follow the BDRA on all social media to keep up with when future races happen and the rest of the calendar. And the growth of the sport in the UK as more and more clubs form. We've talked about a few, like Aware and SGDC have some pilots represented here as well. We were chatting with Dan Buster, and he was saying One of the reasons he's flying so quickly here is because he's doing more practice. Makes sense. Where is he doing the practice? Here,
Yep.
as it turns out. BuckyFPV.co.uk, I think
Yep.
he said, was this brand new club that's here at the BMFA Buckminster site. We are representing the British Drone Racing Association. We're here at BMFA Buckminster, that's the British Model Flying Association. So where we are, and this lovely location,
Still frozen.
which is frozen
that
in
was
time
frozen on us as
forever.
well. Oh, my
There
word.
we go. But this is part of it. This is the BMFA, British Model Flying Association's headquarters. This is where model flying enthusiasts, so people flying just to put it in simple terms, very big model aircraft, some of them being jet engine powered, some of them being props and so on. Big model aircraft flying around. This is where you would come and practice those if you're a BMFA member. And it's great that we now have a drone racing club established here for people to come and practice.
Yeah, we've got some great clubs up and down the country, all the way up in Hull FPV. The Scottish guys have got a few clubs going on up there. Fife FPV. There's Killer Quads, of course.
Yes, of course.
Killer Quads will be doing much more next year because
Based in
the West Midlands. So I'll have a lot more time on my hands for local racing this year, so that would be great. You've got SGDC over in Bristol, EHMC over on the other side, over in what's to the east of London, Kent.
Yep.
Yeah, so that sort of direction. Down south, down in Cornwall, you've got the Cornwall guys. They do a lot of Whoop stuff as well, which is amazing, and we're going to see more Whoop stuff on the BDRA calendar next year as the BDRA throw their support behind a UK champion for Whoop racing. So you will see a ratified, bona fide UK Whoop champion next year.
So Whoops, just to be clear, tiny drones.
Tiny drones, yes.
Yeah, smaller in
as-
some cases than the props on a bigger drone.
Yeah, as invented by Jesse Perkins over there in the States. Fantastic dude, very passionate guy. Little tiny things with ducted props that are perfectly safe to fly indoors until the dog catches it. So Bona says, if Matt leans to the right, his mic crackles. I
Yeah.
think
Here we go.
it's
This is an
your.
example of what we were talking about
I
yesterday.
think it's your body pack.
Is it? You're right.
Stage right.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
this is what we were talking about yesterday when I was giving some insights into
You-
behind the
you
scenes of
might-
theatre and TV.
You might need to.
Audience right and stage right are the opposites.
You might need to do what I'm doing. Just pop your body pack on the table.
So if I lean to my right, I apparently start crackling.
Yeah. Well, that's
In which case it is the aerial possibly bumping into the chair, so I've already moved it just in case that is where
so
it is.
that's what was happening to me yesterday, which is why I've put mine on the table.
It shouldn't be up there, should it? Because it's
No, it
actually
shouldn't be up there.
unprofessionally
Well, I know.
running mine through my shirt.
Well,
I've
it's
got it tucked down the back of my collar
I-
and out
all-
the bottom, so I can put it on a backpack.
all I can do is make suggestions.
And here's yours.
All I can do is make suggestions.
I know. I think it'll be okay if it doesn't touch the chair.
All right.
Yeah, stage right and audience right are opposite things. Audience right is what you're looking at, which is over here. Of course, this is my left hand. So this is stage left. This is stage right, but that's, if I put something on stage right, that's your left on the audience side. So whenever you're planning anything in TV production or live events or stage work and anything like that, whether there's a camera, as we're talking to you via now, or whether you would be here in person, you would talk in production terms of stage left and right or audience left and right, so that everybody knows which one you mean. I just hope you find this stuff interesting. This is the world I'm from, so I hope people find this sort of stuff interesting. Also, we're desperately filling. Sorry to break the illusion
Does it show?
and the magic.
Does it show? A little bit.
And sorry to confirm to anybody who was wondering, but yeah, this is called filling. What's filling in TV terms? Well, I'm glad you asked. You thought I was asking you. No. Filling is what happens when stuff is being waited for and presenters are trying to keep you entertained in between.
Yes.
We present to you the fill. That's not really the best. That's more like a sponsor break that you've just done there.
Oh, I
I
wish.
don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, we're filling. Why
We
are we
are- we
filling?
are filling.
Because a
Desperately
technical
filling.
issue meant that one of the heats in round 11, data was lost off one machine, but it was captured on a second. Why is it taking this long for that data to get updated? I actually don't know.
No, no idea. No idea whatsoever. Who's out there in chat? And have they stopped complaining?
Rachel Goggins, bless you, Rachel. Great commentating, guys. Really handy to explain things to people who don't know anything, but are watching to support their partner.
Thank you.
Rachel Goggins, thank you. That means a great deal, honestly, because it's so important to us that people like you
Yep.
are entertained.
Well,
and
everybody.
are
But
understanding it and also enjoying it. I want to tick off both of those things. I
It's
don't want people to just go,
incredibly-
yeah, I understand the numbers. I want you to have fun with us, so thank you so much.
it's very, very easy for us to explain what's going on to drone pilots who do it and race in it and
Yep.
understand it.
Yep.
So to explain it to people that don't do it and don't understand it and manage to make any modicum of sense, that's the target. That's the goal, right?
Absolutely,
So-
absolutely. We love the sport. We want more people to watch, whether they be involved through knowing a pilot or whether they are clicking around on a TV channel and they find one of the races I've done before on an international channel around the world somewhere. We want you with us, so thank you so much.
Yep.
Boosiv was on a mate stag do this weekend. That's why he's not here.
Impressive.
Oh, Boosiv, what happened? Tell us the dirt. Give us the dirt. Boner asked earlier on, did we hit sub 13 already? What he means by that is, has anybody done a lap in less than 13 seconds? No. No, we haven't. Whether anybody has improved on the lap time is unfortunately,
Yep.
due to software limitations, not something we can
No.
give you like we would like to. But never mind the
But
software
Boner says
limitations.
that next year he's going to join you guys. We're gonna make that happen, Boner. Anyway, me and Matt are coming to Holland. We're going to come and take over your live stream. We're going to come and do Dutch drone racing for you.
Is he invited, Boner? Is he?
Statler and Waldorf are coming. There is no escape.
Booster said it's not PC enough for the stream. All right then,
All right.
leave it there.
Enough said.
Right, you are. He means he can't remember.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. What's happening? Well, the sky is still beautiful. Those pilots have been there for absolutely ages.
Just stood there chilling.
We should really be focusing on them more, I feel. They've been by those starting blocks forever. How far do you reckon this mic will reach?
About halfway to where they're standing.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a real shame. Let me, actually, we were going to have a chat with a couple of interview guests. Let me see if I can rustle one up while we're waiting for this.
yeah,
I'll leave
see-
you in the hands of Serb to tell you about the weather.
See
As
if you
Fuse has
can-
asked you.
See if you can drag somebody in. What's Fuse asking me? How's the weather? The weather is crazy. Absolutely bonkers. The Met Office said that the rain we had first thing this morning was with us for the rest of the day. Well, this is not rain. This is beautiful.
Let's go into the last qualifying round, guys.
Oh, looks like we're going to start qualifying. We're going to start qualifying with these guys. Not sure about that, but there we go. So I can actually do an update. Now that the times have been verified, ratified, tabulated and corroborated. And yes, okay, it does look like we'll start at the bottom because that's where the big changes are likely to happen. And we can see that Clive now has his six. He has done 3 consecutive laps 6 times. Steeth has done 3 consecutive laps 5 times. MIT 5 times. WhatsApp FPV 3 times. So Steeth has the opportunity, if he can do 3 consecutive laps one more time, to power up that leaderboard, and we will see where he lands. Everybody else has got their 3 consecutive 6 times. So it's just a matter now.
Stop talking, then I'll get you
It's,
on your way.
it's just a matter now of seeing how much they can improve on one run with 3 laps. So here we go. It's Joshi, Finns, FPV Gilbert, Orangutan, Madansum and Bearman FPV that are flying in this one. And they're off and running. King Joshi needs to settle in and needs to get his thumbs under control. Super, super quick pilot. Just lacks that bit of consistency, but is adding polish to his game every time you see him out. The thing is, when you're on that ragged edge, it is very easy to make one tiny mistake. And there it is. There's that one tiny mistake. And that's that sort of thing that's costing King Joshi. And it looks like the little tap he took dislodged something. Could have been lipo. Could have been something electronic. Hopefully there's no soldering needed on that. But King Joshi is gone. So it's Finn's FPV that inherits the lead with FPV Gilbert behind him. Orangutan FPV is showing in fourth. Madensum has also gone down. So Behrman is going to naturally move up the field. So as they cross the line, it's Gilbert showing in the lead, but he's down. Finn's FPV shows a second. He must have the lead.
So we start off round 12, as Serb was saying, and the round that is the last chance for pilots like Orangutan to head back up the leaderboard where he was around the middle of yesterday, or for FPV Gilbert to try and solidify himself into the A final.
Yep.
Crash for Joshi, that's not going to matter for him. He's already the quickest. There's no way he's dropping out at A final. Finns won't go into the A final perhaps with as much confidence as he might have had.
Possibly.
With a couple of runs that haven't ended very well today.
So we can now, we were just mentioning while you were rounding us up an interview suspect.
Yes.
The bottom of the table is where some interesting changes are happening. There are changes at the top. They are interesting. I'm not saying that. But here we can see some of the more pronounced changes. Steeth is the last of our DNQs, but as you can see, he has 5 with 422 averaged across those 5. He just needs that one more 3 consecutive to give him 6 and catapult up the table. MIT in the same position. What's up, FPV? Nothing he can do because he has 3. The best he can do. Does he have 3 or 4? Come on, DNQ,
What's
go
FPV's
away.
got 3. Yeah,
Yep.
it's 3. So he'll only end up with 4. Steeth, yeah, that's interesting. So he's got 5 with a combined time of 4:22. If he got a 6th one along similar times, it would be roughly 5:10, which would put him, it might be 7th.
Could well be. So
48th to 7th
Yep.
on the cusp of the A final, the championship final.
So we're going to be looking out for a few pilots here to see what they can do in this closing round of qualifying. Steeth is the one for me to watch, but there's others to watch as well. Dan Buster currently sitting at the top. King Joshi's moved himself up into 2nd place. Carb slipping down into 3rd. Lightsail solidified that 4th. There's a big old gap from Lightsail to Carb, but there's no gap at all from Lightsail to Gilbert. So Gilbert could be looking at a table ahead of Lightsail in the A's if he can put those times in. KPV is just sitting there on the borders of TQ for final B. Finns currently will take pole position in that one. So there are stories up and down the tower here.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
looking for...
Here we go.
So
looking
Gilbert just
for-
got 3 and a 46.8. That is his best time by a few tenths. So Gilbert, who was 5th, probably in an A final.
Yep.
Now Matt FPV, who's been working so hard out the whole event, has got a few rounds to pick from. A good one here will make sure B finals. I think A finals are out of reach, but B finals. Harry Haggis has fell out of the B final, so he might just be able to scrap his way back up into it. Bearman, no, not Bearman. Silver Fox is down. Haggis is struggling. But yes, Matt FPV, yes. There we go, let's take a look at his brilliant work. That's the split S through the top, out through the bottom, swing around the flag, go through this dive gate, Here's the corkscrew I was telling you about, through one and through the second one in the same direction. Here you go, round that flag to the far side, down through the middle and out through the other gate. Is too quick to explain with a pilot like Matt FPV, who's flying so fast. Split S, top, bottom, round, dive gate, then corkscrew, through the right gate, over the top, through the left gate. This triple, through the right hand one, spin around the other flag, through the middle and out. Matt FPV finishing with a nice bit of style there. Just G, that's a good route through the dive gate. He should be very happy with that. Derek FPV just a little bit behind him, but also not slow through the dive gate there. That's really good too. Just G's coming to the line now. Going to try and get his 5th lap in. He's done 4. If he's a pilot, I think you might think, well, okay, maybe my laps 1, 2, and 3 were the best, or 2, 3, and 4 were the best, but it could be 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to do my 5th, and
Yeah.
regardless,
Yeah, he puts them in.
it's track stick time.
Yep.
He comes across the finish line there, getting 5 laps done. Derek is heading to the finish line and getting across it. So, in fact, as he started this lap,
Okay, guys.
he can try and finish it. He's got 30 seconds to finish it. He's got 17, 16, 15 of them remaining. I think he can do this. He's got enough time to make this final turn and cross that finish line. 6 laps flown. Well done, Derek. Not many people have managed to get 6 in one go.
That's impressive.
It is actually, isn't it? There's been very few runs where somebody has flown 6 laps. So well done, Derek.
Yes, we have been talking about that. Yes, he needs this top 3.
Raycon, yes, Connor Jarvis in the chat. He was 11th after the 11th round of quali.
Right,
He's up in the
guys,
next heat.
3, I need you all for RF Explorer. Heat 3,
The first few
please.
heats, it doesn't make stage go. It doesn't
Can he
make
improve on 11th?
things like, why is he down there? Why am I above him?
Seacam, Batman, Dan Buster, KPV, Mr. E, Raycon FPV, who we've just been talking about. The mysterious Raycon FPV. So, out of these pilots, after all the rounds of qualifying prior to this, KPV, 11th, sorry, 7th, B finals. He would need a massive improvement to increase his, to improve his time and go into the A finals. I think KPV in 7th is out of reach of the A finals. And our A finals are pretty much determined, but KPV leading the way for the B finals, and it will matter because when we get to the finals very soon today, as opposed to at the moment when the starting blocks are in a straight line, there's Matt FPV walking by, the starting blocks are in a straight line for qualifying, but for the finals, they will be staggered, and the pilot who qualified the fastest into a final, so in this case, for the B final, the pilot who was 7th on the leaderboard, because the B finals will be pilots 7 through 12. The fastest pilot, the 7th place pilot for that final, will be ahead of the others. The starting blocks will be staggered. So finishing above someone else, but being the same final as them, there is a little reward for getting into that final a little bit quicker. KPV, I think, has definitely got that. That 7th place secured, and will lead the B final out. The other pilots who are coming up in this, Batman, along with Seacam, Mr. E and Raycon. Mr. E, 10th, Raycon FPV, 11th, Seacam, 12th. As it happens, quite a large sort of cluster of pilots around a similar standard in this before the seeding even kicks in. But the fastest of everybody here at the British Championships, Dan Buster, who has been slamming in times. For a moment at the end of yesterday, after 9 rounds of qualifying, King Joshi was the quickest overall out of qualifying as it stood. He'd worked his way steadily up the leaderboard from a really good position. He'd been just for a short while top of everybody out of qualifying. It's now Dan Buster again who is back into that top position. King Joshi, second. I think that run that he had earlier on today, not going to do, no, he only got 2 laps in it. So clearly that's not going to change anything for him. So King Joshua will be locked in where he is. Can't improve. Can he be caught? Well, possibly, but not by enough pilots to drop him down into what we call the B final. Mystery 10th, though, as I mentioned. Raycon 11th. Seacam 12. You haven't lost sound burner. We're just keeping you on your toes, don't worry. Shep FPV asks, feel free to join in, by the way. Feel free to join in. Come on the chat. Okay. Shep FPV asks, how many laps do you think we'll get in the final? How is that going to get determined, Seb?
Okay, so the rules are that the A final will be 3 laps. That's it. 3 laps. No ifs, ands, or buts, or maybes. The B, C, D, E, F, G, H finals.
I as well, I think.
No. Down to H are based on the maximum number of laps that have been completed by a pilot in a reasonable representative race time. So you can't just go out there and do 12 really slow laps and say it's an 11-lap final.
One pilot doing that, yeah, doesn't fix it for everybody else.
So one pilot doing a load of laps, no, that's not how that works, and that's reflected in the rules. It's not in the spirit of the rule. So what we look at is we look at it and we say, look, loads of pilots have done 5 laps. So if loads of pilots have done a competitive 5-lap time,
as an example,
then it's a 4-lap final because we subtract 1.
Just to make it extra safe.
Because if a majority of them can do 5 safely and quickly, then surely everybody can do 4.
Yeah.
So
that seems reasonable.
It would be a 4-lap final. The I final,
yes.
the very last final of the event, the lap number is voted for by the pilots in the I final.
Yeah.
Unless they can't reach a consensus, in which case the race director will choose one for them.
Can they choose one?
Yes.
They could pick one.
No, it has to be a minimum of 3.
Minimum of 3.
Yep.
Do you know who's gone massively off track and crashed it down onto the grass? Your leader, Dan Buster.
Dan Busted.
Who has buried it, as Callie Ames said yesterday. Yeah, Dan Busted has come down. Yeah, not where I've seen any drones going down. But he doesn't need to worry, as it means he won't get 100% of his runs. He won't have 12 out of 12, but he'd already dropped one earlier at the end of yesterday anyway. So anyway, that's not what matters, as we've been telling you extensively. Seacam, though, through the drop gates, or the dive gates if you wish. And with close company, as I thought was coming. Yes, Seacam out through the middle. And he's in very close battles. Oh, Batman's upside down in the triple. Something sent him that way.
KPV
Didn't like that.
Has somebody in his lens.
Yeah, but the bat plane is back. Seacam going through the corkscrew while KPV is a little bit ahead of him actually to the line. So KPV in front of Seacam. Strong flying from the pilot who looks like 7th place is all definitely his. The A finals were within reach, but it's just got a bit away from him. And actually, when you look at this is okay, but this is not A final flying like we've seen some of the other pilots do. But this is also not as fast, I think, as KPV has been at other times over the weekend so far.
I think KPV isn't pushing to 100%
I agree,
here.
exactly.
I think
exactly.
he's reached that point of, I know where I am, I'm going to consolidate.
Yes.
And I'm going to make sure that I get the laps in, and commentator's curse.
Wow,
I think
look
it's
at that. You're
transferring
becoming a real commentator.
over to me. Oh, my word.
No, you're not having it. You're not having it. You're not having my commentator's curse. Wow, hang on. You might take my commentator's curse, but who am I without that?
We can share.
Dan Buster just started to move while we were watching that. Dan Buster, who disappeared, stage right, audience left, and stayed there for some time. Maybe he was taking what we said earlier about having a big run-up at the start gate a little bit too literally, as I think he was in another county. Oh well, doesn't matter. Only a couple of laps for him. Great atmosphere here, isn't there? Pilots coming over and chatting with us. Some of them don't want to be on stream, so they're hovering around at the
Clive
edges.
just came over to tell me to tell Boner he loves this track.
Well done, Boner. Great design. Yeah, it's a great atmosphere here, and you know, I'm highlighting that in particular right now because this is the final round of qualifying. This is the the edge, right? This is your last chance.
Yeah, last chance
to
casino right here.
affect where you will be seeded for the finals.
Yep.
And, for a large portion of these pilots, they didn't expect to be in the championship final. They didn't come here thinking they had a chance of being the British champion. They know where they roughly fit in a 50 pilot group.
Yep.
They know who's in the finals ahead of them.
Yep.
Who's quicker than them before even this began. But, they might be thinking, I want to make D final. Yeah, you've done that before, haven't you? You've come to an event, and actually a lot of pilots I've talked to are like, I'll be happy if I'm
Well, my target
D
is generally Steve Rammer Rhodes. Because when I first started out in the hobby, he was 2 finals ahead of me. And then I got to about his pace. And then I got ahead of him in a couple of events. And then the next couple of events just behind him. So he's become my de facto nemesis. So yeah, he's my yardstick.
Is that why our commentary position is in front of where he's been sitting? So you are in front of him?
No, it just happens to be that's where he's camped out. And actually, Steve doesn't bring a tent with him. He just puts his bed up in that corner. If there's a marquee at an event, he won't bring a tent. He'll just sleep in the marquee, which is like having a massive tent. Yeah, it's actually a work of genius.
What if all the pilots did that? That's this lovely, cosy dormitory kind of thing.
Could you
Everybody
imagine?
in here together.
Oh, the
You and I
chaos.
quietly commentating in the corner. And Steve rolls to the left, to the right, a little bit disturbed there
just
by
pull an
Clive
all-nighter.
just next to him.
Yeah.
And Clive just moving a little bit closer to Steve now. Oh, this is going to get unfortunate for them. They're getting way too close now. We'll cut it there.
Oh, and John
And the
snoring
headless
just getting a
people
little
walking
bit
in.
louder.
Yep. Our
There's
headless
racing.
guest,
There's racing.
Silver Fox, doing some squats in the background. Tweed SM1, 8M1, Simpo, FPV Mark, Scotty Do, ISR.
So I want to point something out, which we've just realised is we're talking about Steve and his 5 sets of 3. Well, the other person that has 5 sets of 3 is MIT.
Yes, that's right.
So not only does Steve have to make sure that he gets that 6th run, but imagine if he doesn't and MIT does. If MIT gets 6 sets of 3, MIT will leap up the board. If Steve doesn't, Steve will be in the I final.
He'll be 49th out of 50.
Yeah.
The only one who's got fewer than that is What's Up FPV with 3.
Yep.
So you're right, and Steve would be 49th, and everybody else, all 48 pilots,
Yeah.
will be seated above him. And Steve, who you think is A final a stretch, or B final, A final?
I think he's got A final in him. Yeah, definitely on a good day.
In the lowest final, the slowest final.
Yeah. So it's all to play for MIT and Steve in these last runs.
So our pilots who are going around right now, Scotty Doo's had a few video issues a few times. Just used to it and flies with it. Doesn't seem to put him off too much. ISR heading towards the dive gate. Now FPV Mark is far, far away from the entry to the split air. No, he went through the top and just did a massive turn to find the bottom. Oh, it was the ladder. The ladder, he went incredibly wide. I thought it was the split S. He was so far from it.
He's not pre-turning those very much at all. He's going through and then turning.
And then recovering, really.
Yeah, so
it's like, right, where am I now?
He's got time he can add to his armory there. If he can start just getting those pre-turns in a bit more.
Yeah, just take another bit of a look at this. Ooh, duck, get through there. Yeah, so this one sent him very far. You're right. You watch as he flies through a gate, there's no turning before he goes through.
Yep.
And this is what a lot of pilots do.
So
but this is also a way to improve.
So that one really shows it there as he goes through the top, turns and comes back.
Yeah.
And your quick pilots are turning as they go through that top gate.
The real high-level professionals, they have no vision on the gate at all as they go through it. Because they've turned so far, they know they're online for it, and they just have that confidence to think, I can still turn out. The momentum will go through the gate. But I'm ready for the next bit.
Yeah, and that's something you'll see a pilot like FPV Mark start to add to their arsenal.
Yes.
As you get smoother and quicker,
Yep.
and then you're able, it's a bit like learning to drive. When you're learning to drive, you make that mistake, you keep looking at the gear stick to figure out what gear you're in.
Yeah.
When that becomes instinctive, you have more brain power available to work on other things. So now as he has more instinctive flying, that's when he can start adding in that pre-turn, and that time will start coming to him.
You're right about the gear thing being something you're not looking for anymore, but I mean, that's relating to driving the car, right? That's not looking at your pedals and not looking at your gears. Obviously, what these pilots are actually, I mean, with the goggles on, they're not looking at anything to do with their controller anyway. What this is about is, I'm going to make that turn without looking at it.
Yes.
I'm confident enough that my line before it is done,
Yep.
I can concentrate on the bit after it. Seeing pilots like go into massive, banked drones, pitching before they've even gone through something at the pro level is, it's bold. But that's where
it's
you can get to.
understanding where the drone's going to be.
Yes.
So you get that instinct for if I turn here, I can't see where I'm going, but I know where I can feel where I'm going. I know by instinct and experience where that's going to go.
And obviously drones are so hyper maneuverable that they can from a hover position instantly go wherever we want them to. But momentum still exists, and you can use that to your benefit. Here's Heat 5, their final go. Remember, 12th round of quali. This is their final go. XOXO, Carb, Lightsail, Steeth, Anti-Hype, and Circles. Carb solidly third. His best 3 consecutive laps is a 43.0. Dan Busters, what's his best? 42.1? Yeah. And King Joshi's, I'm just sort of mentioning these to give you a sort of a finishing impression as we're coming to the end of qualifying now. Carb solidly third. I don't see him being, he won't be second. He's definitely the A finals, as we thought he was from race 1, quali 1 yesterday.
So
Light Sail, fourth, improved from fifth earlier on.
But the man to watch here is the man we've been bigging up this story for the last little while. It's Steeth. Light Sail as well, as I say, super quick pilot. He could get one position up in the A final, maybe improve his standing. But Steeth is really going to have to play an absolute blinder here. Steeth needs these 3 consecutive laps. If he hits a gate and goes down and doesn't come back, it's all over for Steeth. So eyes bottom left on that screen for Steeth. Best of luck, young man.
The reason why it's so important, he has finished 5 runs out of 11. The qualifying needs you to have 6. He'll be in the slowest grouping for the final if this isn't a 3-lap or more finish for him.
Needs no mistakes. He needs no mid-airs. Don't get involved with that drone in front of you. You don't need to overtake it. You need the lap.
Yeah, that's
right.
And
one
it
in
is
the back.
Light Sail, by the way, who is the one that's just ahead of him.
Yep. These two quite close.
And Light Sail, he is an A finalist right now. And looking locked in for that.
And as we say, they're side by side, which just shows that Steeth should be in that A. That's 2.
Yes, good point. Yes, excellent in comparison. Absolutely. The 2 laps down. Here he comes through the tunnel split S. Light Sail has bounced off the gate in front of him. Steeth has passed him. I was just worried that there was a reason why they might come together.
Away.
Steeth is ahead, but Light Sail's trying to improve, so Light Sail is now gaining on Steeth. They're into the triple together.
Ripple. That's your 3.
Steeth is underneath another drone. He's got his 3. That's going to make a huge change for him. But he's with Light Sail for close company. If the danger has passed now as Steeth has got 3, can he get an improvement on it? It's not looking like he will from that 4th lap. It's done. He was a little bit reckless and dangerous in a couple of places. It's over for him, but the racing isn't. XOXO has come down during that. Steeth back into the air again, but it's not going to matter for him, although he's had fewer runs on this after missing the first 3 rounds of qualifying yesterday because he arrived late, so why not get the stick time right now? I don't blame him at all. Circles is close. Anti-Hype is going into the triple now that Circles has just finished. Steeth has put it all beautifully near the pin. And behind us is some staging being sorted out.
That is a pilot breathing the biggest sigh of relief of the weekend right there. Steeth is looking at that flag and thinking, whew.
Yes, absolutely.
So he avoids the disaster that could have been MIT leaping ahead of him and putting him into the I final. We won't know exactly where Steeth shakes out until the end of qualifying when the results all come in from race control. Jamie will send us the results. We will display them for you. There's Steeth in front of us. We need to get Steeth on the microphone very much. I can see him walking across, fist pumping the air. He's thrown his chair at the ground in pure glee.
Yes. Yeah, I was asking earlier on, poor old RC Maniac, But I did ask him earlier on if he had a camera that hasn't got a wire long enough to get out on the field.
Right.
I've got an alternative place you can use it, and I'd like to have seen that right now. We'll just keep an eye peeled for Steve coming in.
He's just heading over to the landing zone now with Dan Buster. Is that Dan Buster he's with? Or is it Carb? Can't quite tell because the window we're looking through is a plastic marquee window and it's a bit like a hall of mirrors. But nice to see all the camaraderie going on there with our pilots. And there you can see them on that view. There they are in the landing zone. Collecting their quads.
Right, attention everyone, please, just a reminder. If you are landing with dodgy batteries, it is your responsibility to take them home, not chuck them in the long grass so they are hidden for a lawnmower to run over at some point.
that three
Ah,
lapper.
we're not. We haven't
Yeah.
been
And
on. I'm so
MIT
sorry, everybody.
had-
Let's-
Drive around later.
This is Steve. We're talking to Steve,
Yeah,
who was finding himself in 48th, as we can show you on screen.
so if MIT had got the three and you hadn't, you'd have been in the
Yeah.
I final.
Yeah.
Right, fun.
Yes. So the iPhone is where you would have been,
Yeah.
but you've got 6. You've only got 6.
I only got 6.
So you're not even getting your 6 best 3 consecutives. You've got 6
I've
of them.
got my 6 of
It's
them.
solid though. I'm already working out where I think you're going to land. Where do you think that might put you?
Hopefully around the 8th, 9th, I think.
I think that's pretty exactly where I'm placing you as well. Actually, I think you're going to get up there. Before this weekend, was B final at a target, A final even?
Making it home with quads was my aspiration for the weekend. Last year I didn't, and ended up flying with Owen's quad. So that was,
Right. Yeah.
yeah. But I've made it. I've still got 4 of my drones. So,
Awesome.
and one flies amazingly. So I'm hopefully well set for the finals. Hardware's working,
Yes.
brain's working.
What
I can
happened?
relax now?
So what didn't work yesterday, which meant you missed the first 3 rounds of quali?
I ended up. Well, I didn't end up. I brought my aunt down the aisle at a wedding. So
Oh.
yeah.
So it was planned then.
Planned, yeah.
Oh well, I wish we'd known because we had no idea. You walked your aunt down the
Walked
aisle.
my aunt down the aisle. Hence
That's a
why I
wedding.
turned up in a suit. Yeah.
We didn't get enough of that on the stream, did we?
Well, you've got a nice clip of me being fireman carried by a bumbuster. So.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, we did see about that yesterday. That's a good
Or
point.
dambuster, as I should say.
Yes, you should
Like-
call him Dan Buster. Steve, well done.
Thank you very much.
What a strong finish, and congratulations on the
Thank you.
the. Oh wow!
All managed. We think in the B final.
I think 9th. I think he's got 9th. And what's great there is he looks like he'll be happy with 9th, rather than I'd have been an A final.
He's happy not going home fire, which is,
seems
I
to be
mean,
it, yes.
that's a pretty good target to aim for, right?
Great Scott earlier on asked what size of his drones.
What size from Red?
No, never
I
mind.
don't remember.
No props, Dad said he was enjoying listening to Jamie telling the pilots off. Yeah. What were they throwing in the grass? Old props. Apparently, dead batteries. That's unacceptable. Everyone looks very happy, says Connor. Yes, do the interview again. Audio's gone. They need to pay attention to the comments more often. Now, listen here. No props, Daz. Now, we've talked about Flyball. We've talked about you being on the stream before. We've been very grateful for you and your partner's attention and everything like that. But you're getting a bit big for your boots now, mate. No. All right? Pay attention to the comments more often. Here I am paying attention to your comments. I don't see you commenting. I'm ready to commentate on you, no props, Dad, but I'm not seeing it. No, you put that on. No.
That's the wrong one anyway. Stop beating up the spectators.
Oh, God. That's badly. Is that what I did? I said, uh-oh. We are doing our best, my friend. I'm very glad you're here. So, Cruise FPV, Oran, Deppy Hooves, MIT Carl, and Steve Ramarode. Something we haven't mentioned. Oh, don't worry. No, blah, 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 blah,
Blah, blah, blah.
Something we haven't mentioned. Deppy Hooves here qualified for the FAI World Final.
She did.
She's not going to it with Team GB.
She can't get the time off work.
Which is a shame. Oh, no, and she's crashed. But yes, all credit to Derpy Hooves. She did qualify to go with Team GB
Absolutely.
to the FAI World Final in China in a little over a month's time. And we mentioned yesterday on stream about the efforts with Team GB and the sponsorship opportunities that are available for them. Cruise FPV through the drop. Oran into the triple. Where's Carl? Because they're usually very close together. A little bit ahead. This is another one like the last round, actually. Just a little bit spread. Are we seeing here, do you think, Seb, since it's the 12th round, are we seeing people thinking, my position, it will be what it will be, I just want to...
Consolidate.
I'm just getting
I think-
track.
Yeah.
I mean,
the
they
word of the
obviously have
day.
run it 11 times prior to this, so they do know the track, but this seems a little bit like just
Yeah.
testing time, isn't it?
The word of the morning is consolidate. Honestly,
Is it?
It's
Oh.
it's just push those laps in. No heroics, except from Steve and MIT, who needed heroics.
Yeah.
And MIT, as we sit, is currently on pace for 3 in 2:15.
Oh, yes, good point. We need to.
So-
we do need to see if MIT
So actually, this
is
is
one of only 2 pilots to not finish 6 runs of 3 consecutive
So-
laps. Yes, we want to see
The
in
bomb
the next.
has gone. We
Yes,
have
exactly. You got
we
20
have
seconds.
20 seconds to finish this
Ooh,
lap.
it's touch and
he's hit
go!
the dive gate. No!
Consecutive result.
Oh, if only
Come
that
on,
camera wasn't
come
dead.
back, come back, come back.
He hasn't got time, I don't think, unless he pulls it. Oh, my bad. Unless he pulls out an absolutely blistering.
It's dead. It's dead. It's
oh,
turned off.
no, MIT.
MIT was 10 seconds away from his 3rd lap. It's going to be the I final for MIT. What a crash. What a way to go out. Oh,
yeah.
my word.
That's his quali finished. Everybody in the group's quali finished, of course, but MIT, with 5 runs to his name, won't be getting the 6th. To be fair, from 49th, he might have made it to about 41 or 42. He might have moved to the H final, maybe the edge of the G final.
I felt that in
Instead
my
it'll be at
soul.
the end,
I
yeah.
felt that crash in my soul. That was just...
We'll try and
Yep.
bring you MIT, or as his jersey will call him, M.
M.
And there's some letters missing. We'll see if we can bring you him.
Yes.
That was the 7th round. 7th heat, one more heat of 6 pilots, then our endless battle.
Yes.
And then,
The head-to-head.
then 12 rounds of qualification will have finished, sir. 12 rounds will have finished. We'll know everything. Wycliffe is going to a premiere.
Is he?
Wycliffe Barrett, yes, he said earlier.
What's he going
See
to
your
premiere
good luck
of?
to Rama and the adopted Woolies. It's premiere time. He wants to
Okay.
see if he's on
Alright.
the credits,
Not a
don't you, Wycliffe? On the credits for what, Wycliffe? What's being premiered on a Sunday afternoon?
So MIT, we've just seen him. His drone did not survive that impact. He's done some serious damage. So we're not going to interview him. We're going to let him go and get the soldering iron out, because that's obviously much more important.
Can we interview him as he's soldering?
As he solders.
I can see no way this could go wrong. I would love, and this is a step up, I know, I'd love a bit of mobility with a camera. I'd love to be chatting to pilots where they are.
I
That's
have,
something I would love to do
have
in
a
future.
whiteboard in the FPV Racing Solutions office, and on that whiteboard it says walkabout camera.
I was going to say, that won't work.
There is a list.
Drawing a pilot on it
Yeah.
and me talking to that probably wouldn't fool anybody, is what I was thinking.
There is a list, and that is, yes, it is on the list, my friend.
Amit, Ion Ryan, Gogs, RC Minute 98, JRO and Davnav are in seats, and from our seats, Serb and me, Matt Andrews, we will tell you what they're doing
They're
without
doing
going
a
where
flying.
they are
That's
going.
what they're doing. They're doing actual flying. What's the story here? What's the story? Who's got something on the line on this one? I don't think anyone really has to do anything outrageous here. All of these pilots have 3 laps 6 times.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Ion Ryan was 23rd after round 11. Would he slip another final down? Difficult to judge.
It's on
What
the
he
cusp.
can do is solidify his position, as you've
Yeah.
been saying. Amit, 26, 3 places behind him, might be able to do something about that gap. What else we have? Gogs was 30th. RC Maniac has got 6 in. He's actually run 7, so yeah, he could step. He could make a bit of a leap, actually. Iron Ryan on his previous run, though, earlier on today, hit quite a few things before eventually his quad wouldn't take anymore.
Yes, he was testing
went to
the
war, didn't he,
durability
basically?
of the grass, the gates, his quad, the sky, the clouds, the birds, everything.
But this is looking quite tidy.
Very
Amit.
tidy. His line into the uncovered tunnel there was really
Less
nice.
so.
You killed Amit there just on the touch of a
No,
button.
I went to him afterwards. He'd already gone down. There's video proof. You can check VAR. JRO through the middle of the triple. Davnav wants to see it in black and white. Okay, I mean, I think the world's looking very nice in blue and green, but you choose. Whatever suits you. Iron Ryan's
Ryan
finished
is
3. Finished 3.
He's parked it. Is that 3-lapper going to be good enough to consolidate his position and keep him in that final?
Yeah, he's in the D final. Let's not try and judge it. Let's stick with you.
Yeah, difficult to guess.
Good idea, Matt. Says no props Daz FB sucking up to me now. Have you noticed?
Yeah, see, yeah.
Thank you, no props Daz. JRO going for the cleanest of the flag shots.
I think Iron
no.
Ryan's edged him there. I think Iron Ryan's flag shot is.
That's nice, isn't
I'm
it?
liking the jaunty angle actually. That's quite nice.
RC Maniac,
RC
our
Maniac
friend,
bringing
who
it
worked
in.
so hard. He's been running around setting up cameras.
Technical
And then,
guru.
oh, is it my turn to race? And then he goes and has his race, and then he's just off doing other things for the benefit of everybody,
Oh,
such
just-
as showing us the track upside down. Look at that, everyone!
Nicely
RC
done.
Maniac doing a bit of camera work again. That's the big white tent that we're in, and with all the pilots. That's the track. This is the BMFA Buckminster World, and he's going to land it
He just
there.
can't stop doing camera work, that boy.
No, what an amazing bit of work that
Absolutely
was.
fantastic. Thank you very much, RC
Enjoyed
Maniac.
that. Not encouraging people to fly really high at races, but I enjoyed that. Well done. So, 12 rounds of qualification. After we started at 9 something yesterday morning and brought you 8 hours of live stream, I think we hit just over 8 hours in fact by
yeah,
the
I
end.
think just over.
We're 3 hours into this one. We're about to bring you the end of qualifying. We have one more heat to go. It features the eternal battle between What's Up FPV and Clive. 50 pilots here at the British Championships at BMFA Buckminster. What's Up and Clive, 49th and 50th, not necessarily in ranking or anything like that, just end up in this little battle of one more group. There's just the two at the minute. So the eternal battle between them will end qualifying. When this is done,
Yep.
tappy tappy, magic magic, do some numbers, with or without a whiteboard. Who's your possible A finalist? Who's your possible British Championship winner? We'll narrow that down and tell everybody where they all get to in the finals.
Yep.
Then we think there'll be a bit of a short break, but there might be some demo racing.
Might
And
be.
then after that, it's finals all afternoon. Everybody will race their finals 3 times, 3 runs for every single group,
Yep.
culminating in the crowning of our British champion for 2024.
Triple finals for all. Can't wait. It's
Let's
gonna
go
be
to war.
amazing.
What's
And
Up FPV against Clive?
And
Boring it.
we are going to have our prize giving at the end of the day, so don't run away, don't go anywhere. We'll have a little pause while we just set up our cameras, because we don't have a million cameras. We are going to have to repurpose the presenter camera for our presentation camera, which will take us a couple of minutes. So grab yourself a cup of tea
Not
and
now.
come
No,
straight
wait.
back
Wait.
for prize giving at the end of finals.
Wait. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave. Don't tell people
Not
to go.
now.
They want to come back.
No,
No,
no.
definitely not now.
Not now.
Score, by the way, it's 5-2 to Clive,
Not there.
roughly.
5-2 to Clive.
5-2 to
We
Clive.
have someone to spot David Owen.
Clive has finished 6 runs. What's Up FPV has only finished 3. I'd love to see him get his 4th done.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
There's been 2 rounds. Actually, you know what? Let's look at it this way. There's been 2 rounds where both Clive and What's Up FPV have clocked 3 laps.
Yep.
Right? And in those, it's 1-1. How about that?
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Okay.
What's Up was faster in one of them, Clive was faster in the other. Let's stick with that. To the end, get your 3 laps in. What's Up FPV against Clive.
So here we go then. So it's all to play for.
Clive
It's 1-1.
always spins early, I have noticed that. Doesn't leave the block early, but is spinning
Yep.
before the tones, whereas What's Up FPV doesn't seem to do it like that.
Oh, Clive's
He's not
hit the gate.
Oh my, it's going to be a win to What's Up FPV.
That has
happened?
got a bent front left prop already. That's none
Did he
of it.
hit the gate? I was
Yeah,
watching
look at
What's
that.
Up FPV. and
Look
just
at
about-
that front left prop. That is not a happy front left prop.
No, that's not it.
That's
no.
that's the button.
Oh, is that what we're seeing on the right there, isn't it?
Yeah, you see how that the blade is changing.
Oh, yes. Very much so. No, he's in the lead.
He's in the
Clive
lead.
is on the chase.
So
What's Up FPV was
He's across
very
the line.
cautious off the blocks and through the first gate.
Yeah.
He could go a lot quicker there. And
do you
that's
know-
just the straight line off the launch. So practicing a launch and being confident to go level, fast, straight ahead of you, there's an improvement. That's
I think
that's
I
a
can
specific
see-
exercise you can work on.
I think I can see some adrenaline in those thumbs from Clive. These turns are much wider and slower than he's been flying all day. That is nerves right there. And you can see it in his stick movements. What's Up FPV is pretty much sticking to his game plan. Just keep flying. But Clive
Clive's
goes
got
through.
him. Yeah.
Clive goes
Yep.
through. He has managed to put the move.
There he
on
is.
What's
Yeah.
Up FPV? Across the line. Clive takes the lead.
Oh!
And then hits the gate. That's the stress. That's the stress in your fingers. It just causes those little mistakes.
Was that the flag before the ladder?
think
Oh,
it
but he's
might
back.
have been.
We saw this in one of the rounds earlier yesterday, that Clive would gain on what's and then crash, and then
Yeah.
Clive was
Yeah,
gaining
yeah.
on what and then crashed. And this is bringing us the same kind of drama now.
And
You
here
see on
we
Clive's
go.
picture,
The overtake's coming in the dive. Yeah,
he did it in the dive. He got him in the dive.
Absolutely beautiful move there, and that's a nice wide gate to make a move.
This is What's Up FPV, who hasn't quite got Clive in his view, I don't think. Oh, where's he gone? That's a huge turn around the
I
flag.
think
And
What's Up-
actually, that means he's over Clive. I wondered if this might happen. The route around was so wide for What's Up FPV that Clive was a couple of gates ahead and going underneath him through the triple. Both of them getting the 3. The whole shot, big bold move by What's Up. I think he's the only one who hit the flag.
What's Up got
That's in the hole.
overtaken in the dive. And I think in trying to push that bit harder to catch Clive in the triple ripple, he pushed too hard and went so wide and just gave Clive that gap.
Where you can check your results and check that you're
So we're just hearing from race control. 10 minutes for the pilots to review where their standings. What can they do in those 10 minutes that might change the finals? Why do we give them those 10 minutes to
So there's an outside possibility that the pilots will now look at lifetime. Obviously, the data that we're looking at, they don't get all the data we get because we've obviously got some other bits and bobs. But they can look at lifetime at wdre.lifetime.com if you want to have a look at it out there in spectator land. And they might look at it and say, oh, hey, in round 5 it says I got 2 laps. And actually, I'm pretty sure I got 3, and they were quick. So they can then go to VAR and say, hey, VAR, in round 5, heat 2, I think that's a miscount. And VAR will say, thank you, and they record all of those, and then they will now go through any reports. They will check the graph of video power over time. They will check the videos, the individual videos they've recorded. And if there are any changes, they will provide those to the race director, Jamie, and he will adjust the times. So any of those queries have to be ratified and signed off before Jamie can say these are the final results.
Now, Jamie's also announcing, as you might hear in the background, about the lap count, and I'm fascinated about this. I've just overheard that. Hold on, we'll just get the timings from Jamie, who's just announcing it right next to us. Yeah, it's going to be about 30 to 40 minutes before the finals will begin. In about 10 minutes, we'll be able to confirm for you where everybody is for those standings. So just hold on, Connor Jarvis and everybody, as we'll show you that soon. Because a pilot has flown 6 laps, Jamie is telling everyone they're 5-lap races.
I think
For the majority of pilots, that's okay, but for some pilots, 5 is asking a bit.
I think you would have to look at the time for that 6 laps, because the time has to be representative. If a pilot has gone out there and, I'm not going to say it's deliberate, but if a pilot has strapped on a big battery and gone out there to set a 6-lap time, you have to look at how long it took them to complete that, and is it representative of the event as a whole. If there's one pilot that's done 6 laps, I would say that's not representative, and Jamie can use the rules. They're there worded in a way that he can look at that and say, no, that's not in the spirit of the rest of the laps. Most people have managed 5, and therefore it would be a 4-lap race.
I'm just trying to bring you a shot of a 7-inch, I think, just being zipped around at great speed and height.
What channel is he on? Is he on an FPV channel? Yeah, he's on.
Okay, we'll just try and jump on board with this, who I think is just being demo flown. It's not Clive. So while that drone, and we can't unfortunately tell you, Serb and I, who was flying that, but that is an indication that this demo race might be coming as a bit of a fill right now.
Yeah. So the first thing we've got to do is unfortunately fill for 10 minutes while Jamie and the VAR team just make sure. It's the UK Championships, you've got to be sure. Much like if you watch a Formula 1 race and everybody crosses the line and sprays the champagne, we don't want to be in a situation where after 10 minutes we're asking third place man to hand the trophy back.
Yeah.
So we're making sure that those finishing positions are correct. So 10 minutes to do that. Then we can update our scoring engine here at FPV Racing Solutions, and then Matt and I can start talking to you about who's where, why they're there, what they're doing, what's coming up. We'll talk about your A finalists. We'll talk about all of your finalists, except I think the I finals, because my software isn't set up for that many finals, because we only have this many finals
We'll still manage.
once a year. But we will still talk to you about who is where. And then we are actually going to be then having a break until 1:15. So we're not going to fill for that entire time, because it would break us, and we need to be wide-eyed, bright-eyed, and bushy-tailed for the finals.
Oh, we could do it.
So hopefully there will be, I'm told, some 7-inch spec demonstration
That's
flights.
what we're hoping that
So
you
we'll
can
be
be entertained by.
We'll be putting those on screen for you to have a look at. And we will definitely be here at about 1:15 to bring you the finals. We will do as much chatter and natter and talking as we can, but as I'm sure you can understand, we talked for 8 hours yesterday. We've been talking for 4 hours already today.
Right.
We don't want to stress our voices out too much.
Don't you start putting me in with your you're not match fit kind of voicey stuff. Don't you do that? I pretend to commentate for 8 hours a day just to be fit, me.
Do you?
Yeah.
So can I
actually
hire-
one reason though, another part in this why we will take a break but leave the stream with you, but while Seb and I will take a break, is because we get, and it's another little bit of an insight of an event like this, seems it's going to come across as stating the obvious, but actually you probably don't realise it. We can't go and find out firsthand how a certain pilot is, or something like that, without going and getting it. There's nobody else working on the stream bar us, right? There's no runners, there's no assistants, there's no producer doing any of this. You get a little bit of that at major world championships like the FAI and the DCL.
Well, we're left
But you
to
don't get that at national tournaments like this. It's us, right?
we're left to produce ourselves.
Absolutely, and we can do it, and we're doing the very best job of it that we can, of course. But actually, getting a chance to go and chat with some pilots is how we can bring you news and emotions and how they're feeling and so on like that. So we want to get a bit of that before we get into the finals.
Yeah,
we will bring you more pilot interviews as we go through the finals too. Pilots are a bit more expecting of that, whereas as you've seen during the day, yesterday and so far today, we occasionally have to go, "Oi, you here," because we want to find something else.
Yep. And we're gonna try this thing with the third place pilots, aren't we? After the third running of the finals.
After a final has had its last run, we want to try and get all those pilots together.
Yeah, we're going to do top 3, or just third place pilot and make it for the third place pilot, or something like that. I can't remember.
Am I not thinking of the same thing?
Can't remember what you suggested this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, we will work that out.
I was barely awake.
We will work that out. Jimmy Bobbin says, "Say you chaps doing a top job with the resources you've got." Thank you very much.
Thank
Jimmy
you
Bobbin.
very much.
Production side, I congratulate my friend here, Cerberus, who is FPV Racing Solutions team at your company that you run in, making all of this magic happen. I obviously have fingers and buttons in front of them, but you provided the buttons. By the way, Blitz FPV, will we see you guys at the FAI Worlds in China as well? I'm representing South Africa. That's very exciting.
Awesome.
I would love to get a chance to chat and find out about the South African scene. I did the FAI World Final in Namwon in Korea last year. I am very, very hopeful to be invited to do the FAI World Final in China in a little over a month's time. As of yet, don't know. As of yet, haven't actually been asked to do it. That is a surprise to a lot of people. At the moment, we don't know.
No.
I've had, and I'm very grateful, let me say thank you to everybody who has reached out and asked me, am I doing the FAI World Final? A lot of people have said, like yourself, Blitz, I hope to see you there. Or other people have said, are you going to be doing it, Matt? Are you going to be commentating for us? I would be greatly honoured to be brought over to China to bring you the FAI World Final.
I very
hope
much
so.
hope. Hopefully somebody out there right now from the FAI is watching this and thinking, we need to call Matt. I really hope so.
Well, there are friends of mine in the FAI who want me to do it, but it's up to the Chinese Aerosports Federation of China,
right.
who are organising the event, to do that. And I've reached out to them. I really hope to be having the great privilege of bringing you the FAI finals.
That would be
in
very
Cheltenham.
cool.
And if we're there, Blitz, make sure you come over and say hi. I would love to find out more about your racing scene. This is also not Clive, but his name is forever going to be on the this channel and for the moment, so I guess you're going to get to see that. Well, I think, should we leave the FPV up, and then if some 7-inch racing happens, we'll try and tailor it to you. But this is our best opportunity to find out how pilots are feeling before their finals. That is quite a large quad.
Yes, I think, I'm not sure what that is. It's not
hefty.
It's not a 7-inch. It's not that big.
No. Portable interview cam sounds amazing, Blitz.
It's on the list, definitely on the
Serb
list.
here, he never stops trying to improve things, I assure you. It's being
Just
carried
need to
by...
Turn this back on.
Did you catch it? I didn't catch who that was.
Not sure who that was.
Can we get the net ready to grab them for us here? Is he going to bring it in?
Don't know. I can't see him.
I don't know. We'll clip this and send it to them. Hopefully they will consider bringing you on. Oh, okay, Blitz. Thank you. Have I said anything I shouldn't have said?
I'm going to just pop my head round the curtain and
So
just see how we're doing with VR.
Yeah, I would love to bring you more races. I'm very, very grateful to everyone who, in the drone racing community, who thinks I add to the events that I get to do, and it's my great pleasure to try and bring them to you. As I said earlier on, whether you are a drone racer looking to compete in them, who think I would add to your event, that means a great world to me. Thank you. And also to everybody who's been joining in here on YouTube and saying thank you for helping make all this more understandable to my partner or to family or to people who are brand new to all of this. I'm very grateful to have you with us. So thank you very much to everybody. Don't go anywhere as we have all the finals. Let me explain again. Everybody will get ranked, all 50 pilots. And then the fastest 6 pilots will be what we call the A final. The next 6 pilots will be the B final, and so on and so on. Starting with the slowest final, which we think will be 2 pilots in the I final. They will do a race, then the H final, then the G final, and so on and so on and so on and so on, going through the field until we get to the quickest pilots, the A final. We'll do a round of everybody. We'll do a second round of everybody. Then we will do one more, the third round of everybody. That will be the end. And at the end of that, we'll have a H final champion, a G final champion, and so on and so on. The A final champion, though, we will call the British champion for 2024. Who will it be? Who of our pilots could be the British champion? Dan Buster is in a confident shape, obviously. Carb, King Joshi, we think those 3 are solidly in there. I think A finals, I suspect we're going to say Light Sail, Gilbert, FPV Gilbert, Finn's FPV. I think we'll probably have it to. Are we ratifying the results?
I can tell you that the race director has just informed me that the results are ratified. Been uploaded. So if we now go to our tower.
Yeah, we got 6 of 12s in.
We'll do it that way to start with because we'll have a look at some of the times.
So this is the confirmed lineup after 12 rounds of qualifying, after nearly 12 hours of streaming across today and yesterday. Your pilots for the British Championship final. They are, congratulations to Dan Buster, King Joshi, Carb, FPV Gilbert, Light Sail, and Finn's FPV. They are your top 6 pilots out of qualifying. That is your battle for the British Championship title later today. The B finals.
So it's going to be Finn's KPV Steve Circle. So look at that time there.
Not Finn's, he'll be in the A final.
Distracted by Steve. We can see he got his 6 and he was 3 seconds off the KPV. He was 17 off the Finns. So Steve, 20 seconds overall.
Off an A final. Yeah.
Finish. It means that your B final is going to be KPV Steve Circles, Matt FPV Mystery, and Raycon FPV.
You thought Matt might be a little bit higher up that B final. It doesn't matter a great deal, but you thought he might be. I thought he'd be ahead of Circles.
So then it's Seacam, Harry Haggis, Berman, Orangutan, Foss's Cross. Have a look at the times there. We flick it when it flicks.
We've lost you, Serb, sorry.
Oh,
We've lost
yeah.
you. As you were just saying, KPV, Steve, Circles, Matt FPV, Mr. E and Raycon with the B finals, the C finals.
So C finals, I'm just looking at these intervals there. That's quite tight. Orangutan 14 behind Bearman. Floss's Boss is only 2 seconds
2.8,
behind
yeah.
Orangutan.
Yep.
So your C final is going to be Sekam in pole position. Harry Haggis, Bearman FPV, Orangutan, Floss is Boss, and just G
There are some gaps in there. There's got a couple of pilots who are near each other, and then a couple of other pilots who are near each other, but 10 seconds between those pairs.
Yeah,
So we might
yeah.
have a couple of like close battle for the win, close battle for third kind of situation in
Yeah,
C.
absolutely. So we can see here the
D
final.
finals. XOXO, Tweed, Batman, Anti-Hype. Iron Ryan does hang on into there. He did lose a place,
Yep.
but not to drop him out of the D final. Silver Fox finds himself in there as well. Who'd be happy with that, do you think?
I'm not sure, but looking at the gaps there's a big old gap between Anti-Hype and Batman. Quite a big gap from Tweed to XO. XO was 1.5 seconds off being in the final above.
Yeah.
So that means that your D final is XOXO, Tweed, Batman, Anti-Hype, Iron Ryan, and the Silver Fox. So continuing that mid-table.
Derek FPV, 8M1, Mad and Some, Armit, Scotty Doo, and Cyber Saxon. Between them, almost 34 seconds, 35 seconds from top to bottom. So that E final is spread.
Yeah,
but as you can see, 8M1, almost 25th, not 26th. Mad Ansem, almost 26th, not 27th. And then some bigger gaps.
Yeah.
We're
Cyber
gonna,
Saxon has a big gap there to Scotty Doo. So he's the underdog in that one. So if you want to cheer for the underdog there, it's going to be Cyber Saxon in the E final. He's on the 6th place on the podium, but he's got himself into the final. That's the main thing. So Derek, 8M1, Mad and Son, Armit, Scotty Doo, and Cyber Saxon. So finishing up at the bottom of the mid-table, it's Gogs, Specs, Carl, Oran, ISR, and Cruz.
Carl and Oren, who know each other so well and were in the same qualifying heat together,
Yep.
they've gone and landed in the F final together.
And again, no real big gaps there, to be honest. So that means that your E final,
F final.
F final, sorry, is Gog, Spectre, Fury, Carl, Oran, Isar, and Cruz. So in the bottom third of our 50 pilots, Davnav J-Ro, Steve Rammer Rhodes. So that would have been my target had I been flying, would have been Mr. Rammer. If I'd have been ahead of him, I'd have been happy. Matt, Simpo, Aaron there on the cusp. And that's a fair old chunk of time, but he's managed to get himself in. Let's see what's the interval between Aaron and Martin FPV.
12.
12. So yeah, he's a way off Simpo, but he's got himself ahead of Martin and he's got himself into that final. So good on him.
Yeah.
That's that G final then. Is Davnav, J-Ro, Steve Rama Rhodes, Matt, Simpo, and Aaron. And I don't have pretty graphics now for the rest of them, unfortunately. But we can tell you that the H final is Martin FPV, RC Mania, FPV Mark W's, Druid, FPV, and Clive. So Clive, in his head-to-head battle with What's Up, has managed to get himself out of the I final. MIT, who had that terrible crash in the dive gate on his last lap of 3, 10 seconds from the finish. Unfortunately, that puts him into the I final. That's going to be MIT and What's Up FPV flying that I final.
Yep.
And MIT, as we know, is having to solder that quad back together because that collision with that dive gate actually did some damage.
Jamie, you got a moment? No. Okay, that's fine. He's a race director. He goes and does what he needs to do.
I just wanted to know if any pilots had
Yeah.
places.
Also, that's confirmation. And having things has been going so well. He's not race director.
Well, I can tell you that I did speak with our VAR judge, RC Maniac, and he said that there were very few VAR requests. In fact, there were no official requests from any pilots. The only bit of hard work he's had to do today was sorting out that one result that got away from Jamie because his technology did what technology does and did something strange.
Thought he knew better.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I need to.
To be honest, I'm not surprised about no sort of pilot protests and things like that because it's been extremely clean racing. I haven't seen anybody with any obvious reason to question a result or complain about local video and say it was not my fault, it's trackside or whatever. I've not seen any reasons for protests still, and there haven't been any, so that's all good. Now the legend that is RC Maniac 98 is doing legendary stuff and trying to get more cameras for your excitement, everybody. So that might happen
Marvelous.
in the finals that are coming up soon. Look, in fact, he's right here. There he is. Fixing. Oh, poor old camera 2. Camera 2, who is still alive, unlike camera two's housing.
Yes.
Can we go live to camera 2? We can. This is live inside the tent now. This is as close to a mobile interview cam as we can do. Oh no, he's going to see the magic. Oh no, you're going to break the illusion of the TV illusion. Ooh, he's putting it up there. I meant that way. But we're getting it that way. I meant that way.
The camera's on the other side. It's the phone.
So yeah, we're just going to bring you some Street League racing. We've got some Spectrons. There is going to be a little bit of an interval for you. I think we're going to get 1 or 2 races featuring some pilots.
I
Let's
will
see
have
if
to
we
check
can
it. Bear with me 1 second. Right,
see
let me.
how
Could
around for the
you
moment.
just help me out so I can see my? Look like after
Camera
RC
2
Maniac
now.
has done wonderfulness with it. Look at that.
Yay! So now you get a good chance to see the pilots as they
That's the shot.
celebrate or trudge onto the track, respectively. Well done, RC Maniac 98. Thank you very much. Otherwise, it's just that quad at the moment. Ignore the names. I'm not sure they're going to
Yeah. So
get updated for what will be a little bit of
yes. So I just
Street
want
League.
to have a quick test then of our scores system for the finals coming up. So our A final will be pre-populated, which is not what I was expecting.
that's the
So
Western results, I think.
this is why we test, ladies
Yes,
and
it
gents.
is indeed.
So what we need to do is
Let me put
Boop.
your standings back up so you can just see those again while we are just waiting to bring you the next bit of action here. Pilots looking very relaxed everywhere. Nobody I can see in a kind of crazy panic of I've not got anything to fly. There haven't been.
nobody's racing anybody else's quads. I don't think.
I don't think I've seen anything spectacular in terms of a crash. We had an RTX melted, didn't we? Dan Buster melted something,
Yeah.
but he took that apart last night, I think he said. I've not seen anything really broken. Bent prop, that doesn't count.
Well, that very fiery death that
Oh, there was a fiery death.
that XOXO showed us was quite
The mic is
interesting.
cracking again. So weird.
It is strange.
Maybe it's.
Why am I thinking? Oh, I didn't save it. I do apologise. I didn't save it. So can we see? Yep.
Yeah,
that will be
I can't remember aside from some fiery death, which is fairly memorable. Although what's more memorable to me is the speed at which the fire extinguisher was carried by Davnav. Try and find that bit on yesterday's stream if you want to. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I don't think anybody's really got significant problems being technically ready as
Nope.
far as
No, they shouldn't be.
post-race flyability
They
is
should
concerned.
They shouldn't be. They
The
shouldn't be.
PRF stat that I'm totally making up. The PRF stat is close to 1 for everything. I think there's very little that is going to be requiring soldering, fixing, gluing, stapling, whatever it is. So hopefully, as we browse around BMFA Buckminster with our new cam and the rebooted camera 3 and still alive camera 4 and some starting blocks, hopefully they're going to get populated with some video and you are going to get to see some speedy racing. But while we do, let's come back to this again. So yeah, that is your A, B and C finals on the screen right now. Watch out. Who's going to win? Joshy Carb, we expect to be Josh. Oh, that's what we're flying now, is it? Oh my gosh, it's heavy. Let me, hold tight. Do you mind if I stick that on you? Put those up there and tell me what we. Hang on a moment. So what the heck is this?
Street League.
Hold it a bit closer.
Street League.
I'll just say that again.
Street League.
Yes, we are getting it. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Street Lead spec.
Yeah.
It's a beast, isn't it?
Yeah, 1.2 kilograms minimum weight.
LEDs, open source frame, authorised motors, spec prop, 2200 5S. Lovely.
And so Street League formed what in the States a year or 2 years
A
ago?
couple of years ago, it was
Yeah.
practice rigs.
Yeah.
So,
Is there a lot of this in the UK?
no.
That's what I thought. I was thinking.
This is 66% of the free in the country.
Good. I should have been more confident in my knowledge then, because I was thinking we've got Street League quads here. That's news. Oh yeah. So it's you two and a third.
Yeah.
But light sail?
Lights out. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And are you trying to bring this into the UK, or are you just having a bit of a laugh with it?
We'd love everyone to race it, like Texas Spec or Freedom Spec. Spec racing's great fun for everyone. It
Can I see yours again?
saves.
So you've got double arms. Very hard to break.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
Street League spec, just give me the basics. So it's a weight of 1.2?
1.2.
1.28. Yeah.
128, 7-inch props, 2808, 1300 kV-ish motors. Yeah.
Wow. So what kind of speed can you hit? Do you know?
Open source frames as well.
Okay.
No idea, but they're big, they make a lot of noise, spectator friendly, LEDs, and durable.
These are interesting. Yours printed. Yours are made of.
Oh, they're printed as
Yeah.
well.
Oh, they are. Oh, that's smooth.
But
Oh,
they-
lovely.
They came with it.
Right.
This came with it.
Well, did you assemble it or is it a kit?
I bought it off somebody.
Okay. Pre-built.
Who had bought it pre-built. I
Right.
believe,
Right.
yeah.
And yours?
Yeah, custom built,
Custom built.
bespoke frame from Nitro Toker by way of the bits. Thank you. Love it. And touch wood, not
Yeah,
broken
so
anything.
You guys are going to give us some one-on-one, a race or two, I hear. Yeah.
An exhibition.
Yes, an exhibition. Yeah.
Apparently we're not allowed to fly the track with them.
Oh, you're not.
No. So
They,
just
they
pretend
did
we're
look.
not.
They do look big. So you're just going to give us a bit of a speedy run around, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
Cheers, Matt.
Hey, thank you guys. Yeah, looking forward to this. Love it. Love it. Keep me posted. Ooh. Wherever your mic transmitter is needing moving, I think something's blocking. Oh, my life. It's Mr. Ian Cruz, indeed, Kiz Bartlett. Yes, that's them. Can we see where? I'm not sure where they're setting up. But just above the flag on the right-hand side, that's not a drone. That's wildlife. Flying very quickly over to the right-hand side. I hope you can see that. There he is. It was just going a little. Oh, wow, that had a turn of speed, didn't it? That one disappeared. They're probably not going to use these starting blocks. They're not going to use these tracks. This track. Can we see any more wildlife? Can we see any Street League drones? They're exciting, aren't they? What do you think about Street League drones? They're quite scarily big, I tell you, 1.28 kilos. That is a drone that is on in the hangar. That's in the pilot hangar. Who's going to be Derpy? Could be Derpy. What do you think? Derpies? Could be Derpy. Why am I saying that? Name at the bottom of the screen. We'll come back to those later on. Ooh, Street League Racing. Massive drones. Cool. So I was asking for your opinion. to see him in the A finals. I know he's had a couple of performances where he wasn't in as high a final as he would have liked to have been in the BDRA. All right, so here's our two drones. I'm sorry to tell you, it's Mystery and Cruz, but not sure which is which. Anything on the... Oh, it's Mystery on the bottom right and Cruz FP on the top left on the head displays we can see. So they're not flying this track. If you're thinking they're flying... They are not flying this track. If you say so. So this is a little bit of demo racing of these Street League quads. No, they're being shouted at to get off the track. I've got to admit, they're not really showing us how quick they can be by doing things like the dive gate. I think some higher up, flat out moving would show us a bit more speed. I also think we're very glad that the corkscrew is still standing as MIT just hit it hard. I thought he'd put a hole in that. He hasn't, but I thought he'd nailed it. Good. As far as I can tell, you can. So that is Mr. E who's continuing, and we didn't get a chance chatting with them just then to know if Cruz has got spares. Oh, little roll, lovely. Mr. E, go on, give us some more. On that one, thank you. Take Serb's mic as I can find yours. Oh, right. I will then. One. Hopefully I'm back. Hopefully I'm back in the real world. A little bit of mic issues here. Not sure why. Oh, okay, so we just had a little bit of Street League. That's interesting. So Street League is, started in the States maybe a year ago. There's certain spec racing, trying to take off in popularity over in the States, and would like to see more of it here in the UK.
So I'll go handy hand. How's that?
Yeah, how about you grab the hand
Can you hear
back,
me on handy
if
hand?
that's okay. Yes, I think we
Marvellous.
can.
Yeah,
So I just had a
excellent.
chat with Mr. Ian Cruz about the street quads that they're flying. These are Street League specs, 1.28 kilos. Other 1.28. They're beasts.
Oh my word.
Other numbers, motors. They have motors. They have arms. They're like drones. They're like drones. Yeah.
Walking across.
Yeah, you can. Well done, RC Maniac. Oh yeah, we had them on the screen. We had them on screen. His got double arms as well. Yeah, harder to break. Sign of confidence, isn't it? I'd build my quad out of glass. Crystal. Crystal, like tableware. Yay! Iron Ryan, come here. I was going to grab you for a moment, if you don't mind. Unless you've got something to go and fix, which is quite important. If you have anything.
I've just got a bit of lunch.
Bit of lunch, yeah, that is also important. My breakfast is sat over there, so you'll have to wait. When we see your picture on the, oh, just switching around, sorry. Hello. Just fixing some mics. We've had a couple of mic dropouts. What I want to do is ask you about your racing scene locally, because I've seen you racing. Well, hold on a moment while we get this to you, otherwise you're going to have to get very close to me, and beard Velcro is a sort
Oh, is that
of
one
thing.
better?
Are you on now?
Is that better?
Yeah, I think we've got you. Hold it nice and close. Yeah, so your local racing scene, SGRC. Tell us about that.
SGDC, we're a local club, South Gloucestershire Drone Club. We started about 3-4 years ago. Great bunch of lads, committee of 6 members, taking it to the next level every year. We excel in multi-GP global qualifiers. We've held 5 now. So, and everyone's been a great success. Really pushing the boundaries of what we can do in our local area, helping support young and novice pilots get up to a good level to be able to compete in competitions. So, we're going strong, really, really good.
And you're based in Bristol?
Yep. So South Gloucestershire,
beautiful
just
place.
north of Bristol, we
Ah,
are.
yep.
So we're in between, Bristol
Yeah.
and Gloucester. So
Your avatar picture is you with a pretty impressive-looking mic in front of you, cradle and everything. What's going on there?
I race direct for SGDC as well. So yeah, I've done quite a few BQEs and all their GQs, and yeah.
BQEs are British qualifier events.
Yep.
The
Global
GQs are mobile GP. And you've had the multi GP qualies as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
your group is being tasked with running, prestigious events.
Yeah, and I hope we do a good job with them. Is try and do it as a professional job as best
Yes.
we can, and try and give everyone a great experience.
Yeah. It's brilliant. I love what you guys are doing. It's great
Brilliant.
work up there.
Thank
you
you
need
very
to
much.
stream them and hire commentators more often.
It's commentators. That's what we're missing. If we could afford to have you down there, we would. But as
Yeah.
we're trying to find some local talent to take that role on. But it's very as Serb might know, it's very difficult to try and run a race and live stream and commentate all at the same time. It takes a lot away, and then try and enjoy the day yourself. So.
The good news is, I'm going to have a lot more time next year. So if you want FPV Racing Solutions, we'll just turn up and do it for you.
Yeah,
You see what's happening here is I'm pointing out how important commentators can be at an event. And this pretender over here is going, you could have.
Yeah, but what you're missing is I bring all this, and once I bring all this, then I can bring you.
I feel like we're going to get the bad end of the stick at the end of it all, but
I've got a soft spot for Bristol. I did all my uni years there. Beautiful city. But you're not in it, so that doesn't matter. But that part of the world, I'd love to come over and maybe we'll try and do something together sometime. How are you feeling about finals? You happy where you are?
Yeah, really good. There's probably been the best qualifying I've done for a long time. So I'm a D main. Yeah.
23rd, I think we've had you at. Yes.
So halfway through qualifying today, yesterday I really set my mind on I want to be top 25 in the UK this year, and I've got that quite solidly now.
Yeah, you were a little higher at times, but you were still around the D finals. So that's it. Yeah.
So
Can you beat these guys? Can you beat D champ?
Oh, I don't think so. Unless they have a bad race, I don't think I'm there. But I'm gonna try my best. I've got the best coach. My little 4-year-old gave me some advice before I got here. Said if you're gonna hit a gate, turn right a little bit and then go. So that's what I'm gonna try and do.
The absolute worst case scenario is 6th in D, which places you 24th in the
Exactly.
And you're still higher than 25th.
I can't be unhappy with it. That's,
Is your 4-year-old watching?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
at
please,
home. So
please say hi.
So we're giving him a little wave. He's off to swimming in a little bit, so that's
Oh,
why
all
I
right.
rushed behind to have a
Oh, well,
little.
I'm so glad you did. What's their name?
Felix, his name
Felix!
is. Yeah.
You're an awesome coach, young Felix. I'm very, very impressed with the advice you're giving your daddy. I love it. If you're going to hit a gate, turn a bit right. Have you been doing that?
I've been trying my best, you know.
And your daddy's done really, really well. So well done, Felix. Awesome.
Thank you very much, guys.
Ah,
and,
pleasure.
I'll get back to my
Yes,
lunch.
do what
and
you need to do.
I'll leave you guys, but
Yeah.
thanks very much, everyone at home watching, and
Yeah.
see you all soon.
Felix, he's got this covered, don't you worry.
Yep,
With
good stuff.
your help.
Thank
So
you,
well
Alan
done,
Ryan.
Felix.
That was lovely.
I love that. Absolutely love that. I don't think my son has given me any advice on
Is he not?
how to commentate. He does commentate on some stuff. I did say to him, maybe if you really, really wanted to, maybe you could have done a tiny bit yesterday.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything like this, so.
Well, if you want to we should get him on.
No,
commentate
we
the
won't.
final.
We won't get him on. We won't get him on. I don't think he's ever given me any advice on how to do it. Daddy, if you're going to fluff a word, turn right. I don't think he said that.
No, yeah.
Amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think we're about 10 minutes away.
Jimmy Bobbin says, Oi, Ryan. Medi says, no mic Serb. So we got to get this fixed up. Batman says, thanks for the strategy tip. You got this, Ryan says, Jimmy. Batman, thanks, Iron Ryan, who's always been full of knowledge and helpful to everyone wanting to get into FPV. Hey, well done, Batman FPV, who I believe is here. I think we will press this button, and then we will press that button and show you that there are pilots out there doing a thing with a flag. Serb and I are going to grab some drinks and some information, and we will be with you in 5 or 10 for finals.
Sounds good to me.
Don't go anywhere. In about 5 minutes, your British Championship finals are going to begin. thank you for joining us here at the BMFA Buckminster for this this just emotional time.
Yeah, I mean, just terrible news. Terrible news of the meteor that's taken out so many pilots.
It's tragic.
Yeah.
What was meant to be a little appreciation by you of all the pilots who managed to be here at the British Championships has sadly, well, become just such a reminder of the talent that.
So many loved personalities.
I mean, it started. I think there was a clue with the mic pack.
Yes.
But nobody realised how that was going to escalate.
Who knew that across the vast distances of space, that meteor was destined for us?
They will be missed but not forgotten, said Titanium FPV.
Absolutely.
Much like some of the gates that are out on the track in front of us.
Absolutely. So everybody out there in chat, press F to pay your respects.
No, not Ben. Jamie, this is a... Jamie, just calm it down. I know he's upset. Ben was one of the good ones, said Titanium FPV. None of the other ones, just Ben was one of the good ones. But the Church of FPV would like to welcome our new members. Please be seated and take a pamphlet. Our Father who art in heaven, give us today our daily quad, and forgive us our crashes, as we forgive those who crash into us. It's just really good. -1 FPV. Yeah, understood. But yeah, just awful, tragic. It's just. I mean, everybody's just trying to move on. Right?
Absolutely. That's the only thing you can do. That's what they would have wanted.
Next up, we've got Mr. E, who's uploaded the hymn. He's got the whole world in his hands to his motor tones. Please stand. Stop laughing.
Oh my lord!
I mean, deal with it how you need to deal with it.
Yeah. It's how I cope.
It gets to us all.
How I cope.
Well, we are seated, and we are glad to have you with us. How do we turn that into British Championships? Like, is it right to carry on? I think you'd be with us, YouTube.
Yeah.
I think you're right that it would be the least we could do.
Absolutely.
Would be to honour all of them by pretending they're here. Although increasingly, I'm getting the impression
There seems to be
that we
quite
may have misjudged the calamity. Or maybe it's just Jamie. I think Jamie's just ready to start laying down the band hammer.
Does anybody know what's actually occurring? I mean, other than the tragedy.
Other than the tragedy.
Does anybody know what's happening?
Which is not perhaps as tragic.
It might be less tragic than previously thought.
Chat, you might have misled us here.
Yeah, you might have.
And that's what happens.
I can see what's up.
Read your comments.
I can see what's up, FPV. He's got goggles. He's got a transmitter. He's being told to sit down. There could be something happening.
Wait. Not on that one.
That is
wait.
not the button you want.
No. I did the thing I wasn't expecting. Okay. You can see on the pilot area there on the right, there's a knee. That's a druid.
We don't
have a vicar or anything, but we do have a druid.
Here we go. This is what's happening. What's happening is the I final, ladies and gents. It's What's Up FPV and MIT. MIT, after that terrible clattering collision into the drop gate, finds himself well out of position down in the I final, facing the powerhouse that is What's Up FPV. So it's a head-to-head final.
Yeah, so 3 rounds of every final here, culminating with our crowning the British champion. But you are into the I final. What's Up FPV and MIT. This should be, just sad to say, should be a little bit one-sided.
Should be. It should be, really. But MIT could hit that crossbar again and explode. It's happened before.
And MIT, why is he in this final? Because he only finished 5 rounds out of 6.
Yep.
What's Up FPV only finished 4. So, although MIT flat out should be quicker than What's Up FPV, this weekend it's not been easy for him.
It hasn't shown. I mean, Clive versus What's Up FPV has been the battle of the ages, but Clive managed to get ahead of MIT by virtue of that terrible collision on the drop gate in his last run in qualifying.
What are we looking at on What's Up FPV?
Has
he picked up a kind of little bit of drive-by there?
Yeah, he's got some fluff. Could be actually some shrapnel from that meteorite.
Ah.
Could be.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
Just get the
it's-
windscreen wipers on and
so
get that cleared. doesn't
MIT
he, really? But
just
it's
needs
just
to
stuck there at the moment.
just needs to stick to his game.
Ooh.
The temptation here, of course, is to back off a bit, to just take it easy and bank
He's
those
missed
laps.
that
But
gate.
then
He bounced on the ground before he went through it. It's,
puts you off your flow.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So it's all gone quite quiet here in the tent as we're now
That's
into
it,
finals. In fact, it's gone,
absolutely.
the atmosphere has gone.
Yeah, the atmosphere
Did we maybe
is-
go a little bit too far with the eulogies?
Atmosphere is electric.
Maybe we should cancel the
MIT,
choir.
I think that was wrong flight. I think MIT exited that drop gate in the wrong direction on lap 2.
Because you've got an exit direction, but not an entry direction. As we
Yeah,
highlighted earlier.
I'm not sure he came out between the correct legs there. I probably need to rephrase that.
Too late. Well, MIT with 3 in a time of 2 minutes. What's up, FPV? We'll get. There we go. There.
So on his final lap there, I'm not. What are you looking for? A solo?
Button, yeah. There. Okay.
Across the
So he
line.
gets 3 and 2:19. If MIT. Oh, good. I'm getting applause from everybody. If MIT doesn't. Hasn't flown the right line.
Oh, it's interesting. I
Then,
don't know, but I
that'll
don't know
be
if
a small lead
yeah,
for
that
what's
could
FPV.
just be me though. That might be just something I'm seeing.
You haven't wiped enough of the tears from your eyes.
No, absolutely.
Okay, well, that is an I final. And the finals that we're going to be bringing to you. Good Lord, round 82 of 27. That's information that I think we might ignore.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting shouting from pilots and cheering each other on. Love it.
That page now becomes fairly irrelevant, I have to admit. But we don't have the I or the H in pretty. We've only got up to the G.
Ah, it's okay. Just
So
don't
that-
tell anybody, and then
so
they won't
that-
notice.
Yeah, so that's okay. It'll all be fine.
I'm covered in wires and mic packs that are dead to me.
This is a 4-lap final.
Oh, now, so Jamie did ask all the pilots, do you agree with 5?
Yep.
And a number of them said no.
No.
Did anyone
No.
say yes?
Some of them, I think, said they wanted 4, but other people in their final wanted 5.
Oh, we are going to get some then.
And since those pilots are perfectly capable of doing a 5, they're going to vote for the 5. So. H and I by hand, then we'll be golden.
We will have the scores for these as we go along. So it's FPV.
And in fact, if you are prepared to do it by hand, it might be worth doing it for all of them.
Oh, lovely. I'm
Just
glad I've
just
asked
to
do
make
that
it a
then.
bit easier to type them into the spreadsheet, because at least you'll have written them down and we can then type things at a bit less of a frenetic pace.
Yeah, sure.
But you know, I'll just
thrilled.
get you here to do admin for me.
You're starting to replace me. I'm getting the feeling of this. You're already trying to use my contacts to get yourself work.
No, that's
Yeah.
that's to bring you along, you crazy man. Will work for diesel. So here we go. The first running of the H.
Yeah, the H final is not ready. Jamie's on their case again. Come on, H final. Come
Here
on.
we go.
So in this we have
So who-
FPV Mark, Derpy Hooves, Druid FPV.
Who's in pole
And
position?
then Martin FPV, RC Maniac and Clive. Yeah, it's coming out in a slightly odd order to me too. The fastest of them then was Martin FPV
Yep, so
through qualifying.
Martin in pole position.
Oh yes, because of course we have the staggered blocks now.
Yep, absolutely.
And it matters when you get off of them, right? It's from these tones,
You
not
gotta
from
go.
the start gate.
You gotta go. You gotta go. There they go.
2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Yes, Clive, 6-1 of them to get away. FPV Mark very slow for his route into the ladder. Not too slow past it. Derpy Who's been passed by a couple of pilots through it.
So RC
And now big
Maniac
split
took
S.
the whole shot. He wasn't on pole, but he was into the first gate first.
He reaches the dive gate first. Nicely done. Then it is going to be Druid and FPV Mark very tight together. Derpy Hooves gets through. Martin FPV got something very close to his
Had a
lens.
refusal on the dive there. Just RC Maniac in the triple ripple. Looks like Druid's just behind him.
Derpy Hooves, unfortunately, looks like they are... Oh, they're going to try and recover it. and hopefully we'll do so. RC Maniac 98, still your leader here. Into the drop gate first. Derpy was doing very well. Yeah, it's RC Maniac who is leading. Closest to them, well, it might have been Derpy, it might have been Clive. Druid is only just getting into the drop gate now, so I think RC Maniac has a huge lead.
Clive from third place. No video. I've missed that, but he looks like he's gone down.
Derpy is back up, and the pilots who were behind her have not finished the lap that they're on yet. So unbelievably, Derpy, I don't know if she will remain second. No, Martin's across the line. Martin's now second. And then Druid, I think, will be second now, and Derpy saying she's third.
Yeah, Druid's showing us fifth.
I'm a little lost of... yeah, I'm a little lost, but I think Druid is a little close to Derpy, but behind Derpy. Yes, I think it got RC Maniac on his fourth lap, clear out in front. Nobody else is even on their third yet. RC Maniac with an enormous lead. He goes through the ladder. Ahead of him is FPV. No, behind him is he's past FPV Mark. He's lapped FPV Mark. This is great from RC Maniac.
Absolutely.
98, who spent the break setting up another camera for us, as you saw live on stream. But RC Maniac 98 now with the last route through the triple. I dare to show you his win in the first round of the H finals. Who will be second? Could it be Martin?
Could
Gosh,
well
that was
be.
flat and level
Could
through
well
the dive
be.
gate. Druid's only just going through it now. Derpy's dropped down into fourth place. FPV Mark is
It's been
landing.
Druid versus Martin all weekend long, and it looks like Martin's going to get the win ahead
I
of
think so.
Druid.
There it is. That's second place. RC Maniac is still flying.
So nobody told him he's finished.
FPV Mark has landed. Are we getting the right channels? I'm beginning to wonder if we've got the right channels, buddy.
No, I think we've got the right channels.
Because us FPV Mark, did he bail early after only flying one lap and just brought it down to land?
I suspect some confusion has reigned on who did how many laps.
RC Maniac definitely got the 4 in the quickest. He did it in a time of 2:07.
Yep, followed by Martin, followed by
Derpy Hooves.
Derpy got ahead of Druid.
Yes. Druid hasn't actually finished. He's done 3, not 4. No, in fact, has he? Yes, he has completed 3.
Yep. So Druid is actually able to complete all of his laps if the drone will do it.
They've ended the race. People are out on the track.
Looks like he's stopped.
Yeah, pilots are moving everywhere. Chair cam finally with us.
Yes,
So glad to have the chair activity that we were talking
so
about
this
yesterday.
is the view of the small explosion in Go Outdoors that we've been treated to all
Yes,
weekend.
right. A marvellous selection of chairs here
Yep.
in the
Truly
chair synchronization competition. It's, as you can see, this is the H final for the chair synchronization competition. So not quite as tidy or as efficient as we would expect at a professional level. Frankly, the pilots don't seem particularly bothered about where they're putting the chairs at all. It's not good. It's not good. Chair herding, not a skill coming naturally to these pilots.
No. So if that was...
Do you know what I didn't do?
You didn't write it down.
Didn't write it down.
It's all right, because, oh no, it's gone. It's gone, it's moved.
I'll get it. I'll get it. Like everything.
So this is your F final, which is Davnav, J-Ro, Steve Rama, Rhodes, Matt,
It should
Simpo,
be the G final.
and Aaron. This is the G final. Why does it say F final there? That's really
Pressed
weird.
F. Oh yeah. No, you pressed G, but it says F. Cool.
It is in E-raw. Hold on.
Oh, where is this? There we go. Oh, I got it.
We'll just ignore that. I'm not fixing that at this point. These things will sometimes slip by you. That has slipped by me. So that is the G final. But at least the most important thing is you can see who your pilots are. Davnav in pole position, J-Ro and P2. Steve Rama is third on the grid. Matt is fourth, Simpo fifth. Aaron bringing up the rear at the back of the grid. And there we go. We can see our drones on their takeoff tables, ready to go.
Confirming the result of the previous round, RC Maniac first, then Martin FPV, Derpy Hooves. Druid FPV just on the 3 laps as we saw. Clive and FPV Mark 5th and 6th respectively.
Marvellous.
And in the I final earlier, as we saw, MIT in a decent race. 20 seconds ahead of What's Up FPV at the end.
Simpo, do you need time to get sorted?
That might get a little bit closer as we move on.
Grab another quad and get back out there.
Grab another quad and get back out there. Grab another quad and get back out there.
What are we doing?
Don't know.
No.
Somebody's grabbing another quad.
And they're getting back out
They
there.
are indeed. Yeah, so it looks like somebody has had a technical on the grid. But this is the finals, so try and give them a chance.
Okay, we are running with just 5 pilots. Simpo's
We have got a
Simpo
pilot
does
in
not have a replacement quad.
5 fans for 5 laps.
So a 5-lap race here for our G finalists.
Okay, I've got 5 feeds.
So in order of qualifying, Davnav was the quickest, then JRO, Steve Ramarodes, Matt, Simpo, and Aaron. The numbers you see in the corners, that's their position getting into this final.
Yep. Davnav in pole position. That's why there's no drones in front of him. If you look in those feeds there, you can see in the pilots' feeds that there are tables in front.
5 away. They'll light up that track. Davnav not the quickest out of the blocks, as there's a quad not too far ahead of him, but he tries to cut inside it on the split S. Nearly did so. There's 3 quads or 4 quads all through the dive gate at the same time. Oh, this one's heating up already. Matt with 1 or 2 just dropping past him, and he's a bit slow now heading up into the triple, which is why they're in front and getting away. Steve Ramarodes in the middle of the triple. Davnav going through that now. Who's going to be the first one across the line? It is JRO.
So Davnav, who was in pole position, has slipped down to 4th. It's Jero who's out in the lead. Steve Ramarodes in 2nd, going into the triple ripple. Let's just see. Yep, he crosses the line. He slipped down into 4th. It's Matt who's up into 2nd place. And Jero still holding that lead. He's into the dive gate. Oh, as Matt. Was that a mid-air, or was he just put off by that? Looked like he got overtaken. So who's gone through Matt there? Jero in the triple ripple. Davnav in the triple ripple alongside him. But it's Jero across the line, followed by Davnav, followed by Matt. There's not much between these top 3 pilots here. Steve Ramarodes classified as 4th currently, with Aaron in 5th. Simpo failed to start, had a technical on the line, and his backup quad didn't want to backup quad. So it's Jero out in the lead. Davnav right on his tail. Ramarodes is in 5th place. It's Aaron in 4th. Davnav chasing Jero here. Matt holding a solid 3rd. I'm not convinced that Aaron can catch him. Jero comes into the triple ripple for the last time. And Davnav just enters the triple ripple now. Davnav had that lead. Jero had that lead. Davnav couldn't catch him as Davnav takes 2nd place. So it's Jero in 1st, Davnav in 2nd. 3rd is Matt. Has he finished? No, his feed's gone off. Have we lost Matt? Ramarodes and Aaron still in the air. Matt is showing 4 laps. So Aaron takes 3rd. Steve Ramarodes takes 4th. Matt disappeared somewhere. I didn't see it. He must have had some sort of incident. Simpo taking 6th place by virtue of the fact that he did not fly. So we can tell you then that the G final currently stands. Jero taking the 10 points, Davnav with the 7, Aaron with the 5, Steve Ramarodes with the 3, Matt with the 1, Simpo with nil points. Failed to start in that race. So Jero takes the early points. It's going to be tight, I think, in that Group G. That result there, I don't think that's going to represent how that's going to finish. I would be surprised if we didn't see some changes around there next time out.
You think?
Yeah, that was interesting. That one. There were a lot of pilots that were on top of each other there. So that brings us to the F. So who's in pole position? It's Gogs. Behind him will be Specs FPV, followed by Carl, wistfully looking at his third place. Oran, ISR, and Cruise FPV. And we can see the pilots there going out onto the blocks to put their drones down. So you'll see when we go to the onboard that the pole position man has free air in front of him. And the guys behind have varying amounts of takeoff tables in their video feed. There's something going on. They're trying to, is this a test hover going on?
I think I heard a couple of pilots asking about doing that.
Well, there's a
Well, Jamie's-
test. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. There's a test flight going on. A bit of line of sight happening. So our F finalists are just plugging in now. So we will start to see some video feeds coming on anytime soon. So there we can see ISR in P5 on the grid. You can see in the left-hand side of his feed there, the tables stretching off into the distance. Even worse for Cruise. You can see from Cruise's feed there, the whole grid stretches out in front of him from 6th place. But in pole position with free air, nothing in front of him. There's Gogs on P1. Nothing but that first gate in his video feed. So let's go see who's going to get the whole shot. Who's going to be across that line first to start their first lap. But more importantly, who's going to finish the race first? Matt.
Keep the support coming in the chat for our wonderful pilots here at the British Champs. I was seeing Garcy Gark asking for any London-based pilots in the chat. I'll leave that one with you all. Phil saying good luck to Druid. Ruby McNair, good luck Oran. Garcy Gark.
Okay, so
yes, you found a London friend.
Oh God.
All right, your first run of the F final. Pilots who were 31st and down. So who's getting to grips with this? We've seen Oren and Carl very close to each other, but they're not as this first lap of the F final goes underway. Gogs possibly finished too soon. They were the fastest of the pilots qualifying for the F final. So I'd hate to see him being already out of it.
Gogs has gone from P1 on the grid to 6th and sitting on the grass. Not what he was hoping for. Looks like Carl got the whole shot there across the line.
Cruz!
Dropped to 4th and now lost video. He's gone.
Cruz was the leader, still just about through the dive gate. There is an exit side. He took a corner, hit the pole from it straight on. The dive gate is unscathed. And his lead still seems to be his, at least for now. Oran, quickest on the first lap to the line, though. Then it's ISR. Cruz has dropped down into 3rd. Then it's Specs and Gogs. Carl looks like they're finished here. -1 FPV. We see you in the chat saying, go on, Gogs. Well, they're over the line now and starting their 3rd lap. But they are in 5th place out of everyone here. It's Oran who leads them into the ladder. Oran with a big old lead.
Cruz was in 1st place, dropped all the way to 3rd.
It was that dive gate, that crash diagonally across the dive gate has ruined it for him. So he's on to his 4th lap, as are all of our pilots bar Gogs. No, he's there now.
So
slower route for Cruz through the dive gate, but a safe one.
ISR
Oran!
just finishing the triple ripple, and there you can see is it was Cruz just coming into the triple ripple behind him, but it was too much space for him to make up. So it's Oran that takes the win. ISR in second. Third place was Cruz. Specs will be classified as fifth.
Gogs is going to be in front of him.
No, who was?
So it's Oran who won that one, followed by ISR. Then Cruz and Gogs third and fourth. Specs FPV will be fifth. They didn't get 4 laps in, but they did get 3, whereas Carl was out before 1 lap was even done. So our E final is upon us with.
So we can see there our F final
Yeah, we'll get to that
results.
first.
Oran taking the 10 points. ISR was 7, Cruz the 5, Gogs, Specs, and then Carl. Carl who failed to proceed in that one. So who's up next then? If that was the F.
Yep, it's the D final, as I'm hastily scribbling. Just to get.
Which one did we just do? F?
We just did F, we'll go for E, please.
Okie dokie. So the E final is going to be Derek in pole with 8 M1 in second, Mad and Son behind them in P3 on the grid. Armit in fourth, Scotty Doo in fifth, Cyber Saxon bringing up the rear. Now we know Cyber Saxon actually had quite a big gap in his qualification time to the rest of this E final, but that doesn't mean he's out of contention. That means he's fought his way up into this final. Good on him. And now he has the chance to see if he can take some points away from these guys. If somebody makes a mistake, he's going to be there to pick up the pieces. So you can see Cyber Saxon there, putting his quad down on the start block in 6th position. It's Derek FPV that's got free air in front of him. Lovely clear shot there to the start-finish gate. Cyber Saxon, who's at the back of the grid. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Okay. 15 seconds. Get those thumbs ready, pilots.
So they're going to race 5 laps. That was the pilot's decision. Like it.
Yeah,
They
very good.
collectively agreed that the E final will be 5 laps, not the 4 we've got in some of the other groups.
Very good, very good.
Oh, nice to see Anita Ellis, Ruby McNair. Congratulations, Oran. Good luck, Steve, says Phil FPV. Glad to see you're still racing. I really want to get back into racing again. Still got all my gear. What should Phil FPV do?
Plug it in and fly.
There you go. Get it in the air. Start feeling it again, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be a group somewhere near you flying. If you have a look on the BDRA's homepage, you'll actually find an interactive map that will show you some clubs around the place if you need to find someone. Jump into the BDRA Discord and start chatting with people there.
Limitsis in the chat. When is the British Championship? It's now, Limitsis. Welcome. Thank you for joining us now in the thick of the finals.
This is the day, this is the hour, this is this.
You are about to see the first round of our E final. The pilots who were 25th to 30th out of qualifying. There, everybody's going to get 3 runs at their final grouping. This is the first run of the E final.
Cyber Saxon with a great launch there, but still stays in 6 across the line. It's Madden that took the whole shot. Derek FPV, second ones across the line.
Dive gates in 5 FPVs all at the same time. Cyber Saxon's got ahead of Scotty Doo.
So close.
Scotty Doo went up, but at least they didn't go too far down. There's a lot of room and battling going on in the triple, but it's Armit who crossed the line first, followed by Derek FPV. Scotty Doo, who went so high, has managed to get past Cyber Saxon and Mad Ansem, I think.
Yeah, Mad Ansem had a gate collision, didn't go down, but it did cost him a lot of time.
Armit is not comfortable in the drop gate.
Oh!
Went a long way round it, looking at it, and then hit it. That's going to cost him the lead, I think. Maybe there's a pilot close enough to try and take advantage of it from him.
So close as they exit that triple ripple.
Yeah, it was Derek who took the lead from him, but Scotty Doo's gone past as well after that massive route he had earlier on to find himself in second place. That says he's confidently got back into the game, and everybody else is struggling a bit because he was surely way behind. Matt Ansem goes into the triple. Scotty Doo's in there. Derek FPV is done and coming across the line. You know, it's not too far between Scotty Doo and Derek FPV for the lead. Scotty Doo now heading into the split S that Derek FPV has just finished, and now he heads for the second one, which Derek FPV is still just ahead of him. This is the fourth lap for both of them, but they are racing 5. We go out of the corkscrew with Derek FPV and into the triple. Scotty Doo heading towards that now. Bit of space between Derek FPV and Scotty Doo for 1 and 2. The other pilot still battling away. Now we've got a round split S coming up for Derek FPV. He's there. Matt Ansem is in it as well. He's got back into this. Yes, Scotty Doo fighting as well. This lead not secured by Derek FPV, not if he's on the deck either. Matt Ansem is past him through the corkscrew, and Cyber Saxon wants a piece of this, but I think he's a little far behind to take advantage of Derek. But Derek's down in the triple now. Oh, one crash causing another. Matt Ansem is done with 5 laps. Did Derek FPV get there?
Derek's finished.
Derek has cleared it. I don't know. I thought after the triple, okay, maybe he made the finish gate, in which case, well done, Derek. I didn't see it. Matt Ansem with second, and then everybody finishing in a race which was not without incident.
Yeah, we've lost those scores, unfortunately. Okay, so yeah, Jamie's on the ball. He's moved on, so we've lost those scores.
I can get us a little bit of an update just to confirm the E results. They are, yeah, it is Derek FPV getting that third lap in, so he's first.
Yep. Matt Ansem in second.
Matt Ansem was second. And we have Scotty Doo followed by 8M1. Fifth place was Cyber Saxon, and Armit was 6. And Derek FPV finishing the time of 5:07.8. Matt Ansem less than a second behind him in second. That's the racing close. Scotty Doo was only 1.6 seconds behind from second to get third. So yes, it's quite cosy in the E finals, which we like.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cyber Saxon was holding on to a 4th place there for at least a lap and a half. And that's what we were saying about getting yourself up into that final. He may have just struggled his way in it, but once you're in it, the clock is reset and you're off and racing. He could have taken 3 points there, but 8M1 managed to just get ahead of him. Derek FPV had a bit of a nightmare there. He was expected to win that one, but he had to fight for it.
Yeah.
So this brings us to the D final, and I am going to have to rush because they're ready to go. It's XOXO in pole, Tweed, Batman, Anti-Hype, Iron Ryan, Silver Fox.
First run of the D finals, then we'll do C, B, and A before we go into round 2. Thor is on a break from FPV Racing. Owen was working this weekend. That's Nighthawk. Nighthawk. Beg your pardon, Nighthawk. So neither of them are here. As for top pilots, so I assure you, getting into the A finals, if you don't know their names, you will, as we have got some blisteringly fast pilots and a very, very close A final to look forward to. Where does this take place? We are in the BMFA Buckminster headquarters, right in the centre of the UK, basically.
Yep.
Beautiful grassy location, the home of model flying in the UK. We are here, there's a new drone racing club here as well, Bucky FPV. We are delighted to be back here as we are every year for the British Championships.
Right, we're missing spotters from the C main.
It's not long
If
enough.
you're in C main, you should be spotted. Yeah, they're all coming.
Okay, so it's your D final race, XOXO, Tweed, Batman, Anti-Hype, Iron Ryan and Silver Fox. That's the order in which they qualified, so that is not unreasonable order to expect them to finish in, but you know it's drone racing, that's not how things happen.
50p on an upset from Iron Ryan, finishing first.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm not accepting that bet. So, I think he'll do very well here. But strangely, not profit from it. Right, pilots are not. Actually, the pilots are ready, but the spotters are not.
Spotters are not in place. So there's me rushing to tell you who was on pole, and the spotters not ready.
Not happening. No, so the spotters are the pilots in the heat after this. So for this
so
D final, the pilots in C have to spot.
Yeah. So it's EXO. EXO has pole.
Matt FPV is kicking pilots into getting where they need to be.
Okay.
I'm enjoying this.
Yeah. Second apparently couldn't find the D on the screen.
Okay. Well, that's.
He's now got it. So there we go. EXO. Look at that lovely view. Let's just stay on board here as we start. Let's see if you can spot anybody coming past EXO, or is he going to be in that start gate first? Let's have a look. Anybody going to come past him?
It's not a bad start. It's not the
think
quickest.
he held it.
It's not
No,
bad.
third across the line.
Oh, he was beaten to it. Well, then they were right with him as we didn't see them on his
Absolutely.
screen. Iron Ryan, I think, might have been the quickest over.
I'm telling you, 50p.
XOXO, not going to be the quickest to finish. Well, he is the quickest to finish, but not in the way he wants to be, as he might be done.
EXO has gone.
Oh my, that's yeah, his goggles are on.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's trying to bring that back into life. Batman was in the lead, but Batman is finding up is down and down is up, but nevertheless back quickly into concentrating and getting through the dive gate. Anti-Hype is doing the corkscrew. Iron Ryan is ahead of both of them through the triple. Is Iron Ryan the first to the line now?
Classified as 6th.
6.
I find that hard to believe.
Feeling like that lap hasn't counted for him. Has he missed
I'm
something on the
feeling
way
like
around? I'm not sure. That's.
I'm feeling like none of
he's
Iron
gone
Ryan's
back.
laps.
Iron Ryan has gone back and done the dive gates.
Iron Ryan is showing us 0 laps.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's doing the triple again.
I think
this is not right.
We
at all
may have
for
a
Iron Ryan.
we have a timing error here.
Or his spotter has told him you missed the dive. We didn't catch it. Let's go back and look at Batman, who's in the top right of your screen, and apparently in the lead. Although it's been some wild flying from him, so this is a bit of a mess. And race control are telling the spotters make sure you're paying really careful attention here. As,
in fact,
some things are not going quite smoothly for some of these pilots as they should be. Is Batman done with 4 laps in a 1:29?
so race control, they're actually telling the spotter for Iron Ryan to count laps.
Yeah, 129 for Batman. Yeah, I think so. Then Silver Fox. Then we have Anti-Hype and Tweed, and according to the timing, Iron Ryan is on his 3rd lap, but he's not finishing that. As you can see, he's down. So yeah, that's a chaotic D final first round. But it looks like Batman gets the win in there, which I'm
not sure.
I'm reluctant to confirm any. Well, we can't confirm it. It's race control. I'm reluctant to be sure about anything there.
Well, the only thing I can tell you for sure is that EXO was 6th. And
Yes,
that is
then we
literally
can have that
all
one.
I can
Yeah,
tell
then
you
we
for
can-
sure from that. Because I think the lap timer was missing Iron Ryan.
Now, we had a question earlier on Medi79, which I wanted to come back to, and here's an example for you. How does the finals work if no pilots finish all laps? Is it who does the most laps in the quickest time? So, okay, this isn't a perfect example of that. But if no pilots finished, how do we rank them? It's the time.
The last time they crossed the finish line.
Yeah.
So you don't get anything for half a lap because
No.
it's so incredibly difficult. You have to get the trundle wheel out
Yeah.
and figure out which gate you crashed at and how far round the track you were.
Yeah, you find the racing line and you measure how far you've
Yeah,
gone along it.
and-
We've done that at DCL in real life races. It takes a little while.
It's too much for our race directors to deal with. And do you know what
There
we've got?
isn't the people. There
We've
simply aren't
got
the people to do it.
we've got a lap timer. The lap timer tells us what time and what position you were in last time you crossed the line. If you don't cross the line again, then your result is dictated by the last time that you crossed the line. That's
Obviously with a comparable number of laps.
That's
So
the-
if somebody did 3 laps,
yeah.
somebody did 2,
Yeah,
3 laps are obviously further on in the race.
That's simply the fairest way of doing it. So that was the D. This brings us to the first running of the C.
Yeah, Yeah.
which will be these boys. It will be Secam, Harry Haggis, Bevan FPV, Orangutan FPV, Floss's Buzz, Just G in P6 on the grid here today.
Orangutan FPV was putting in lap times that were hovering him around the edge of A into B finals in the first half of qualifying. But since then, I think his times have been pretty solid, but other pilots have just improved more.
Yeah.
So he's gradually, we just saw him sink down 7th, 10th, 12th.
Yeah. Looks like
16th is where he ended up.
So Sekam there is eschewing the takeoff table. He wants to go from the ground. You can see he's got pole position, but he's going to take his pole position from his takeoff block placed on the grass. Perhaps he's just a bit more comfortable with that view.
Who are we waiting for?
Okay, somebody hasn't quite made their way back to their seats yet. Looks like Just G and Floss is boss. Still walking across. Just G there in 6th position on the grid. Again, I love that view. I'm sure Just G doesn't love it as much as me, but that start grid just laid out in front of him. All of his competitors are in his vision right there. But Sekam has nobody in his vision. It's him and the start-finish gate. As we wait for the start of this run of the C final. It's their first time out. Each final will be run 3 times, and at the end of the 3 runs, it'll be the pilot with the most points that will win.
Clever that.
Yeah. That was a bit of a Murrayism, that, wasn't it? I do apologise.
4 laps for these guys. The D's wanted 4s, the C's wanted 4s, the B's, they're having 5s. That's exciting.
Ooh.
That's up next. But 4 laps here for your C final.
So, Harry Haggis with the whole shot. Sekam has counted as across the line in 6th. Let's see how this shakes out as they all go round. It's going to be interesting to see the wide view of the triple ripple, because I think we're going to see 6 quads in one shot. We would if it hadn't hung. Oh, that's such a shame.
Floss boss and Orangutan. Head of them, Orangutan is. Is down before he finishes his 3rd. Boss, is he there? He's landed like you think he's finished, but he's got a 4th lap to go, hasn't he? Orangutan FPV is finishing his 4th lap here. Yeah, that's close. Floss is boss. I mean, we're seeing on the timings 3.
Okay, R3, how many laps?
Yeah, well, Jamie raised control. It's just checking Floss's boss. I don't think he's done 4.
Looking at, we've got 3 there.
But their spotter is saying 4.
So, yeah, you submit and we'll get that checked.
Okay, so that one's going to get checked by VAR, so we might have to hold off on the results.
No, it's all right. I'll pass
Yep. I'm going to fill them in as they came in, and then we will change them once the VAR changes them. I think that's the right way to do it. What do you think? I won't display those on screen yet because I don't think that we can trust those. But those are the results that the lap timer has picked up.
Just G and then Orangutan FPV.
Yeah, I don't think that is correct. We'll fill that in as it is and we'll swap them around as they come. So that means we can start talking about the B final. So the B final is going to be KPV in pole position, Steeth in 2nd, Steve, who, had he not walked his auntie down the aisle, it's a fantastic thing to do. Could well have been in that A final, but B final is his for the taking. It's going to be a battle between him and KPV. Circles and Matt FPV going to be keeping them honest. Mr. E and Raycon FPV going to bring it up the back of the grid. Do you know what? This one's all for play for. Anybody here could take the win.
Steve should do, based on what we were expecting before this event.
Yeah.
He hasn't got the track time that some of these other pilots do, as he missed, those first few rounds.
Yeah. I can hear the bings from race control, which is a sure sign that the race director is making changes.
But yes, Steve, who's in this B final, ended up 8th in the qualifying standings, and before the final round of qualifying, he was 48th.
Wowzers.
That's the difference between getting 6 runs in and 5. He only got 6 out of 12 goes, and he missed the first few goes, because as you said, not a euphemism.
Yep.
He was walking his auntie.
He was, yeah. Absolutely amazing. Actually turned up in a suit and he arrived on Saturday morning. But I don't think he raced in the suit. I really wish he'd raced in the suit. Yeah, should have kept that on. That would have been absolutely brilliant. Was he? Oh my word.
Love to see the British drone racing community following Matt's lead, and so pleased to see the smartness returning.
So So KPV robbing me of the view of that start-finish gate because he's in pit mode, keeping his VTX as cool as possible before the start of this race. It's Mystery in 5th on the grid. Oh, there we go. KPV gives us the view that we're looking for. Am I allowed to cheer on KPV, our international team manager? Doing a fantastic job. Absolutely. That is a volunteer position. He's having to do spreadsheets and visas and facial recognition. Imagine. Absolute scenes. So here we go then, off the blocks. KPV qualified first in this group, but what's going to happen with Steve? We're off. Oof.
Only 0.3 of a second between 5 of them going through the start gate. KPV just fractionally out of circles when they did. KPV zipping through the triple and is not quite to the gate first. Steve got there before him.
Yeah, Steve.
Circles is in all kinds of trouble, but recovering it and getting back on. Mr. E attacking now towards the dive gate. Raycon a little bit more leisurely than the pilots who are in front of him. And in front it is still Steve. KPV a few seconds behind him. Yeah, Steve. KPV. Steve going into the triple. KPV hitting into it now. Mr. E is a little way behind. Raycon is close to Mr. E. We've got a battle between first and second, and between third and fourth, and then actually between fifth and sixth. Matt FPV in circles. 3 pairs of pilots around this track. Steve goes the corkscrew. KPV is into it now. The gap between Steve just slightly bigger than it was. Remember, this is a 5-lap being group. They're on to the fifth. Steve through the big tunnel. KPV heading towards it now. The gap's got a little bit bigger. Is third in a position to catch second. The second is slipping behind. No. There's a big load of space between KPV and MRE. Steve is out in front and heading for the line. And Steve will win the first round of the B final. KPV in 3 seconds, less than 3 seconds behind him in second. Ah, damn. People didn't get to hear that. I'm sorry, everybody. Technical error this end. It was a race. It was very exciting. There was 1 versus 2, 3 versus... gutted. That was a good one, that one. Don't know what happened to it. No. Oh, sorry, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the race. Was.
KPV, I'm not going to say KPV will be happy with second, but I think
No.
managing to hold off the rest of that pack to take second is probably a pretty decent result.
Yeah.
Steve was off, and he was just off and running, and that was that.
Well, KPV was staying with him.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I said, it was first and second were very close, third and fourth were very close, fifth and sixth very close. We had a nice sort of three pairings battling each other there.
Yeah.
At no point did Steve go wrong. I don't think KPV really did anything wrong. It just got away from him.
Yeah, yeah. So Steve taking the full bonus 10 points. Not bonus. Taking the full 10 points. KPV with the 7. Mr. E took the 5 points from Raycon. Matt FPV with 1 point. I kind of would have thought Matt FPV will be kicking himself a bit there. And circles it in brackets. Takes 0 point from that outing. Which brings us to the A final. So we can tell you that pole position, by virtue of being the fastest 3 consecutive over 6 runs, is Danbuster. And P2, it's King Joshi, followed by Carb, FPV Gilbert, Light Sail, and Finn's FPV. Do not blink for this one, ladies and gents. Our A finalists only run 3 laps. The pace they go at, their lipos would not survive further than 3 laps. So they race the 3 laps.
Yeah, I know people are instantly kind of like, what? We want to see more of them.
Yes,
Well, don't blink then, otherwise you won't see anything of them.
I'd love to see more of them, but unfortunately they wouldn't, because their lipos would explode. No feeds yet, nobody plugged in.
Let's go, Carb, my favourite UK drone pilot. Woo! Says FPV. Ruben, hello to you too. Come on, Dan, says Titanium FPV. And Medi79, everybody else. We're hearing me via a different mic than the one that you should be hearing me on. Ah, well.
But they're
Light Sail
hearing you
says Titanium. You can get a podium today. Get pushing, dude. Light Sail on a podium.
Yeah, I'd
That would
like
be
to
nice,
see it,
wouldn't it?
yeah. So there's a lot of messing about going on and not a lot of plugging in. So hopefully at some point that will turn into some plugging in. If you weren't tuned in earlier, that was a callback that you didn't hear anyway. So there we go.
Right, this is our first run of the A Finals. Your British champion for 2024 is one of these 6 pilots, Dan Buster, King Joshi, and Carb, FPV Gilbert, Light Sail, and Finn's FPV. Their first attack for a hand on the British trophy for being the #1 in the UK.
Let's go.
3 laps, fast and furious, guys.
Don't blink, everybody. This is the first run. They're going to get 3 goes.
Right, you have to hold your breath, and you're only allowed to breathe again when Dan Buster finishes.
Let's hope he doesn't crash then.
Let's
Away we go. And early problems, but just getting through them. Carb with a little bit of video issues, but thankfully not wiped out by one of the gates he was all too near to. King Joshi and Dan Buster are all kinds of tight. Gilbert heading to the triple now as Joshi is coming out of it and Dan Buster is coming out of it. Very close between them, only 2 tenths between them, less in fact, as King Joshi and Dan Buster cross the line. Gilbert is onto his second along with Light Sail and Fins, and Carb is just not getting this drone to do what he wants it to do. Joshy's already back in the triple. The end of the second lap, it's upon us, and he's gone. Dan Buster follows him onto the third lap now. Light Sail getting onto it. He's just crossed the line, but he's behind FPV Gilbert, who's moved up into third. Light Sail down in fourth, and then Finns and Joshy will be going around the lines now with Dan Buster. They've onto the line. It is Joshy. Dan Buster will come through as well. Joshy in a 46.0. 6/10 behind him was Dan Buster. And FPV Gilbert was only 4 seconds behind the pair of them. Then it's Light Sail and Finns. Did not happen.
Now, I'm going to just put it out there that there were a lot of very bad video there for Carb.
Carb had just terrible video throughout. That
I
is
wouldn't.
not.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a protest.
Oh. Okay.
So where did Finns come? 5th.
Yeah, Finns was 5th. So it's King Joshy, and then Dan Buster, FPV Gilbert, Light Sail, Finns, and Carb.
So Joshy takes first blood with 10 points. Dan Buster 7, Gilbert 5, Light Sail 3. So Joshy managed to. We said this earlier in the stream. Joshy very, very quick.
Yes.
If he cannot make mistakes.
Okay, so now all the quads are being brought to race control for review.
Interesting.
Which might delay us going back into the second round. I think this might be a good chance. Trying to get some of these pilots who are gathering behind us and just see who they think might take this thing. Pilots, come over here. Get in this one. Get over here. Come over here. Don't ignore me. I'm telling you what to do. Come over. Can't ignore me. Let me see that. Give them a stick. You can watch our screen. You can chat about what you think about it as well.
They're all going to have to shout because we only have one stick left.
Basically, you can say what you want and nobody will ever know who you were. So you're all... anti-hype.
Yeah.
Put that in front of your face. Duck down so we can see your beautiful face too if you'd like. Come on, guys.
Hello, everybody.
A finals there. Who do you think... We don't know who's got that one because we're having a little bit of review of equipment, but who do you think might win today?
I think it's between Dan Buster and King Joshy.
Yeah.
Carb's sort of nipping at the heels.
Carb has been really quick, but that Carb run then is probably what the reason is for this review, is he'll be unhappy with his video.
I thought so. I mean, we were watching it and we didn't see anything untoward, but
If,
was it bad video?
It's awful video. If the three of them all had good video in a finals, cool one.
It's going to be one mistake in it.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
There's not at that speed. It's just one clip of a gate, and that can change it all.
Yeah. Pass it along. Let's have a quick chat with you. You think you could dare call one?
It's about who can hold it together in that environment with that many quads in your face all around you. If I had to call it beforehand, I was going to call Dan Buster, but we shall see.
Yeah, I mean, he quickest out of qualifying. Joshy very, very close to him, though. Any of them could take it in a race. I think Dan Buster might do it. You've got some reservations about Joe. Before we come to you, though, we've got a choice on who you think might be our winner when we get to the end of today. Who will be the British champion for the year?
I don't know. It's going to be between the three of them again,
I think it is, isn't it?
It's so close. It's just a fraction of a second.
We have FPV Gilbert, Light Sail, and Finns in there all as well.
Yeah, and they're all good. If you look at the time, they're just a couple of seconds short, aren't they? But like you said, when you're racing, you never know what's going to happen.
Nope, that's right.
Any little mistake could change the winner.
Yeah. Are you happy with the final you're in and what you're doing in it?
I've just missed out on what I wanted to do again, but see.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I still enjoyed it. Racing was very close, and
yes,
it was great. I know I had it mid-air in it, but see what I can do the next two.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Go focus on that. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Feel free to drop in by. Carb, you were saying, Seb, you were saying, let's go back to your thought about Joshy and finals.
Yeah, so I actually think Joshy is quicker than Dan Buster.
Okay.
But he's not as consistent.
Okay.
He makes little errors, much more. But also, Joshy's been at it that little bit longer, not a lot longer than Dan Buster. So it'll be...
All go and grab another battery. That quad cannot be used now. Please change it for another one.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. So somebody's quad...
Are we rerunning the A final?
Somebody's quad has been removed from the A final. It's failed a technical check. I think its VTX power is too much. So it's been checked over by race control.
He's also told them all to get a battery, which makes me feel like
Yeah,
maybe our
VTX.
Matt FPV, the man on the spot, might know. Are we getting a rerun of 8?
We are, yes. Yeah, I believe Josh was over on his VTX. I'm guessing it was VTX, so. Reading between the lines. Okay. I didn't see A final.
Carb had a terrible picture all the way through, so yeah. Okay. How are you, Matt?
Okay, feel a bit bad. I had a bit of an emergency. Landed and balance lead was cut, which I didn't realise. So that was shorting. It's not even my battery, is it? What's my rule on borrowing stuff? I never use anybody else's stuff, do I? Never do, but my race colleague was like, no, I insist.
What?
But I bet they weren't upset.
No, and it's still not, but I still feel bad, even though it's not my fault.
Someone insisted you use
their battery, because it's bigger. Because we're running 5 laps in finals, aren't we?
Yes, you chose 5s in the beast,
I didn't choose
you
5.
didn't?
No.
But the majority did.
No, a minority did of 1. No, 2, I think it was in the end.
How does that work?
So it was obviously 6 was the most on all day, wasn't
so
it?
we dropped that to 5.
Dropped that to 5. And
if
then
you want to change it, the majority have to change it.
No, it has to be unanimous.
Unanimous?
Yes.
Which
I don't think is a good idea.
Who chose 5 for the
Mr. E and Circles. Scott.
Okay.
So
all right, well, Circles came in 6th in that. Mr. E 3rd, so...
Where was I? About 4th, I'm guessing. Oh, 5th, okay. All right, that's fine. I was trying to figure out a heavier quad. I've never flown something that heavy before.
Okay.
It is what it is, isn't it?
You've flown it once, now you can go in the other tube.
No, but thank you.
What did I say yesterday? You try and compliment Matt FPV, knocks it down.
He's not having it. He's not having it. Right, so the scores on the doors, Miss Ford,
Kick the door down.
Are actually going to go boop, 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 boop. And I'm going to do that, and as if by magic... As if by magic, right, hold on, let's click that, there we go. All the scores have gone away. Because they're doing it again. We're going to be here till tomorrow.
To be fair, I think a lot of people will be happy to see the 8 finalist race again because it's exciting.
I don't think King Josh will be all that pleased.
No, because he's in the pit waving a drone around.
He's had one of his quads removed from competition for a faulty VTX, and he'd managed to put Dan Buster behind him on that one, his arch rival at this event. It was super, super tight. 46.075 played, 46.0675, 0.5 of a second. I'm rounding between the two pilots there. As they put their quads back out on the line, we can see there they are, your A finalists.
Now, is anybody is anybody DQ'd from this race under the rules?
No, it runs again.
So Joshy
has to fly a different quad.
Yes, and the quad that he flew, we heard race control say, is now out of the event.
Yeah.
He can't use it again.
Correct. Yep, correct. So let's feel sorry for the spotters. They've got to put their goggles on, even though they're not flying, and be treated to this roller coaster ride that the A finalists are going to give them.
Well, you can learn a lot from how quickly pilots in an A final can fly.
Absolutely. So Dan Buster again in pole position. King Joshy in P2. You can see in King Joshy's feed there, there's his rival. There's his rival to the left of the screen. There is Dan Buster on his wooden takeoff block, getting ready to go.
So Carb, who was 3rd in the whole qualifying, behind King Joshy and Dan Buster, couldn't get it together in that last race with all the video issues he had. So now we will see, can Carb compete with King Joshy and Dan Buster in an A final? It was Joshy who won the one just now with the issue though, which has caused his quad to be removed. Then it was Dan Buster and then FPV Gilbert as Carb was down at the back because he couldn't fly with the video. What can Carb do now? Oh, it's an early start for FPV Gilberts. He's jumped the start. He's hovering around the back of the blocks. He's facing the right way and he's penalised himself, which is what he needs to do. So last over the line, Dan Buster was the first, and it's Joshy and Carb who is today now fighting. Carb through the dive. Joshy very slow on the corkscrew heading into the triple, so Dan Buster's in front of him. And Carb isn't in front of him just yet. Dan Buster first to the line, then it is Joshy. And between them, Finn stepped up and has passed Carb. Then Light Rail and FPV Gilbert going on to the second. We follow Dan Buster, who's already around the triple, and King Joshy doing it with him as well. Dare we push the battle button? Why not? Dan Buster behind Joshy. No, we killed him. Joshy down, Dan Buster now in the lead through the dive. Carb trying to keep up with him and go through the dive now. Gilbert is on the deck as well. He isn't going to finish this one. This could be points in hand for Light Sail. Dan Buster gets the win. Carb was 1.7 seconds behind him, and Light Sail comes in and will get the third. And there's a bit of an upset there as King Joshy, who won the first round, is going to get fourth here, but didn't even finish it.
So there's a disaster for Joshy. And I feel like I've cursed him a little bit there, but saying he makes those little mistakes and it costs him. And there it is. There's an example of him making that little mistake and it costing him.
It's cost Gilbert 5 points as well, as he was third in that first round, which no longer counts. And comes in sixth in this one, doesn't score anything at all. Would have had 5 points for third. Instead, it's coming out of that at the bottom of Group A, as you can see. Dan Buster getting the win, which he was very quick second place in the first run of it, but now in the rerun, he's got that outright win. And Carb goes and takes second. So the video issues were clearly a major problem for him, but we put that behind us now and move on.
Before we start the next finals, I'm just going to make all the
We
VAR
will
changes
have
to the background.
a little bit of a delay now while race control
excellent.
keep up with the modifications that need to be made to that round. What modifications might they be?
So
we know about the A rerun. What else might there be?
What we need to do, unfortunately, is keep our ear to the ground on livetime.com so that when Jamie makes those modifications and publishes them, we can then update them on our results here, because we know that some of our results we weren't too confident in when they were run.
Particularly C, the C final, we weren't sure that was going to stand.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, G final. I'm not sure what that result. Can't remember the ones that were. Can't remember which ones were contentious.
C final definitely.
Yep.
Prior to that, really not sure, to be honest. That's what we need to find out from race control. But we don't. As we were mentioning earlier on, this is sort of the reality of working an event like this.
Yep.
We can't go and get it. Hi. Those sort of things need to be a bit more joined up. We've got a lot of pilots walking. That's the wrong one. Let's try that one. We've got a lot of pilots walking towards us now.
Before this weekend, no track camera has ever been hit by a quad. This is the second one this weekend that has been mullered. And this is one of the ones that's on a tarmac circle, so you'd hope they'd be less likely to crash into it because they want to avoid the tarmac.
Smart place to put a camera. Which one are we saying F for now?
Say that again, sorry?
It's not the triple ripple.
No, it
might be
was
the
the
triple
dive gate
ripple.
one.
Was the dive gate was live?
The camera survived.
Oh, the camera survived, but the housing's gone.
Yes, the triple one, I think I need to restart the app because it's probably overheated from being in the sun. So, I think we've got some time, so I'll go do that now.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
You say you have some time, but make sure you're ready to race when you need to race.
Yes.
We are enjoying your racing. I see. You got a win. You won the first round of finals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keep
got
winning.
more of those.
Keep winning.
You deserve those for everything you're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Superb stuff.
Go. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll go fix that track VAR stuff being processed, so I've got some time.
Cool. Okay. That's RC Maniac of the FPV Racing Solutions team. Cameraman, tech guru, wizard extraordinaire.
Yeah, just unstoppably
Yeah.
achieving. Really glad to see that he won the race.
Yeah,
the first
yeah,
round of his finals.
that's
because,
really good.
Call me biased if you like, but he's working so hard on so many parts of this event, and in no way just focusing on his racing.
Yeah.
That I'm glad to see his racing isn't suffering, and also as a kind of nod to how hard he's working.
Yeah.
I'd love him to do well.
Yeah.
That's not biased. That's
And,
fair, isn't it?
Where's my camera? There he goes, RC Maniac trudging out through across the track. Now that view may look a little bit kind of hazy, and that's because it's through the window that we're looking through. So this is the plastic window that we've been looking through all weekend. As RC Maniac goes out and tends lovingly to one of his beloved cameras that have been taking quite a lot of hits this weekend. We've never lost a camera protection box before, but they've protected the phones. They've done their job. Twice this weekend. we had two of them go down. So yeah, F1 Tower no good to us, but we can bring our chat back up.
Yay! Come on, Dan. Come on, light sail. Yes, lads, says Titanium. Wow, what a turnaround. Yeah, wasn't it just?
Yeah.
So some people are going to be gutted about that. FPV Gilbert, for example, will be gutted.
Yeah. Josh is not going to be over the moon about it, let's be honest.
And you said he was prone to issues in finals, having your quad disqualified.
I mean, that's just cruel.
It's going to be on some people's minds
Cruel
anyway.
luck, yeah. Because he's not in charge of the zeros and ones and the resistors and the capacitors, right? You know, if that piece of hardware has gone sideways, he has no way of knowing that until something like that happens. And then Jamie, race director, will use his magic RF wand to scan the hardware, and it's just revealed that VTX, although it's set to 25, isn't broadcasting 25, so it's qualifying a power greater than it's set to because there's a fault on the board. So that quad gets disqualified and the race gets reset and they have to go again. So yeah, through no fault of his own, he's lost a quad and he's lost a first place finish. So that is cruel luck in the A finals. You have to shrug your shoulders, say that's racing, plug in another lipo, forget it ever happened, and go again.
Unless it's your only quad.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a position he needs to concern himself with.
No.
But he has got 2 more runs to go. So all of the finals, good chance for things to move around. I'd love to be able to update you on a VAR situation and how it might be changing.
So what we may have to do a little bit of legwork here to fill in that little gap. So if you on your laptop can bring up the G final result.
Yeah, that's the ones I was giving you earlier.
Yeah. So has that actually changed, I guess is the question. So I'm showing J-Ro in first, Davnav in second.
And then, no, it has changed. Matt, then J-Ro. Is that what you said?
So I'm sure we
it has
called
changed
it.
around.
Yeah. So once we know Jamie's made the changes and they're committed, we can come back in here and we can go through these.
Okay,
so
why don't you push a button, which means they can't see that I'm not here, and then I won't be here.
Push a button means you're not here. And that button.
Oh.
There we go. See.
I'm totally still here.
He is. He's absolutely, definitely still here. Looks like what's Divegate Cam doing? Is that working? Yeah, that's working beautifully. RC Maniac is an absolute superstar. Lovely view of the One for HDD banner there. Thank you so much to all of our technical partners for helping us to fund this entire year of drone racing, PDRA events. Yeah, the triple ripple has overheated. I didn't think when I got up at 8 o'clock this morning that the triple ripple could overheat. There we go, it's back. RC Maniac bringing the camera back to life. I can hear another bing from race control, which is the sound of race director Jamie Cole adding changes. The VAR judge, which is also RC Maniac, assisting him with those changes. So VAR, again, you don't need VAR until you need VAR. Oh, I think that's overheated again. That poor little camera. It's worked so hard. It's been such a lovely shot, that one. But as we wait now for that first round of results to be verified. That's one round of finals done. Every final has been run once, and every final will be run 3 times. So once we've got 3 runs of everything, we'll know who's won everything, and then we'll have some prize giving, which will be lovely. Me and Matt will go out there and shake some hands, award some prize bags, congratulate some pilots. Then hopefully we'll get a lovely big group photo of all 50 of our pilots and all of our helpers and our friends and the committee and everybody here at the BMFA National Headquarters in Buckminster. Beautiful place. Absolutely wonderful facility here at BMFA Buckminster. And we're so grateful to the BMFA for everything they do. But in particular for today, for looking after us so well. There's a new cafe here at BMFA Buckminster, and it is a fantastic addition to the Armoury. I can tell you the cafe is amazing. The food is wonderful. The service is with the biggest smile. And it is rather a good cooked breakfast. I recommend it if you're in the area. So we're just waiting for confirmation now that these results are results. And when we know that these results are results, we can talk about the results. So the I final, we're pretty confident on because we watched that. It was MIT and What's Up FPV. And MIT definitely took the win there from What's Up FPV. The H final, we don't have recorded in our spreadsheet, but my colleague here, the man who taught me everything I know about talking rubbish on drone racing streams, Mr. Matt Andrews, who's scribbling in his book.
So there have been many changes in the VAR. By many, I think they might be like 6 or 7. That round was a mess, quote.
It was.
So there have been a number of changes. So we are having to manually check it, but the live FPV is right now. It's been changed.
Cool.
So I am going to talk you through them as I figure them out. And
Okay.
that's just something we're all going to have to suffer.
Okay.
Right, so H final.
Right.
Slight change. I say a slight change. Actually, no, a huge change.
Mahusive.
So H final, still won by RC Maniac, but FPV Mark, who came in 6th, actually is coming 2nd.
Wow.
I can't give you reasons for any of these, okay? That was just too much information to try and get,
Yep.
because obviously I want to get back on here and,
Absolutely.
And to do everything. So yeah, by jumping up into 2nd, everybody else has been pushed down. So in the H final, we've got RC Maniac, then FPV Mark. Like I say, he was last, but laps didn't get recorded somehow, so he is 2nd.
Yep.
Martin FPV ends up in 3rd, Derpy Hooves ends up in 4th, and then Druid FPV ends up in 5th, and Clive ends up with no points out of the H. G, let's get a move on because I can hear races are coming. G is a huge change. Matt, who was 5th and getting 1 point, is 1st and gets 10 in the G final. So it is Matt and then JRO. Davnav goes down a place, obviously by Matt leaving up. So it's Matt, then JRO, then Davnav. Aaron being 4th. And then Steve Rammer Rhodes falls to 5th. And it is Simpo who didn't get any laps and didn't get any points.
Cool. All right, we've got
I'm
that
just gonna keep
recorded.
going and you tell me if you're keeping up.
Yeah,
Right?
you keep going.
F final has it changed. Oran, ISR, Cruise FPV, followed by Gogs, Specs, and Carl. Nope, that
Got
hasn't
that.
changed.
That's
Good.
perfect.
E, Mad Ansem. That's moved him up from 2nd to 1st.
Yep.
Scotty Do from 3rd to 2nd. 8M1 goes up to 3rd. Cyber Saxon goes up from 5th to 4th.
We thought that.
Armit 5th. It is Derek FPV, who was flagged as the winner of it, didn't get on his 5th lap. He only did 4. He had to do 5. We thought he'd finish too soon. He did. He ends up with nothing there. So it is Mad Ansem, followed by Scotty Do, then 8M1, and then Cyber Saxon.
Cyber Saxon taking 4th.
Armit getting a point out of it, and Derek losing the 10 that he thought he might have gained because he didn't finish. Yeah. D finals. It's standing as Batman, followed by Iron Ryan, moving from 5th to 2nd.
We thought that.
Iron
We did
Ryan
think
is
that.
2nd.
Yeah.
Silver Fox is 3rd. Anti-Hype falls to 4th. Tweed falls to 5th.
And Exo stays 6th.
And Exo stays last. He didn't get any laps at all. C, it is Just G on 10, followed by Floss's Boss, Orangutan, Hairy Haggis, Bearman, FPV, and Segan. That hasn't
Hold on,
changed.
that's a change. Floss's Boss was 3rd in our books.
No, he was 2nd.
Was he?
Okay. What are we talking about? C, C final, Just G.
Yeah.
Floss's Boss.
Yeah.
Orangutan.
Yeah.
Is 3rd. Hairy Haggis 4th.
Bearman.
Bearman
Seacamp.
and Seacamp, yeah.
Beautiful.
B final. Still Steve, followed by KPV, Mr. E, Raycon, Matt, and Circles. That hasn't changed. And then your A final, as we saw in the rerun, it is Dan Buster, Carb, Light Sail, King Joshi, Finns, and FPV Gilbert. That hasn't changed.
Okay, so here we go on the second
work,
running of the I final. And in the second running of the I final, it's What's Up FPV that's got the quad in the air. And that's what's going to count at the minute, because there is only the 2 of them in the air competing for the I final. MIT has gone down, and that quad does not want to come back. That front right prop is not spinning up. He could have bent a blade, and it could be against the arm. So all What's Up really needs to do is get across the line once and get 1 lap. If he can get 1 lap in and MIT doesn't come back, then it's What's Up FPV's victory. And that will be 1 each, I think. Yep, that would be 1 each. MIT is not coming back. The video goes off. So it's What's Up FPV versus What's Up FPV. He's all alone on track. All he's got to do is bring it across the line, which he's done once already.
You know,
so
this is the example we were saying earlier on about how is it clocked if nobody finishes.
Absolutely.
Well, What's Up FPV has finished 1 lap. Oh, and only just
Oh,
done.
my
And
word.
surely
My word, that's
Bounce.
finals nerves right there. You can see it.
he went through the dive gate, hit the ground, bounced from that, and went through a flag.
Yeah, nearly ended up in the hedge. That has absolutely got to be finals nerves right there.
Yeah.
So through the triple
yeah,
ripple
just
for the second time, across the line.
He's going to put 3. He doesn't need to. Like, the race is over because, as we pointed out earlier, it's just him and MIT.
Yep.
Which has turned into just him. He's got Mystery spotting for him. Full concentration, I can see, on What's Up FPV.
Mystery, they're good friends. Mystery will be calming him down, just telling him it's all good, don't worry.
Swings high, and that's
Oh,
clean.
that was
that's
nice.
Lovely. I watched that
Lovely.
one line of sight, and that was a beautiful
That was
curve,
so
that one.
good.
Now he comes out of the corkscrew. Now he's heading to the triple.
Into the triple ripple.
It's deep and a bit wide over round both of the flags, and particularly on the head to the middle gate. But these are nice curves. It's just not as quick as you might want to be.
It's not necessarily tight, but it's flowing.
It flows nicely. That is your 3rd lap.
That is 3 laps for What's Up FPV. He's going to take 10 points.
MIT will get 2nd, and that squares them up.
That is it.
17 points all, which means the 3rd round of the I final will settle it.
Yes.
That's exciting.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. That could be a bit nervy, that one.
Yeah, so MIT, you know, as we were talking about earlier on, 49th out of qualifying.
Yep.
Only him and What's Up FPV, only those 2 pilots were ones who didn't get 6 qualifying rounds at all.
Yep.
Otherwise, MIT would not be here.
No. I mean, MIT had 3 consecutive laps 5 times.
Yes.
You know,
and
so
they were not A final, B final kind of pace, but they're not
Yeah,
slower than everybody else pace either. So not only is it an I final that you wouldn't have expected, But he could lose that.
Yeah, yeah,
And
absolutely.
be 50th.
And I think he was really battling with Clive. It was Clive would be his closest competitor.
What's up, FPV?
MIT and Clive. So Clive has qualified sixth in the final above.
Yes.
He would have been the target for MIT.
Yep. So I round 2 is So I will fit. So we'll go to the H final, which we can't show you the scores of, but we can remind you it did change around. But RC Maniac remains the leader of H final. FPV Mark, though, who strangely came in on the first run. On the same run. It hasn't been rerun. On the first scoring, came in last, which we weren't sure about at all and didn't quite understand. Actually, he was second.
Yep.
So that is a huge reason why VAR needs to exist and why it's so good that we have it. So FPV Mark ended up in second, which pushed everybody down 1 place, which pushed Clive from 1 point to 0 points.
Yep.
So yeah, RC Maniac 10 points, FPV Mark 7, Martin FPV 5, and below that are the others. And it's getting a bit heated over in race control, I tell you. As, some pilots are clearly
the beeps. People are getting passionate. It's the last race of the year. It's the UK champs.
Yeah.
And sometimes passion gets the best of you. And something that needs to stop in the UK. I don't know what it's like everywhere else, but a lot of our race directors do take a lot of flack. And they shouldn't.
No.
They absolutely should not.
No, you've got to respect the people who have stepped up to do these things.
100%.
But also as a pilot, obviously, that's why we have a review system. If you're not happy about something, there is a process to go through. We've seen people's changed exactly in this. FPV Mark is now second in this group with 7 points, 6 with none.
Well,
That's why you need the VAR, and it's great that we have it, but there are ways of using these process procedures.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then there's just stamping your foot a bit. And
this is partly, we talked about the technical reasons for VAR existing yesterday, but another part, if we're honest about why VAR exists, is to provide a digital way of enforcing the rules that can't be argued with, that isn't opinion-based, so that the race director and the VAR judge can look at a graph of data and say, this is what happened. And that stops the arguing then.
Yeah.
And the race director can make an informed decision, and the race director's decision is then final. So we have pilots out on the blocks. I must confess, I've lost track of where we are. Is this
our
H final?
Final second go.
Okay.
RC Maniac won the first one. FPV Mark second. Then Martin FPV was third. But the numbers that you're seeing next to their names are...
Qualifying positions.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yep, Martin FPV on P1 on the grid. Clive on P6.
FPV Mark was the quickest in qualifying into this group. He was 43rd. Then it was Derpy. They were right in the first round. They're not round.
Oh, that's interesting. Are they now... Oh, has it changed to their current standings?
No, because RC Maniac is first.
Yeah.
So no,
okay.
I can't see a
In that case,
correlation.
it's changed to something it made up while it was out drinking last night.
Okay. RC Maniac 98 and FPV Mark can see a bit of each other occasionally. Clive's now through there. Let's see for the drop gate. I love the fact that the drop gate is big and orange. It's quite a useful point of reference to see who's near it out of the corner of your eye. RC Maniac's 98's got a much better route into the first part of the triple, but FPV Mark is a bit quicker around the second of it. Zips across RC Maniac's view from right to left to right, and in front of him. And yet RC Maniac 98 is getting... Oh no, FPV Mark is having these timing issues again. We're going to keep track of his laps.
Yep.
They're flying 4 of them. This is why FPV Mark was flagged as last but got the points for second.
Yep.
But RC Maniac 98 has got him for company and is through the dive gate ahead of him. Now into the corkscrew. Do you know, it's good flying from RC Maniac 98. I'm so pleased to see it.
Oh, and commentator's curse kicks in. RC Maniac is down. Oh, that was terrible. They were side by side. Oh, RC Maniac.
Sorry, RC Maniac.
Oh no, and now the adrenaline's gotten into his thumbs, and that's it. You can see the shaky flying after that crash. The adrenaline's in the thumbs. This isn't coming back. That's jammed. So FPV Mark, I would say,
sure is the leader.
Yeah, we're pretty sure FPV Mark out in the lead.
And then Martin is in second. I think it's Derpy who might be second. Just trying to judge where they are in the triple compared to others. Yeah, the timings and the numbers are all in bits for this Group H. Let's not worry about that too much. Because it's saying FPV Mark is on his second lap, but also that he got a really good time on his second lap. That's not making any sense.
No.
FPV Mark going through his corkscrew for what I think is his final time. Derpy is through the dive gate and heading to the corkscrew now. I think she might be second.
Oh, there's some magic
Martin
happening.
FPV is
Come
going
on.
through the corkscrew,
Come on.
and RC Maniac's trying to splutter back
Come
into
on.
life.
Come on.
Bring
Yes.
it back. Bring
Yes.
it back. Bring
Yes.
it back.
Come
FPV
on.
Mark though is going across the line. Oh, Derpy might have got him.
Ooh. And do you know what's?
Oh.
Do you know what increases the pain for that? Is that VAR judge RC Maniac is now going to have to VAR that race.
The one that he's struggling in. I think Derpy has got
I think Derpy may have.
Martin. The timing I'm seeing is by a much bigger margin than I think it is.
Yeah.
FPV Mark's time is not
They
winner.
are,
So
there
I think
is.
we're seeing Derpy as a winner. I think Martin will end up third, and I think FPV Mark will end up in second.
Just missed that shot there, but there was Derpy and Martin FPV hugging each other after that race. Superb to see.
I think she's won that one.
Yeah, I think. Oh well, we don't know quite where FPV Mark was.
No, we don't. And I think RC Maniacs 98 is still coming around.
But she beat Martin. I can tell you that.
Yes. But it was FPV Mark she was jostling with at the line.
Yeah. Now
his timing is just simply not working.
RC Maniac is back in the air. Now this race doesn't finish when the first person crosses the line. If you're in the air, you can finish your laps. Now Clive and Druid have crashed out.
Yep.
They're currently showing us third and fourth. RC Maniac, if he can complete more laps than them,
But they're only racing 4.
he will move ahead of them and into third place.
I don't think he can move past Clive, who I believe
Has he finished? Oh, right,
Well,
okay.
The timing is saying is, but for H finals, I think we're going to take
Okay,
that.
so it's Druid then that's
and
crashed out.
RC Maniac is not.
And now RC Maniac has crashed out. Oh, it's nightmare. So it's Druid. Clive, no, you're right. Clive has finished.
No, we're not dead. We're not dead.
But Druid has crashed out.
Yes, he might.
So if he
can
can
finish now,
if he can come across the line,
that line. Yeah, I think he's just yes. I think he's going to take fourth. He's
So he
moved up
takes
past Druid
fourth.
in my screen.
so he's managed. He's cooked his VTX because he's been sat on the ground. He's been sat on the ground for something. He's cooked his VTX, but he managed to get it back in the air and salvage
He's getting
fourth
2 more
place.
points there.
Yeah,
You get
yeah.
3 for coming fourth and 1 for coming fifth. I think he's
An
played very smart there. Don't give up on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it took him minutes to get it back
Yeah,
into
yeah.
the race.
That VTX is so hot right now. 'Cause it's
But
been
yeah,
sat
I think
there.
that's excellent, smart playing from him.
Yeah.
I'd like to say that Derpy Hooves has got a win there.
I can't
And
tell
then
you
I
any
think
of the
we're going
scores
to end
there.
up
I don't know.
saying 7 for Mark. This is just me guessing. And 5 for Martin. I think we've got FPV Mark will be on 14 points with 2 second places. And Derpy Hooves will be on 13.
Oh, wow.
I think.
We're going to have to wait for the VAR on that
Stressing,
one. Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for the VAR on that one. That's interesting.
But I can already hear back in the tent somebody going, well done, Derpy. So a lot of people will be happy there for her.
So that's going to bring us to the G final. If I could just trouble you for my taskbar back, please. And we will get that set to the G, and I will drop that down out of our way so we can see what on earth we're doing. Oops, that is not the droids we were looking for. So race 2 of the G final. It says F. That's not true. So Davnav in pole position. J-Ro, Steve Rammer, Matt, Simpo, and Aaron. So they should be putting their quads on the line. Here comes RC Maniac walking across with a very hot quad.
Can we show the scores after the first round of G now that we've corrected them after the VAR review?
Yes, we can do that. We can say
Yes,
these
that's how
are
it stands.
that's how it stands right now.
So Matt moved up from 5th place to 1st place when the first round was reviewed, which is why he's at the top of the group here.
Yep.
That also makes me feel like, again, in this race, we might have to confirm it when a little bit after it's finished. It was only, though, Matt, who changed. Yes. And went to be first, and everybody else dropped a place.
Yeah, yeah.
So only Matt might have the issue. Well, we're hearing that pilots are ready. And we're looking at the back of a hat there.
And is that the actual Steve Rammer Rhodes sitting in front of him?
It is.
I think that could be the actual Steve Rammer Rhodes.
In front of the cricket crowd who are watching a
Yep.
marvellous afternoon here at BMFA Buckminster.
Lovely
out in the
afternoon's
sunshine,
cricket.
strawberries and sandwiches and blazers and ties. It's a lovely showing from the members in the members club. Anti-hype there, Mr. Anti-hype. I could say it a little louder and see if he'll notice me, but that wouldn't be very gentlemanly. Mr. Anti-hype sitting in the front row, like the legend that he is. Look at that.
Like a sir.
In the members area. Marvellous day for out in the sunshine watching racing.
That's weird. I've got Davnav in the pits.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
5 seconds.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, we're going with 5 pilots. We've lost
pilots.
someone.
We've lost Davnav.
No, Simpo. Is it Simpo?
No, Davnav's now on a block. How did he teleport there?
I don't know.
That was showing a pit cam.
I'm
Davnav's just not in
I'm
there.
as confused as
Davnav
you
is-
are.
I'm not confused, ever. Don't slander me. I'm here at the cricket. Okay, yeah, it looks like Simpo, who was
Davnav.
last in the first round of this final, the G final. Not going to be improving on that position. So yeah, Matt got moved up and got the win, and he is very cautiously starting with Drew right across
Oh,
him.
my word.
Into that big tunnel split. There's now 2 in front of him as they fight. All 3 of them going through the biggest split. As the dive gate, it's cozy.
He overtook one, but then he bobbled the drop.
Aaron's the first one to hit something. If it was any of the other pilots, they're not so affected. Matt goes into the triple. Davnav is ahead of him going through it. Steve Rammer-Rose is very high over it, and that will mean that Davnav is the first one to get to the line. Then it's Matt, and then Steve Rammer-Rose, really tight with him. Jero is there, and Aaron.
There's some anxious thumbs going on here.
Davnav was third after the first round. He'd like to get the 10 points that comes with first, and he's a good spot for it. Steve Rammer-Rhodes, unfortunately, is untidily out of it for now.
Is he going to come back from that? He's back in the air. That's a good sign. And
a few of those, haven't we? Quite a lot of good recoveries.
as RC Maniac proved, get back in the air.
Matt's got to get that one back in the air, or he's going to lose the second place. Davnav, though, you
And
see
he
Davnav's
does.
flying. It doesn't look like anybody who's under pressure.
J-Ro pulls into second place and then celebrates with a massive crash. He's down, but Matt's video is gone. J-Ro's video is upside down grass. Davnav out in the front. Steve Rammer-Rhodes.
Lap 3. No, Aaron is now also on lap number 3, but about 20 seconds behind him. Steve Rammer-Rhodes, who was third and now has dropped down to 5th, has got places for the taking here.
They're on the table. He's just got to scoop them up.
Yeah. Davnav has got a decent lead as Aaron is only just starting this, his 4th lap, and Davnav is comfortably halfway through it. But the way Davnav is flying doesn't fill you with confidence that
It feels
it's going
like
to be
it.
tidy all the way to the
It
end.
feels like it could explode at any time.
I was nearly summoning my my powers.
You were.
Aaron is corkscrewing widely. Steve Rammer-Rose is on the deck and sees Aaron fly over him. Davnav onto the 5th lap in what has been quite an uncomfortable race. Aaron nowhere near him. He's going to the 5th lap now. Davnav for the dive gate. Take it on board with him. Here's his corkscrew. He's got, I think, at least half a lap's lead. I'm not sure there's anything Aaron can do behind him to try and gain on him. If he was close here, it could get a little bit dangerous between the 2 of them, but I don't think anybody's going to stop Davnav as he goes for his final turn. The 5-lap G final. This one's definitely won by Davnav pending review. Who, though, is going to get second? Aaron into the triple. Steve Rammer-Rhodes not there yet. It should be Aaron.
Aaron across the line.
It looks like it will be Aaron.
So Steve Rammer-Rhodes, by virtue of staying in the air, is going to scoop up a bucket load of points.
He wasn't in the air throughout. He had some moments where he didn't want to be. And Steve Ramarode still flying and being clocked, which is interesting as race control tell them to keep an eye on it because he is comfortably ahead of anybody else who hasn't finished, and none of them look like there's any more flying from them. So it's just Steve Ramarodes for now. We're keeping an eye on everybody in case anybody else sparks back into life, but I feel like Matt, Simpo and JRO,
They're not coming
they're
back,
done.
are they?
They're
Yeah,
toast, aren't
they're
they?
not coming back.
Steve Ramarodes goes the high route. He's taking a look at everything. He's not finished. He's just decided enough is enough with that one. He got onto his 5th lap. He'd completed 4, but with it, he's going to get a 3rd.
Yeah, because by virtue of the fact he's completed more laps than the guys that were down and out.
Looks like JRO might be 4th there, and Matt might be 5th by virtue of what those times are telling us, but I don't know.
Yeah, so again, I think we need a bit of VAR intervention on that one.
Take this one with
with
an old-fashioned pinch of salt.
bit of pinch of salt with this one because it's
What would it be, a drone racing version of a pinch of salt?
a pinch of sodium.
Science.
Yes.
Yes. Pinch of lithium.
No.
Science, but
So yeah, Davnav currently leads that group.
Yeah.
These results are, we stress, provisional.
But Davnav was the quickest in qualifying after the 12 rounds of all these pilots.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
you would feel like it should be.
Yeah, it
Davnav.
seems sensible.
With a 3rd place and a 1st place there out of those 2 runs.
Rama Rhodes salvaging 5 points out of that one, but still not enough to lift him off second from the bottom.
But that's a couple of examples, isn't it, of
Yeah.
never give up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fight until you get that quad back in the air.
Absolutely.
Because, you're 2 laps behind and you've been on the deck for 2 minutes, but obviously Maniac went and picked up a few points just now by virtue of getting further than anybody else.
Yeah. So that will bring us to the F final. It's going to be Gogs in pole position, Specs FPV, Carl Oran ISR Cruise FPV, as they all start heading out there to place their quads down. And some pilots on the start blocks. And they start firing them into life. Gogs on pole position. I forget now. I said it a moment ago, but I forget who was in 6th. ISR seems like he's got a lot of people in front of him. Cruise seems like he's got a lot of people in front of him. So pilots are heading back. Any moment now, a race will break out. R1's video is really horrible. R2, not much better. So interesting here what's going to happen. R1's cleaned up. Perhaps it was in a low power mode. But R2 is still pretty nasty. So the 13th race of 27. Nearly there now. The second running of the F final. And we're off and running. Looks like Carl took the whole shot. So close together. Try and figure out who has the lead. Carl and Oran seem to be neck and neck, but Oran has gone terribly wide. Someone's hit a gate. I heard it. I didn't see it. Into the dive gate comes Specs FPV into the triple ripple. Carl just headed to start the triple. So I think it's ISR in the lead. Specs is showing us 4th, Gogs is 2nd. Oran making a recovery, was much further up than that, but had that big turn, and commentator's curse kicks in. Oran hits a flag, goes down. It's the Rainbow of Doom, which could well mean that's unplugged. That is as far as Oran will go in this final. So it's Gogs out in the lead. He's being chased by Specs. ISR behind him in third. Cruise FPV is looking to move up into Oran's 5th place. And past it, he goes into 4th. Oran now classified as 6 as everybody goes past him. So it's Gogs in first. Specs was behind him, but he's now upside down in the grass. It's going to give ISR the chance to come through. Specs is the right way up, but it doesn't seem to want to launch. So ISR moves into 2nd. Specs drops down into 4th as Cruise comes past him. That drone doesn't seem to want to come back to life. It's Gogs fighting ISR, fighting Cruise, fighting Carl. And Carl goes down as well. It's an absolute war of attrition here. Cruise up into 3rd place. Gogs has done his 4. ISR has done his 4. So Gogs in first. ISR in 2nd. Cruise mops up those points that were left on the table for him in 3rd place. Carl will be classified as 4th. Specs FPV will be classified as 5th. And Oran will be classified as 6th. I'm pretty confident in that as a result, I've got to say. That looked less controversial than previous rounds. So let's commit to those, shall we? So the F final now looks like ISR with 2 second place finishes is going to be in the lead with 14 points. Gogs and Oran. Gogs had a 1st place there, but only had a 3rd in round 1, so he's on 13. Oran, 10 points, took the win in round 1, but 0 in that one. Cruise FPV with 2 3rd places with 5 points. But Oran has the win, so he's ahead of him. Then Carl, then Specs FPV. That is all to play for at the top. So that was your F final. So let's have a little think about the E final. Derek FPV is going to be taking a pole position. 8 and 1 is going to be on P2. Mad and Some P3 on the grid. Armit in 4th. Scotty D in 5th. Cyber Saxon in 6th. Cyber Saxon just scraped his way into this group. Did a fantastic job in qualifying to get himself into the bottom of this group. And that means he now has the chance to outperform his qualifying position. So let's see what Cyber Saxon can do. As the pilots head back from the start grid. So, we can see Mr. Circles in brackets, making his way to a seat, putting his goggles down. And on board with our pilot, Cyber Saxon there, staring at the 5 quads in front of him. Derek FPV staring at the start-finish gate. Race control just asking the pilots if they are happy. They are, so here come their beeps. We're off and running. It was Derek FPV, held his lead and took the whole shot. Armit clips the gate. That's going to slow him down a little bit. It's Derek into the drop gate first, I think. Armit just behind him. Mad and Some drops the gate now. Derek FPV in the triple ripple. Armit in the triple ripple. Trying to chase him down. Eight and 1 shows that he crossed the line in 2nd place. He's into the dive right behind Derek as they go into the corkscrew side by side. There's a little bit of a battle breaking out between these two. across the line. A lovely view there in Derek's got vision. He can see 8 and 1 in front of him. He's going to be looking for the overtake. I think he's going to get it. 8 and 1 made a mistake and let Derek FPV back through. So who's going to cross the line in P1? It is Derek FPV, 8 and 1. Just dropping back a little bit. Armit right behind him. They cross the line almost together. So 8 and 1 could be about to lose another place here to Armit as he tries to reel him in. So it's Armit on the chase. He wants that silver. Armit right behind him. But 8 and 1 stretches out his lead a little bit, gives himself a bit of a cushion. Can anybody catch Derek FPV? Cyber Saxon in 6th, just looking to pick up any points if anyone makes any mistakes. And it's 8 and 1. I missed the overtake there, but 8 and 1 put a move on Derek FPV. It's 8 and 1 takes top honours. Derek in 2nd place. So the E final, let's record some scores for that. It is Derek FPV in 2nd. 8 and 1 took 1st place. Scotty Doo took 6th. Cyber Saxon took 4th. Not quite sure how he made that move, but he did. Mad and Some took 3rd. And Armit then is in 5th place. All pilots are finished. Collect the remains of your quads. And we will save that result. And I can tell you that. What was that? Was that the E?
E.
Yes, that was the E final. So 8 and 1 with a fantastic performance there. Splits the points between himself and Mad and Some. Puts himself back into contention for that one at 15 points each. Derek FPV picks up 7. He's now equal with Scotty Doo, who also has 7. Cyber Saxon picks up 4th place twice on those 2 runs and gets 3 points. Armit languishing there with 1 point from his 2 runs. So Cyber Saxon outperforming his qualifying position, which is
he was
really
the slowest out of all of these.
Yep.
30th in quali, 6 out of these. Exciting.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
So we're about halfway through the finals now. We're just coming up to the D final, so I guess we just sort of passed the halfway point, if you like.
Right, indeed, yeah. So the D final, we've got XOXO on pole position. Tweed behind him, Batman, Anti-Hope, Iron Ryan, Silver Fox bringing up the rear in P6 on our grid. The pilots there just putting their quads down. That's Batman in his rather fetching shorts, just popping his quad on the line and wandering back. And then let's have some video feeds. And XOXO, he hasn't been doing great. He's in pole position, needs to get his head down and maximise on that pole. So Silver Fox took 0 points last time out.
Yeah, last time out, it was 10 points for Batman, 7 in Iron Ryan, 5 for Silver Fox, 3 points for Anti-Hype, 1 point for Tweed, nothing for XOXO, despite starting in pole, as you pointed out, Seb. It was 1.936 seconds between launch and between the start tone and the first gate for XOXO. A good pace out of the start.
Lovely launch.
But it didn't last any longer than that.
Nope.
I think he hit that start gate, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I think it was the start gate he hit, in fact, and did not come back from it. So let's see what he should do. On paper, he should win this one.
Yeah. And he'll want to, because
He'll want to. I think he feels aggrieved that King Joshi had some trouble as well. XOXO King Joshi's dad.
Of course.
And so, of course, there's going to be a little bit of rivalry between them. But Joshi always beats his dad. But his dad will know that. His dad always always fighting his corner and wanting him to do well. But he needs to block all that out of his mind. He's got a race to win.
I'm seeing starting blocks, and I'm trying to see if Tweed is on that second block, because I'm not sure he is.
Is he on the ground? Is he doing a ground start?
I don't know, but we've got somebody running over to the blocks again. Well, they were. And then
Yep, there he is.
There we go. Yeah, it's Tweed. Here he is there. That is the second block. That is Tweed's block. We still don't see him, but it might spark into life once the race has begun. But Batman and Silver Fox were there now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is that. You know, you got to be careful not to let this get to you. XOXO's got his goggles off. Talking to the pilot next to him. No, talking to an empty chair.
Probably a good way to go.
Probably a person who's the other side of the empty chair. Otherwise,
well,
concerning.
Probably not talking to himself. Yeah, lift the goggles. Just try and reset. Hope that your quad doesn't go into thermal runaway as they sit there overheating on the blocks. Thankfully, not a super hot day today.
No. I was going to say, at other competitions, that is much more of a problem. But not in the weather we've got here, but in places like Saudi and the UAE and so on, as they're getting into drone racing now. India too.
Yeah.
Yeah, heat a bit more of a factor. Korea, sometimes. That is Tweed's drone.
So Tweed has power cycled that drone, and it's not coming back.
That's what they all look like. That is Tweed's drone being walked away from.
No video.
Tweed came in 5th in the first round, so he'd love a much better finish in this one.
Yeah. Ixnay on the video, eh?
Race Direct.
I can't have a shrug of shoulders. Are you in or out?
Race Direct is giving him every chance, but he can't really wait much longer. Tweed isn't sure whether he can fly this or not. Someone's just going to have to call it. It'll end up being the race director, Jamie Cole, who's going to either go with or without.
Yeah, bad luck there for Tweed. That's going to be nil point for him. So let me just put that briefly in the way and then move it out of the way.
That's no Tweed. Costly for him. Iron Ryan of these pilots, second out of the first run. Batman was the winner of it.
I'm still having 50p on Iron Ryan.
Well, he's the second one through the dive gate. XOXO was there in front of him. Batman and Silver Fox are having a little battle between them, with Batman just behind Silver Fox. Iron Ryan is second to the line. It's XOXO who gets there first. This final is a 4-lap for the Ds. They unanimously took 4 laps, was their decision.
Now, Iron Ryan there showing as 0 laps, and I don't believe that.
No, he got promoted up to second after the first run, so he had issues with his lap count then. But I don't think anybody can be any doubt that he is behind.
And XOXO has disappeared. He has gone to Narnia.
And he was doing well on the first run.
Yeah.
So he might be surprised by the end when he realises he might be the winner. There's a few mites in there, I know, but I think with Batman swinging wildly off of that turn, you know what, Silver Fox has got a race in this that he could battle his way through, and Anti-Hype, we've not really mentioned him very much, but Anti-Hype might be the only one of them who comes out of this with the points that he sort of earned.
Yeah. Anti-Hype just keeping it together there. He's not going wild, you know, it's not super tight lines, but it's smooth. And
Batman is close to him, though. There goes Anti-Hype over the line, and that's his 4 done. And Anti-Hype is, oh no, Batman is only just beginning his 4th,
Yeah.
Silver Fox is between, no, Batman, the timing thing is baffling me. It was so late there on the update. I was thinking Batman had done 4. Then he looked like he needed to keep going, and the timing said he did. It's Silver Fox will get 3rd as Iron Ryan doesn't finish 4th. Oh, it's untidy.
Oh, hold on, it's changed.
Isn't it?
It's just changed on me. So Batman took 2nd, Anti-Hype took 1st, Silver Fox took 4th.
And
oh no, he changed it.
No, I thought Silver Fox got further than Iron Ryan. I think, well, we need that one verified again.
So who was third?
I'm thinking Silver Fox, but I can hear a lot of chatter going on. Iron Ryan and Race Control. No arguing, let me stress, no
now
arguing.
Jamie did say, I just overheard Jamie say, I fixed that straight away. So we should be able to load that on live time.
I'm just waiting for it to get pushed through. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so we think it's Anti-Hype and then Batman, as we suspected. Oh, Iron Ryan.
Iron Ryan took third.
In third. Okay, so a lap was missed in the count.
Yep.
Silver Fox fourth. Then XOXO got onto the third lap, but didn't finish it. That puts him fifth as Tweed got nothing.
Marvellous.
Not a lap.
Right, okay. What's that done to, which one was that? Yes.
D, yes.
That
So
one.
Batman is 10 and 7.
That's
Anti-Hype is 3 and 10.
Let's put Batman into the lead with that second place.
Yep. And Iron Ryan was second, so he's dropped down to third on his 12 points.
XO and Tweed having an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, and they were the quickest two into this group.
Yeah, XO who qualified P1.
Yeah, Tweed seconds.
Yeah, and he's in big, big trouble. There's no coming back from that now. Which takes us on to our C final. Second on pole position, Harry Haggis. Behrman, Orangutan, Fossibus, just G brings up the rear. P6 on our grid. The pilots have already put their drones on the takeoff tables.
Yes, like it.
The lap lady has called 15 seconds. We're screaming for a spotter. Sekam is again taking the ground launch from pole position. He's going to have 5 drones right behind him and slightly higher than him as he comes off of the blocks. Right, so let's just momentarily put this in the way and do that, and then put it out of the way. There we go. That's lovely. Work of genius.
So I think we have. Sorry.
We are earning our cups of tea here on this final. We are working.
Don't come to us, do they?
We are working hard.
So I just want to go back to H, which was the last one that we had provisional results for. Derpy Hooves looks like she did win it.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
This is H. You
Oh, it's H. I don't need to do H.
FPV Mark is fourth, although we had him as possibly second.
Interesting.
RC Maniac actually got the second place. No, this isn't working. Hang on. Yeah, no. What? My bad. My bad. Let's focus on what we have.
So, fellow MX5 owner Behrman FPV comes off the blocks. So I'm going to be cheering for him and his little yellow Mark 1 MX5. But it's Sekam that had the lead. Sekam that's given away the lead. Orangutan into second place now. Chasing. Behrman slipped down to 6th. Oh, a move there as Orangutan sees another quad slide past him. But it's Orangutan that's across the line in second place. Just G's had an impact with something. Behrman up into 4th place. Orangutan FPV is chasing Harry Haggis. Oh, and just as I say it, he hits a gate. The chase is off. He's back in the air, trying to get the chase back on again, but it's going to have a lot of ground to make up now after that impact. So it's Harry Haggis's to lose out in the front. Orangutan across the line, breathing down his neck, but with that mistake, couldn't quite make it sting. Orangutan takes 2nd place. Just G takes 3rd. Behrman in 4th. Floss's boss is on the ground. Behrman is still flying. So I think Floss's boss is going to end up in 5th with Sekam in 6th place. Your pole sitter for that race has finished 6th, and that's the second time that has happened to our pilot. So that was the C final. Second with 0 points. Our top qualifier in the Group C, and it's just G that's pulled into the lead with Harry Haggis behind, Orangutan in third. That top 3 is all to play for.
Just G was the slowest in qualifying. He was the 6th in qualifying.
Yeah.
Seacam was the best in qualifying.
Yeah, so it's a complete...
To be honest, the first round, Just G was last. He won it. Then Floss's boss, who was 5th in qualifying, he was 2nd. Orangutan FPV, who was 4th, he was 3rd. The first round of this was absolutely upside down.
Complete role reversal.
And we've got a kind of reversal of that now. So, yeah, those results for Group C are all to play for. That's a cliche, isn't it? All to play
It is,
for.
absolutely, yeah.
Why have I used that one?
Well, I've been using it all day as well, to be fair. So we're both on it. We're both on it. So it brings us to the B, and that will be KPV in the B, taking that pole position. There he is, putting his quad on the line. Our fastest veteran in the BDRA Championship. KPV, I think he's going to secure that title today in the B final. So the veteran trophy will be going to KPV for the 2nd year running. KPV, also our international team manager, just can't keep him out of the headlines.
Out of the headlines.
Right.
So what we're looking at there are the names for the C group. Yeah, we're seeing the names of the C finalists there. A little bit confusing, I think. Hey everybody, Matt Andrews here with you. Yeah, we just did the C final. Yeah, which is why I'm a little bit confused. Harry Haggis was 1st, and it was Orangutan 2nd. Just G was 3rd. Floss's boss is 4th. And then Bearman FPV didn't finish, but got 5th as Seacam, again, quickest pilot into this group. Got absolutely nothing in that. That is a big surprise. There's our B final lined up. It should be coming through now. There it is. We're just waiting for race control to update us on where we are. Your B finalists then, everybody. That's the B finals, and the current standings for them look like this. Steeth with the win in the first run, KPV 2nd, then MRA Raycon, Mad FPV, and Circles. What happens in the 2nd run of it? Steeth hoping to get a follow-up win. KPV would love to get a bit of a reversal there. Here they are, out of the blocks and cracking on. And KPV, first one through these split S's. And Steve with him too. This is good attack from KPV. Look at this run. This is nice. The corkscrew is very close between them. KPV to the flag, just staying ahead of Steve all the way through. The triple though is ours. KPV is off his line. And to the gate goes Steve. Maybe getting a little bit of timing errors here, as it's saying that KPV was ahead of him, but he is now, but I'm not sure he was at the line. Never mind. KPV and Steve flying well. Matt up into 3rd. Raycon doing all right. Circles with some video issues is just ahead of Mr. E as they complete the corkscrew and turn away from that. We've got 3 pilots onto their 3rd lap. Matt FPV joins them and makes 4 as Raycon has gone past him and moved up into 3rd. Steeth flies into the triple. KPV into the triple. They come out of it together. They go for the line together. This is really, really tight now between Steeth and KPV. Through the bigger of the split S's into the smaller one. KPV sees shadows, sees quads, and goes through the dive gate undeterred by either of them as Steeth leads him out. Steeth into the triple. It's going to be so tight between them, but we got more of this to come as the B final with 5 laps. Now we go. Split S to the tunnel. Both of them in there at the same time. Out on top, through the bottom for Steeth, and KPV stays with him. Steeth hits the dive. KPV doesn't. Steeth hits it again. KPV stays ahead. KPV surely now to the final and gets there. 10 points for him. Can Steeth hang on to 2nd? Circles isn't close enough to take it from him. Steeth will get 2nd. Circles will take 4th. 3rd, Mad FPV is in the triple and fighting with Raycon for the line and just gets there by 0.6 of a second ahead of him. Mr. E is back into the air and showing us a lot of Buckminster. And down he comes. Fight, fight, fight. You got to enjoy that one. That was all right, wasn't it, pilots? Pilots enjoying the racing behind us. That's the KPV I know, says Alex Kubrak. What a battle, says -1 FPV. How do I update the scores? By hand. Tech. Have they gone? Yes, they have. Ah, well. Has it fallen off my screen? A B final. Blisteringly quick. Tappy, Seb. You're all right. You're all right. So KPV winning that one. Steve coming in second. That ties them on 17 points. Then we had in third place was, Circles, getting 5 out of that. He had nothing in the first race, so 5 for him. Which means he ties now with Mr. E, who got 5 in the... He came last, so Mr. E got nothing in that one, which means he's got 5. It was Matt FPV in 4th and Raikon in 5th. Seb will put some numbers on some screens, and we will look at a lot of pilots standing. What's going on just outside? Sorry, just outside. Now, is this because we had some VTX issues in the first run? Looks like we might be checking everybody's video out. So while they get ready... Sorry, Seb. Let me put your magic on screen where it belongs. B results. Yeah, so KPV and Steeth. First and second and first. And we've got Circles and Mystery. Third and last, Lard and third. Lard and thirst.
Marvellous.
Thirsty. And we've got Mad FPV, 4th and 5th and 4th with Raycon.
And that is not the first final that we've seen that arrangement of finishes.
No, it isn't, is it?
That's a pattern forming. That's quite interesting.
I'd give you 50p on KPV or Steve to win Group B.
Yeah.
The A finalists are only now being sent by race control to those.
We're going to be putting their quads on the blocks.
Okay, now just hearing that, there's going to be a little bit of a delay before we go into the third and final round of the racing today. No bad thing. We want to make sure everything is absolutely right for all of the pilots and, of course, all of you who are watching and enjoying the racing as well.
Race
Thanks so
director.
much for having everybody here. Michael Lowndes cheering on Mr. E. Well, yeah, disappointing for him and you then in that last round. -1. What a battle. Carl on fire. Proper nail biter, says Alex Kubrak. Titanium says, you're doing a great job, Matt. Thank you very much. Lois says, epic race bonus. Send it. But Rich Miller says he thinks this is an absolute shambles. And says, sorry if you find this rude. Without explanation, Rich, I wouldn't say I find it rude, but...
Yes, please could you constructive your criticism?
Because an absolute shambles is a...
yeah, we'd love to hear what...
Yeah, Jimmy says, how can it not be construed as rude? I'll be honest, Rich. I'm not taking it as rude, but without further explanation...
Yeah, if you can say, oh, this could do with tweaking, or have you thought about that? Or
Yeah. Do you mean us? Do you mean the production? Do you mean the race timings? Do you mean the track? Do you mean etc., etc., etc.?
Do you mean the lack?
What you're referring to?
Yeah, the
To be fair, I don't think any troll would write, I'm sorry if you find this rude, so I don't think you're trolling us.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Round of the A finals.
So it's remind me the scores last time out.
Of the A finals, I would do that for everybody. Dan Buster was our leader, not just after 12 rounds of qualifying, but also in the first run of this group. Then Carb got second and Lightsail. Lightsail, keep your eye on him, taking third. Keep your eye on all of them.
If you can.
First to the gate, King Joshi. And now try and separate who you think is going to go where. Well, King Joshi's through the dive gate. Carb and Gilbert through that as well. A little bit of a better showing from Gilbert so far. Not too far down the field. And he'll be sad after not getting any points out of the first round, so he'll really want to feature in this one. He crosses the line now, but only in 5th place. Joshi's in first. And Joshi is down. And Dan Buster is down. And Carb, who started qualifying so strongly, but then started to weaken towards the end of yesterday. Carb might be handed a whole load of points by 2 pilots he's been struggling to keep up with.
No.
Or is Lightsail and Finn's going to beat him for them?
Lightsail in the lead.
Finns follows Lightsail through the dive gate. Gilbert up into third as well. Carb with a real chance here to do something about its position. He is going to struggle to benefit from it as he's only across the line in fourth and maybe having to end it. He's not on 3 laps if the timing is to be believed. A real shocker there with King Joshi out of it far too soon. Dan Buster out of it too soon. A chair being absolutely chucked across the ground. You can see the chair on the left-hand side there.
So there is a call for spotters there. So I don't know what. Where did Joshi and Gilbert get qualified as? Joshi was qualified as 4th. Not qualified, but...
It's Carb's spotter who's being asked for, which...
yeah, so... So the A finalists are suffering with equipment issues today.
People, like I said, being handed some points there, got to be ready to take advantage of it.
Yeah, he's moved it on to the next race, so...
At the moment, Finns is getting 10 points there. Gilbert, coming in second, is getting 7. That's a big help for his position. Lightsail getting a 3rd. That's 5 points out of one race and 5 points out of the other for him.
Yep.
And then we're going to have, it seems, Joshi getting only 1 lap counted, but still coming in 4th. Finns, yeah, getting the win. FPV Gilbert's time gets him 2nd at the moment. Lightsail picking up that 3rd and getting 5 with it. That could be really important, as you can see.
Yeah.
King Joshi's 4th.
I mean, if those are the scores, if they stay, that's wide open.
Carb just getting 1 out of that run, coming down in 5th. And then, Dan Buster, when we saw he was up. I mean, look at that, 11, 10, 10, 8, 7, 6. 10 points for a win. 7, then 5.
That's amazing for an A final. That is not how that usually shakes out. I can't pick a winner.
If Carb wins the final run, Finns has to be 2nd time with him.
Yeah.
If Carb wins the final run, he wins.
Yep.
And he's been 2nd and 5th.
And if Lightsail wins, that could be 15 points.
Yeah, if Lightsail wins, he's on 20, he's untouchable. If Dan Buster wins, he's untouchable.
No, if he takes 10, it'll be 10, 5, 5. Oh, yeah.
He'll be on 20 points.
He'll be on 20 points, yeah.
Any of the top 4 can win.
Wow.
And in fact, let's go worst case and a bit of maths with you.
If that result sticks, because there is a VTX
yeah.
query going on.
King Joshi, if he wins the final round and gets 10 points there, maths, everybody, join in. He'll have 16. Finns could have nothing. Dan Buster could have 1.
Yep.
That's okay. Any of the A round, any of the A finalists could be the British champion.
Mathematically.
Yeah. With the 1 final round that they have to do.
Yep. Wow.
Which is very exciting.
Wow.
For King Joshi, many people's favourite.
Yeah.
Before we began.
Yeah.
Justifiably so. And 2nd out of qualifying, only just behind Dan Buster.
Yeah. And don't forget.
For King Joshi to win the British Championships right here and now, he needs not just to win this race, but everybody else to just have a complete upset in positions.
And don't forget, the A final have flown 3 times. They've had 1
they had the rerun
already.
Yeah.
And Joshi took P1. But that result was cancelled because of the video issues for Carb.
Yeah, the whole race was rerun again. What we can say is that for Gilbert and Joshi to win the British Championship, they need other results in their favour, of which there are many mathematical permutations. We won't go into that.
Yeah.
For FPV Gilbert or King Joshi, they could be the British champion, but they need other results to work their way.
Yeah.
For Carb, he needs to win and Finns to come in 2nd. There are other possibilities, but it's a few levels deep. If Lightsail, Dan Buster or Finns win the final race of the day, they are the British champion.
Yeah. Wow.
Aye.
Can you imagine the nerves? I mean, hopefully they haven't looked at the scores. I mean, I can't when I'm racing. I can't look at the scores. If I was one of those three, which I would never be, but if I knew how close it was.
Well, you could be in a different group,
Yeah,
which is as close as
yeah,
this.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I just fall apart. I couldn't deal with that. I never look at the scores. I fly my best race, and what happens will happen. So yeah, I hope those guys don't know what the scores are. So we are just waiting on the VAR judge because we've got so many VTX issues in this last round. We've got pilots with VTXs that are just giving up after 2 days of flying, and it's causing our race director no end of headaches as he goes through the VAR.
While we are in this little gap then before the final round of racing today, just want to say, Jimmy Bobbin, fantastic 2 days of commentary and stream with a ton of effort put in. Thank you so much,
Thank
Jimmy
you.
Bobbin.
Very kind of you.
The sheer speed of these guys is something else. You are not wrong
Absolutely.
with anything you say. Anything can happen at Champs, says Nighthawk FPV. I know, and you know that very well too.
It's about to.
And yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the mic pack. Thank you, Titanium. So Rich Miller didn't come and explain further.
We've had feedback. Could be a bit more constructive. We would like. Honestly, we would like to know.
Yeah, genuinely.
Because if we don't know what it is, we don't know how to fix it.
I mean, I just rattled off 4 places which, you know, could be not necessarily in need of improvement, but are completely different ways that can be improved. Obviously, naturally, since we're streaming, we are the only way of finding out.
Yeah.
So further information than that. And we've had a lot of discussions. Thank you so many of you for being with us all day.
Yeah.
You know, we had a lot of discussions earlier on about format and how this stuff works and how we explain it and so on. So every opportunity for feedback, very welcome.
Yeah.
I am very pleased with how the pilots are racing. And I'm really grateful for all the kind words that everybody has said, and I'm happy to hear the constructive criticism along the way, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where we are at right now is just waiting for race control to verify things. We can show you... That's so confusing, because what I'm seeing out the window is not the same. Oh, there we go. It was almost like, wait.
That's really strange.
Somebody, you know, like in heist movies, there is always a person who hacks the system and puts a looped bit of video in so the CCTV doesn't get to see the burglary. I swear that's what I was watching just now, because there's a person sat in a chair right in front of me. But it's not that chair.
It's
so weird, isn't it? It doesn't make any sense at all.
That's making my brain hurt.
There's somebody there. Hey-ho. So we'll need to find out by hand, unfortunately, if anything is changing. And there's a couple of races which...
So shall I pop next door?
Do you want to do that
just ask them how they're getting
just
on.
find out when live FPV is...
With their VARing.
Well, hopefully it's only like one change and they can just tell you what that is. Otherwise, we have to do it the long way. Which is no fun for anybody. Unless you like live spreadsheeting and maths with Matt and Serb. Available for children's channels. Everywhere. So it is 3:44 here in the UK on a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. Take a look. Hey, international watchers. Oh, weather's not always bad. I know we have a reputation for it, but come on. Look at that. It's beautiful here. Absolutely beautiful here. It's still beautiful here. It's oh, come on. It's brighter than that, actually, but what a sky. Over our starting blocks for the British Championships and what will be our final round. We have 9 races to go. They vary from 3 or 4 or 5 laps, depending on what some of the groups chose. We will afterwards be doing our prize giving and chatting with lots of our winners and pilots too throughout, so make sure you join us and stick around with us, please. Always exciting to hear how pilots feel. And the general atmosphere here, we're very, very keen to bring that to you as well, as we've already mentioned. We couldn't do any of this, of course, without hard work of so many people here at BDR8. And also, we are so grateful to our primary collaborator, Bear14HD, We've been working closely with them here at the BDRA with the 5G 14HDD project to develop cutting-edge temporary cell and broadcast solutions. It's going to revolutionize connectivity at live events. Imagine being able to attend a live event in a big stadium in one of those places where you just can't get a signal because there's 80,000 people doing the same thing.
Yep.
By the way, there are 80,000 people here. We just didn't mention it. Well, you know, that's going to be a thing of the past. Streaming from anywhere as well over 5G would be wonderful. We thank Fox here, one of the longest standing, like FPV world, like forever.
Yeah.
They
Old
create
school.
some of the best electronics you might want to use. We're very proud to be supported by them again in 2024. Rush FPV, thank you to them, the go-to brand for electronics. They make FCs, ESCs, VTXs, antennas. You need to have some of those. Vulcan Innovation, sort of kind of newer, really.
Vulcan
some
Innovation,
of these,
yeah,
some of these brands.
Yeah, new.
Top motors though, racing, freestyle,
They've
bit of filming and cinematography too.
They've come from nowhere, burst onto the scene, and what a product.
Yeah. We've got pilots racing with those and practicing with them around the track too. GemFan, of course, long-term partner of the BDRA. Thank you so much to GemFan. These race gates on this amazing track are thanks to them. They're 7-foot full-size race gates. We used them here. Western was the first time I think we used them.
Championship size.
So pleased to have them. They're also great with propellers, as we've seen at many races. Also, not just for racing, freestyle props, filming props.
Yep.
Get them, put them on. Colours.
And they look after us super well as well, GemFan. GemFan send us out so many props to support all of our pilots. And they support a lot of clubs up and down the UK as well with props and with everything they can do for them. It's really good.
Radio Master, you've probably heard of them. I mean, just the radio, I'm thinking the number of pro pilots that I see at DCL events, FAI events, international events, wherever I go around the world. I mean, it's Radio Master absolutely everywhere.
Absolutely.
Same here as well. TX16S, still pretty much the favourite, I think. Boxers, pockets, Radio Master, just everywhere. I don't mean in boxes and pockets.
For me, it's the Zorro. It's got to be because I love that small game controller style transmitter, which is I think I'm in the minority there. But the Zorro it just really ticks the boxes for me. That one
that's
is
the thing, though. Radio Master have got so many.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You find something that you'll want to use.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Runcam, just the best. I mean, not just digital, analog and digital cameras, FPV systems, years and years and years. So many pilots I know fly those. Thank you so much to Runcam. They've donated prizes to us as well, which we're very grateful to have. We will be doing prize giving, as I mentioned later on. We've also had support. Thank you to Beta FPV and T-Motor and Tadu and Speedy B as well.
Yeah.
Thank you from the BDRA to everybody there. Nighthawk FPV in the chat, Blakey. That can't be true. Gavlar FPV updating us on Carb first, Finn second, Gilbert third. Lightsail fourth, Joshy fifth, Danbuster sixth.
Interesting.
I haven't got Carb first in any of the runs yet. Derpy Hooves recently sold you on the Jumper T15, Jimmy, as your step up from the pocket.
Derpy Hooves is a sponsored pilot, sponsored by Jumper. And flies with Jumper kit. Yeah, absolutely. So if you want to have a look at the Jumper kit, come and have a word with Derpy. She will show you the transmitter that she's using.
And Derpy can win the H finals.
She could.
Which would be wonderful for her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so many people here are also watching, but you know, of the 50 pilots who are here, so many of them would be really pleased to see Derpy on a podium.
Absolutely.
But potentially on the top of one.
Yeah. She'd still be shorter than everybody else, but yeah, it would be nice to see her on that top step.
Oh.
She's only little.
I know. So we've shown you plenty of the scenery. There's not a lot else going on out there right now. There's no drones there. There's no drones over there. That's not a drone.
No. That was a wasp.
That one doesn't work. That's not a drone. That one, no.
That one's overheated.
That one's not got any wildlife on it, which I was hoping for. Or has it? Is that on our screen? Or is that? Oh, no. There we go. On the top
on
right.
the window. There is a wildlife watch opportunity. Oh, dear.
So yeah, we're having a bit quiet. Nick West, the guy on the right is a bit quiet. That is not something that's ever been said about me. I mean, guy on the right. Are we having the mic issues again? I hope not. Yeah, I'm not usually described as quiet.
Your green light.
I am occasionally described as Matt Andrews as well. Nice to meet you. Will Anderson, is that a drone? No. Still no. Oh, hold up. That's a C-cam.
Oh. He's just
No.
turfed KPV out of that chair.
Oh, fight. We're going for the...
Kicked him out of the chair.
Going for chairs and ladders battle.
Stolen it from him.
But Titanium is relieved to see that Blakey wasn't part of the Great Champs disaster of 2024.
Absolutely.
After the meteorite that hit us earlier on.
He was spared.
Long story. You missed it. It was touching. Touching, Blakey. Will Anderson is in the chat. Hey, Will.
Hey, Will, how you doing?
Yeah. And Nick West still thinks I'm a bit quiet.
Oh,
Meteorite, Blakey. Yeah, big thing. Sky. No, I'm okay. No, you can't push me up a little bit.
Okay, now you're in trouble. Now you've had a bit of game.
And now Davis, FPV. What happened to the second A finals run?
The second A finals run, if my mouse would wake back up. There we go.
Well, I swear to God, Carb got first, but the results say otherwise. Yes, so the results say that Carb came fifth. We are currently in the VAR process between the second round of finals and the final round.
Yeah.
It might change.
Now
I don't think he won it. You might have seen that he did based on the on-screen timings, but there are a few glitches in those for sure.
So I can tell you that the VAR judge and the race director are having a massive headache.
Oh, yeah.
One pilot reports that he has gone through 5 VTXs today. So something is afoot. Whether it is a firmware or a hardware issue, we're not sure, but more than one pilot having VTX issues, and the worst of the bunch says he's chewed through 5 VTXs today. So there's been some frantic soldering going on to get these VTXs swapped out.
Well, yeah, if you look at, for those of you who are familiar, if you look at live FPV, you will see that Carb is flagged up on there as first. But from what we saw in the race, he didn't finish all the laps. That's one of the things that's being reviewed.
Yeah.
We have it that Finn's won it, which is why so these scores on screen, as we mentioned when we put them in first, take these provisionally with a pinch of sodium, like we said.
Absolutely provisional. Absolutely
Until race control begin round 3 of the finals,
well, we
can't be sure.
We're going to get a
these
tap on the shoulder any moment now to say that the VAR process is done, and as soon as that's done, the validated scores will be published, and we can then go and check on them.
But this is what we saw.
Yes.
And if this stands, as we mentioned earlier on, Seb, anybody in the A final can be the British champion at the end of the A final.
Yep.
For FPV Gilbert and King Joshi, they need other results in their favour. They need certain people to come in certain positions.
Yep.
Carb, if he wins it, if Finn's comes second, then Finn's will tie with him. Otherwise, Carb will be the winner.
Yep.
And if Finn's FPV, Dambuster or Lightsail win the final race of the day in the A final, they will be the British champion. So it's close. It's really, really close. Carb needs 4th at least to win. No, Carb needs... see, if Carb wins, then Finn's second ties with him. If Carb was to come in 4th at least, he would just get 3 points to be on 11. Finn's might score nothing.
Yeah.
Dambuster could score 1, but then Lightsail would score 3.
Yep.
So it needs to be a little bit more than that.
Yeah, we need those to be VAR'd and confirmed.
Which they are being right now.
Yep, absolutely.
Blakey, we've all failed safe at home and work. I haven't.
Nighthawk, we're not sure if all of them have been updated. That's the thing. We're waiting to be told that the whole process is finished. They could be halfway through. We're not sure.
Yeah. When it was raining yesterday, how many shorts and water damage? Oh, how are shorts and water damage avoided?
Fly faster than the rain. Right, I'm going to have a quick word next door.
Technical answers. Apologies if that was too difficult. What? To follow. Well, quite a lot of pilots have their electronics coated. They can even, it's like some, the professional level can even survive being completely submerged in, water.
I'm
I've seen
hearing
quads at
bongs.
many events go in rivers and fountains and things like that.
I don't know if you're picking that up on the microphones, but there are bongs coming from the race
Yep.
director, which is a sure sign of changes.
Yep.
So yeah, Matt FPV actually had his entire stack wrapped in electrical tape yesterday, didn't
Yes,
he?
he did, yeah.
Yeah.
Insulated the whole thing, which is not the way I've seen pro-level drones sealed. Usually a spray is involved or similar, but yep. Nighthawk is still in the chat. Yeah, updated. Right, guys, Nighthawk, Gavlar, etc. You're saying it's updated and true, but we are sat right next to race control, and until we're told,
Yeah.
then it might still be changing.
Yeah, I'm
so
sorry.
I'm not sure how you're so certain it's been done.
I mean, you could well be right, but
Yes, oh, yeah, sure.
we can't say you're right until the race director tells us what the results are.
Just watched it back, Carb Defo 1.
Good. Okay.
Well, that's why we also have spotters and so on like that. Did you just go and check in with race control?
Yeah, they are still VARing.
Yeah.
So, as I say, if the mic's picking it up, when you hear the windows bing and bong, that's Jamie making a
3
change.
or 4 times in a row.
So we're not going to try and piecemeal this through. We're going to wait for all of the changes, and then we'll make all the changes, and then we'll confirm them with you. Because then we tell you the right thing once.
Nighthawk says he's just reading what's on live FPV. That's what we have too. We don't have anything better than that, but we're just more aware of the position about
Yeah, we don't know which
what's
bit.
being done right now and what's being looked
I
at
don't
right
know
now.
which bit on live FPV has been done and which bit on live FPV is waiting to be done.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're working through a list.
They might have gone
so.
A is done, sure.
And
But I don't want to go and interrupt race control and slow that process down.
If I go and tell Jamie, tell me which bit you've done, he'll slap me. So no, not happening.
Oh, will he? Will he now?
He will. And he would be justified in doing so.
We'll find out. We'll find out, don't worry. But guys, yeah, please trust us. We are not unaware of live FPV. We know what live FPV is saying. We are pulling that data and populating things like this in here. But trust us when we say we're aware of race control and the situation that's amongst us, and we would be racing if there wasn't something still going on right
We
now.
got you, boo. Don't worry. We got you.
What's Titanium saying here? Upset someone that year, Elliot. Decided the UK champ and they retired. What are we referring to here?
Yeah.
Not sure what that's referring to.
So I think chat needs to start thinking about maybe behaving a little bit.
No, they're all good. They're all good, aren't they? Check Jamie's update, which is updated.
Just before you,
I can't convince them, can I?
if Jamie
can't
was
convince
finished
them.
with his updates, he would have told us he was finished with his
To be
updates.
fair, he might not tell us because he's so busy right now, still going bong next door.
Yeah.
Next time we need a bong.
Stop it.
We need a bong
Stop it.
live on stream, all right? We need...
Yes.
Every time he does it, bing, so everyone knows.
Oh dear.
What's going to happen here is that Jamie's going to confirm to us the A final
And the
is
B final,
updated,
and the C final,
and this is correct.
and the D final,
Then
and the
all
E
of you
final,
are going to be like, "We knew it.
and
Why
the
didn't
F
you
final,
believe us?" But
and G final, and H final.
if you can't trust that we're actually
And the
sat here
I
right
final.
here and doing the things the way we need to do it, then I can't give you any more explanation on it.
I give in. I literally give in.
What live FPV is saying, and I haven't updated it here, but bong.
Bong, there's another update.
Is 3 in 48.4 for Carb, which is definitely possible, of course. That's definitely within his wheelhouse. Finn's getting 3 in 50. Bong again is slightly off his pace, but yeah, sure. Gilbert third. I mean, definitely, of course.
Hello?
Possible. Here we go. Now we're getting the VAR update. So
Okay.
Carb is first.
Have you done all of the
So
changes?
now we're being told it. That's what...
Okay. Okay. So just do me a favour.
changes in
Just come
H
round
and
here to the middle so that people know that you're real. Okay, and here we go. One of our lovely VAR judges. Show me this is the clipboard. Okay. You can't see that. It's confidential. And this is the lovely VAR judge coming to tell me all of the VAR results are ratified, verified, and have been entered.
And there are some changes, but live FPV is now definitely right for all groups.
Marvellous.
go.
Thank
Right,
you
there you
very
go.
much. Now we may proceed.
Did you say A, G, and H? That's the only ones?
A, G, and H are where we have
Right,
changes.
cool.
Well, there
Yeah.
we go. That
Well, there
makes
you go.
our
So
lives
now we know.
easier, doesn't it? So if you want to pull me up the Gs.
Oh, I'm sure chat could do that for you.
So, Dav Nav
All right.
was first.
So, that's just how we have to do it, everybody. We can't just go, oh, it says it on there. We know.
No, you'll never convince them. They know right.
No, stop it. Stop it. Okay, so after 2 rounds of G, what has changed?
Dav Nav in first.
I don't like doing this bit on camera. I know it's ugly. I know it's boring for everyone to wait for,
But
but this is what we've got.
The way we're doing it.
It's what we've got. So Davnav remains the winner, and is still on 15 points.
Yeah.
What has changed? Aaron got 7. No, we had that already. Steve Ramarode's 5. That's not changed. JRO coming in 4th. That's not changed. And then Matt is 5th, and Simpo hasn't. I don't see any changes there.
No, there's no changes there. We may have got that right
isn't it?
ourselves.
I think you might be right.
We may have been professional VARers in our spare time.
H finals though, what has changed here? Well, Derpy still won the last one, so she remains on 13 points. Martin FPV remains on 12. Clive 3rd, that's 5. Druid. Okay, so Druid's gone up a place.
Right.
From 5th to 4th.
Cool.
Which gets him 3. Oh, Mark remains. Oh, he got 1 point as RC Maniac comes in 6th. So whereas he was joint kind of leader of this group, he's got nothing for that second run.
Okay.
So the second run of H when Derpy Hooves, Martin FPV, Clive, then Druid FPV.
So the big one then that chat has been telling us all about is going to be that
FPV Mark.
A final.
5th was APV Mark, and RC Maniac, who we thought was 4th, and that actually gets nothing. That's ruined. That's
we got
down his chances of
30
winning
seconds
it.
to correct the A
don't
final.
rush me, I'm a professional. A finals. All right, so we will ratify now that second round. It's Carb with the win of that one.
Well, that's a huge
It's
change.
Finns in second.
Yeah.
It's Gilbert 3rd, Lightsail 4th.
Huge change.
It's Joshy 5th and Dambuster 6th. Wow.
Massive. Absolutely mahoosive. So what has that done to our A final leaderboard?
Carb an enormous lead.
Boom. There we go.
I liked it our way.
Yeah.
When there was a chance of anyone winning the group.
It was more exciting our way, wasn't it? There we go. That is VAR in action. Everything is now absolutely locked in. No trial by live stream because we don't need it. Let's do a race.
The final race of the I finals.
What do I want to do? I want to press that button. That's what I want to press. So this is all to play for because
This is the end now, yeah.
it's 1-all.
Yes.
So MIT could win it, or What's Up FPV could win it.
17 points each of them. They both got a win and a second place.
After
So yeah.
2 days of racing, thousands of lipos, millions of minutes in the air, it comes down to this one race. Who's going to crash into the dive gate first? It's What's Up through the dive, into the corkscrew, but it's MIT who's into the triple first. Here he comes round the corner into the start-finish gate. They are so close. They are neck and neck. And there's What's Up's drone in MIT's view as they both line themselves up for the topless tunnel. What's Up FPV can see MIT just in front of him.
Just
So
a bit bolder from What's Up FPV,
yeah.
and MIT's going to get a little bit of a surprise.
Oh, line. Beautiful. Beautiful. Keep it rolling. Keep it
MIT
rolling.
might have just seen a little whisper of What's Up FPV around the edge of his picture there as he was turning for it. They're
Oh.
going to see each other here.
MIT.
You can't let that get into your minds,
the lead,
either
no,
of you.
What's
And
Up's
What's Up
cleared the
FPV
gate.
is way... Has he started the triple?
Yeah, I think
Or is he's finishing the
he's
triple?
just finished
Okay.
it. He clipped the triple
So
as
he's
he was
9
going
seconds
through.
behind on
So this is
predicted
it.
pace.
Last lap. It's WhatsApp going through the topless tunnel, but MIT's already in the split S. WhatsApp's into the split S now, so MIT drops through the dive gate. WhatsApp drops through the dive gate. MIT has the lead. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, it's MIT's to lose now. He just needs to hold it together. Don't make any mistakes. Don't clip any gates. Get through that start-finish line. MIT across the line. WhatsApp FPV finishes off the I forgot what we were calling the triple. It's gone out of my head. The triple ripple. WhatsApp FPV disqualified for freestyle. Fantastic racing there from these two guys. They park their drones. That is a win with 27 points to 24 points for those two pilots as they both walk out and collect the remains of their quads.
And a few other people involved in that as well. Spotters from the next
brilliant.
race being heading towards the starting blocks. MIT will be our final champion then, just ahead of WhatsApp FPV, who was clean and tidy, not as quick as they might want to be. Although I have a feeling WhatsApp FPV is happy with that.
I would say he probably is, yeah, absolutely. He flew well. He kept MIT honest all the way through there.
Yeah.
A couple of overtake attempts. And you know what? If he hadn't clipped a couple of gates, it would have been even closer.
Absolutely.
And it would have been, if MIT had felt a bit more pressure, maybe. You can say maybe all day long. But the result for that is in. No VAR required. We have a winner of our I final.
MIT, congratulations to you. H final. Now, H final is a little bit more complex. So we don't. Oh, we can take that scoreboard down. Do you want to drop the A finals off?
Oh yeah, we'll get rid of the
Let
A
me tell you what the
finals.
H final stands like. It's changed around a bit after the review which just happened. So Derpy Hooves is on 13 points and leading Group H. Then we have Martin on 12. Martin FB has 12. RC Maniac has 10. We thought he was on a lot more than that, but he's now just on 10 after it turns out he came last in the previous round. So RC Maniac 10 points. Then we have FPV Mark on 8. Clive on 5 and Druid FPV 6th place with 4. So, RC Maniac can win this group, Martin FPV can win this group, Derpy Hooves is leading this group. Those are your top 3 in it at the moment. FPV Mark could even win this thing, and given he was the quickest in quali out of all of them, that wouldn't be so much of a surprise, although after the 2 runs we've seen from him so far, he's not there yet.
Look at that absolute rogues gallery there. Beautiful faces of our pilots. Derpy Hooves powers on her drone. Pole position is Martin, is it, in this one? Yeah, I think so. Martin in pole.
Derpy Hooves is the leader of it.
She's leading, but she's P4 on the grid by...
Well, she was second into this group.
By reason of... Well, that's a 4 on her takeoff table.
It is. Why is she 4?
Not quite sure why she's put herself on 4 if she qualified second, but there we go.
Do you get to choose? No, you wouldn't choose to go back, would you? What's going on there?
They could have all blown a fuse. You never know. You never know with these pilots.
Do you know there were only 8 seconds between Mitt and WhatsApp FPV in that last
Really?
run as well? Yeah, like you said, a bump or 2.
Yeah.
And that's a different result, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely.
A beer would be great around about now, says Jimmy Bobbin. I can't do that for you, Jimmy. Sorry to say.
I tell you what would be nice
I'll try
right
as much
about
as I
now.
can.
A cup of tea.
A cup of tea would be nice right now. Do you know, I think every event I've done for the BDRA, somebody has brought me a cup of tea. And a few of them, it's been a member of the audience who are watching us at Western Park, which is lovely.
That was amazing.
But earlier on, Secretary of the BDRA, David, brought me a coffee. Now, I appreciate the thought. And then a mouthful later, I nearly died. Not because I'm allergic or any medical reason at all, just because.
Because it was coffee. How very dare you? So,
But I appreciate the effort.
Druid's camera giving us a view of Derpy there.
Are we moving around?
I think Derpy's got a technical.
I think they're in the wrong places.
Mr. E is out there with Derpy.
I think they're moving around because they were on the wrong blocks.
Derpy's partner, Mr. E, is investigating the quad. He's in charge of fixing them. Derpy's in charge of breaking them. She's put her quad down on P4. So she's that's yeah, we're confused. We didn't think she was P4, but okay.
I don't see how she is. She's not fourth in the standings now. She wasn't fourth when they started this group.
Where did she
know.
qualify in this group?
Second.
Well, she should be on P2 on the grid then. Well, she's not. She's on P4,
Unless that
and she's gonna go for it.
No, that can't have changed.
Derpy's lost her chair. It's just...
It's chaos.
There we go. There's Derpy. She sits out of the pilot line because she gets some interference. And she sits facing away from the track.
I've got 6 pictures. H3 final.
Here we go.
No, okay. Well, anyway, never mind.
Never mind. They're racing.
They know where they're meant to be. And away we go. H final.
Is this the third running?
Yes, it is. This is the final run of all of the groups. So this is the one that wins it. And if you're Derpy Hooves, you have a 1-point lead or more over everybody else. What you need to do is beat Martin and FPV Mark and RC Maniac, and then... Oh, no, Derpy Hooves,
No, Derpy, what happened?
Oh, no, and she's got her goggles off and she's done. Oh,
Goggles are up.
heartbreak. Oh, no, she might still make podium. Clive can't do anything about it, but there's Derpy Cam. Oh... No, right, well, let's concentrate on what's still going. Martin is out of the triple and heading for the finish gate. FPV Mark is in the triple and staying there for now. RC Maniac, is he our leader? Might he pick up the group win?
Ooh.
We said he could do until the scores changed around a bit, which made us a little bit less sure after the second run.
But he just had a
But
refusal
he's
on that
all
dive
right
gate.
here.
He's just trying to hold his nerves together, I think.
Martin now to the dive gate. Druid coming up to it now, and nobody else still fighting in this.
No,
Mark
gone.
had 8 points,
Clive's
Derpy
gone.
Hooves 13, Martin 12, RC Maniac 10. So if RC Maniac can beat Martin,
Crosses the line
he's
in the
going,
lead.
I think, to take the win here.
He's through the uncovered tunnel. Where's Martin? He's just coming into
Oh, RC
the,
Maniac,
the
move
spiral up.
it. Got to move it.
Come on, RC
He's on
Maniac.
his
Hold it together.
third lap.
Hold
We're
it
seeing
together.
both of them, all of the 3 pilots still flying on third laps, and they're racing 4. So you have to keep this going a little bit longer. RC Maniac is comfortably ahead of Martin, who is comfortably ahead of Druid. There's
Keeping
big
it
spaces
moving.
between all of them.
Come on,
RC
don't,
Maniac,
don't
final
push.
lap here now.
Don't
Win
push.
this, get 10 points. That gives you 20. If Martin comes in second here,
That's a half
he'll
a
be
lap
on
lead.
19.
Oh, my
It's
word.
RC Maniacs to win
Oh, my
H
word.
finals. I'm so glad he can't hear me right now, but that doesn't seem to stop
Absolutely.
people getting commentators' curses.
Just got to keep it smooth. Don't push. Just fly. Here he comes. The technical wizard behind FPV Racing Solutions. Slightly biased.
Is going
Across
to
the
win
line.
your H finals with 4 laps in a time of 2:11.
Superb. And it's Martin fighting Druid for those bottom scores.
I think he knows and he's celebrating. Look at him.
Disqualified for freestyle.
No. No, let him have this one.
Martin's
Oh, he's just on a loop. He is rocking out.
Martin's across the line. It's going to be a freestyle contest going on
They're
here.
all across the line. RC Maniac having fun. No. Yes, I think we are pretty confident that with that, your H final champion, an all-round hard-working legend, RC Maniac 98. We think he's got it.
Superb. Absolute scenes. Well done, RC Maniac 98.
Yeah. Amazing.
So-
I think, well, I mean, we need to get it verified. Derpy Hooves might still find herself on a podium. But I'm not sure yet. And obviously, we're not sure until the people who are sure tell us.
Oh, let's not have a bunch more VAR stuff. Really, let's not.
No, let's have an outright result.
Can all our
That would be
VTXs
nice.
just work, please?
So somebody's gone through 5 of them.
5 VTXs, yeah.
So for people who aren't familiar, a VTX is involved how?
Yeah, the video transmitter.
Mhm.
So there are 3 main boards in your drone. There's the ESC, electronic speed controller. There's the VTX, video transmitter. And there's the FC, the flight controller. The flight controller is responsible for managing everything. That's the brains of the organization. And you'll see the 3 boards in a sandwich with a little gap between each board. Each board is 20 by 20, 20 millimeters by 20 square. Except the ESC is usually a bit bigger. ESC usually lives at the bottom all of your motors are connected to your ESC, and that controls the power going to the motors. And how much power to send to the motors is dictated by the flight controller, which usually lives in the middle or top of the stack. The flight controller has all of your accelerometers and your roll sensor. I forget the name. My brain is fried after so many days. And then your VTX, which is connected to your camera and is responsible for sending the video signal from the camera to your goggles. And that's layman's terms, the meat and potatoes of what's inside one of these quadcopters.
Provisionally, RC Maniac 98 is winning that round, getting 10 points with it. Martin FPV taking second place and 7. Oh my, we're already moving on to the next one. No, we're not. Druid 5th, and then out of everybody else, it seems like Mark has got the 4th place. Derpy Hooves will pick up 1 point, as it seems Clive crashed before her. With that, provisionally, I'm still saying RC Maniac 98 is your winner of Group H. I think Martin FPV is second by 1 point behind him, and I'm fairly sure that Derpy Hooves will find herself on the podium in third.
Fantastic. Derpy takes the bronze on the lower step. And
strange. Yeah, strange that that's not being confirmed in both of the places
so
that
this,
I need it to be.
This is the G final, so we're looking at it's a battle between Davnav and Matt, really, this one.
Yes, really, yeah. Yeah, 12 points, 15 points Davnav, 11 to Matt. Davnav should get out there and get this done. Simpo hasn't featured in either of the runs so far. I think he's going to get 0 in his third. Davnav, not the quickest of the starts. That appears to be Steve Rammer Rhodes. JRO is just all around the grass and not anywhere near where he wants to be. JRO really struggling.
Really nearly having a mid-air there.
Yeah.
I think Rammer had to pull out of that one. He's showing us in second place. Simpo hasn't taken part again,
No,
so whatever happened to his drones was absolutely done.
So we've got 3 across the line. Steve Rammer Rhodes lining up for it now. JRO still in the middle of the triplet and now going for the line. And his first lap onto his second, but Davnav is onto it 1.7 seconds before Matt was. That's a very vertical dive from Matt. He was so high, so dangerous to pull out of a dive gate from there. He's lucky that's still flying, but it is. Matt now has lost some time behind that as well, so Davnav is clear out in front, and with a win here, he will be clearly the winner of Group G by some way.
Dav's taken a first and a third already, just needs another first, and he'll seal this one up.
Davnav is flying very nicely there. And this is a group where they're running 5 laps, though. So you've got to hold your nerve for a bit longer. Here's his route round a triple. And although he's got a decent lead, remember, obstacles like this, you know, there's a big, it takes a while to go from starting that triple to ending that triple, and you are flying over and round and through. There's always a chance that a drone who is actually quite a long way behind you in racing terms could be very near you at some point of that triple, and that's dangerous.
It's a very long obstacle.
Yeah. Davnav hits dive.
No.
Davnav, got to go and find it again. Is he through it? Your spotter better make sure. I think he is, but Aaron is going through it now. JRO and Matt were all in there at the same time, and JRO's had to do it again. The fight for second is pretty tight.
Somebody has a bent prop. It sounds awful. And hear that drone screaming. No idea who it is. Could be Davnav after that tap on the dive gate.
I was wondering if it's Davnav.
That could make his life difficult.
And Aaron is gaining on him, but Aaron is very high now. This race is not over yet, everybody. Now we go for the triple. I think Davnav has got this secured, and something is unhappy.
That's
but
such a bad
Davnav,
noise.
that could be the win there.
Davnav takes the win.
For the G finals, his 5 laps are done. That looks like there's not going to be any question about it. JRO should be second. We're thinking Matt third, just 1 second ahead of Aaron in 4th. Steve Rammer Rhodes gets 5 laps flown. Get a point for that. But Simpo, didn't feature in any of those runs, unfortunately.
So, Davnav takes the win with 25 points. J-Ro in second with 17. Matt third with 16. That was close.
Yeah,
Aaron
absolutely.
with 13. Steve Ramrose with 7. He'll be disappointed with that. I don't think that was all the speed he had. He had more. And Simpo, who just couldn't get into the air. Nothing worked. Nothing wanted to fly. So that is your G finals complete. Congratulations to the G finalists.
If we just skip back to the H final, we can now verify what I told you. It is RC Maniac, the winner of that group with 2 wins out of 3. Killed
Awesome.
nothing in the third run of it, but 10 points from one, 10 points from another. He's got 21 point behind him. Commiserations to Martin FPV. I know some of you in the chat saying how well he's flying and how much he's improved. You're absolutely right, and we saw it throughout this event too.
Yeah,
he's
very
1
much.
point behind winning H. He's in second there. Debbie Hooves has 14 points. She is third in Group H.
Fantastic. So that brings us from the G to the F, and it's going to be Gogs in pole position, Specs FPV, Carl Oren ISR, Cruise FPV bringing up the rear in P6 on the grid. And speaking of the grid, there is the grid. Look at the pilots. Look how regimented they are there.
Yeah, they're not even the pilots.
Stood behind their takeoff tables as the previous finalists come back with the remains of their quads, punching the air in victory there. Davnav, lovely to see. So good stuff. Pilots have put the quads down. Let's have a look what we've got in terms of feeds. Carl is wistfully looking there at Gogs' feed, wishing that his picture was as good. The beeps are playing, but I don't think they're ready.
No, well, pilots aren't even in there.
Oran's
so.
video is hot garbage. Let's hope he's in pit mode. Cruise FPV is powered up. ISR staring down.
Do you just want to quickly flick up the scores while we're just waiting for them to be ready to go?
Oh, we could do that, I reckon.
G finals are, sorry,
I
I beg your pardon, the F finals that we're about to do. I mean, look at that.
That's tight.
Isn't it?
That's
and you're
tight.
saying about Oran's video being so bad, he won the first round.
Yeah.
If his video is great this round, he could be on 20 points at the end of it. And that won a group for RC Maniac.
Yep.
This group's a little bit closer. Some other pilots in very strong scoring positions. But yeah, so here it comes. Your F final. Oh, it's cleared up for Oran. That's looking lovely.
Oh, that's better. He must have been on pit mode. Must have been.
Yep.
Here we go. It's been a long day today. It's 4:30 and we're still flying finals. ISR off the blocks and immediately into the ground. It's all over for ISR. That doesn't look like it's coming back. So Gogs took the whole shot, but who's in the lead? Who's on second? It's Specs taking the first crossing. Gogs is right behind him. It's between Gogs and Specs this time round. ISR is back. I lied when I said he wasn't coming back, but he's in 6th place. He's got so much ground to make up. It's Carl now, who's lost his video feed completely. He's gone. Cruise's video is now absolutely hot garbage. And he tries to make the dive. Can't do it. Couldn't see it. Lands upside down. Now his video is perfect. He's going to come back into the air, I'm sure. As Gogs is out in the lead, and he needs to stay in the lead. He's just in front of Oran. Oran has a refusal on the dive gate, which gives Gogs a little bit of space to get into the triple ripple. Oran into the triple ripple now. And this is what Matt was saying earlier. Both pilots are in that feature at the same time. It's Gogs across the line. Oran right behind him. Specs FPV now slipped down into third. Gogs is trying to keep Oran behind him as they go around into the dive gate. Let's see if we can end the battle by going on board with 2 of them at once. If I could find the button. Here we go. So they're both in the triple. And it was Oran that just got through the triple ripple faster the last time round and beats Gogs to the line. It's Gogs in 2nd place. It's Oran in 1st.
That might be enough for him.
Let's see
He
what
did say it could be if he gets a win here, and he was capable of it, for
see
sure.
what it does to the scores. Cruz is 4th. Cruz and ISR still on track, so there could be a change. You never know. Carl is going to be 6th.
Oh, I think we're going to have a tie.
My voice is going.
You got more races yet. Hang on now.
ISR has a crash. ISR's gone down.
Cruz is still through the dive gate and heading to the end of his lap. 4-lap race for F finals.
Cruz's video is absolutely awful.
If he can finish this in the position he's in, I think he might steal a place or so. Oh, there we go. Cruz comes in.
Sneaks 4th place.
ISR and Carl don't finish, but ISR, I think, will take the point there. That might be significant. I think he's going to be okay. Provisionally, it's in the A finals again. Take that off.
Why do you? Oh, because I clicked on the wrong one. There's your problem.
There's your F final.
Wowzers. So that is now my scoring system here doesn't know how to deal with ties.
But do you know?
So the fact that Gogs is before Oran may not actually be true. So we need to check live FPV for that one. There is a tiebreaker rule that I don't remember. And I'm not going to pretend that I do at this point, but live FPV will know. I think if I had to guess that's going to Oran because he's finished first twice.
Yeah. You would expect something like that. I'm just spamming, but it doesn't go bong.
It doesn't go bong.
Maybe that's why it's not as quick. Maybe I need a laptop that goes bong.
Bong. Bong.
Either way, your F finalists can do no more. We'll
Is
verify it for you when we can. You know that.
So it brings us to the E final. It's Derek FPV in pole position. It's 8M1 in 2nd, Man and Son in 3rd, Armour in 4th, Scotty doing 5th, Cyber Saxon in 6th. Cyber Saxon been doing a brilliant job of outperforming his qualifying position so far. So I'm just going to go in there and turn that off in case I click that button wrong again. There we go. So that's your F final. Well, let's talk about your E final. 8M1 and Mad and Some currently tied with 1 win and 1/3 between them. Derek FPV and Scotty Doo are tied with 1 second and 1 last between them. So they're popping their quads out on the start blocks. They're running back to that camera view being a little bit obstructed now, but that's fine. Absolutely brilliant. So as the pilots take their seats, we can say 8M1 there, no feed for him just yet. That's going to pop up any moment soon. Mad and Some. So Cyber Saxon staring at a row of quads in front of him. Derek FPV staring at the start-finish gate. There's his straight run to cross the line. Calling out for spotters who weren't where they should have been. Getting towards the end of the day now. Everybody flagging a bit. Okay, let's go. Super long set of beeps there. We're not getting our last beep. Do we have a problem with timing? Yeah, I think so. I think race director had to pause the beeps there. So not sure what's going on. Have we got any pilots heading out? Yes, we do. We've got pilots heading out to their quads. Oh gosh. So something's going on. We know not what. All we know is what we can see and what we are told. And what we can see is there are pilots out there making changes to their quads. Could be somebody doing the reboot, the unplug, replug, shuffle. Don't know.
Right, what's going on, guys?
Race director's querying what is the issue. I've only got 2 video feeds.
What?
Okay, looks like a quad has failed and is being replaced. So not sure which that is. We've got 3 pilots out of there. 3 pilots out there. One of them is replacing a quad. We've got Cyber Saxon now heading out towards the drones. So perhaps he's overheating a bit and he wants to unplug. Oh, four pilots. So we've officially now got more pilots on the start blocks than we have in the pilot line. So this one's gone sideways. So we tick over to 7 hours and 20 minutes of live stream here at the British Drone Racing Championships 2024. Okay, they're heading back. Are they happy with their lot? Okay, pilots heading back. We've got some video feeds. Nothing from 8M1. Not sure what's going on there, but something. So this is your E final, the 3rd running of.
Right, let's get this over. E final. Last E final. Best of luck, guys. Off we go.
Right, there we go. We've got 6 good feeds. I don't think your body pack is powered on. And we are off and running. Let's see what Cyber Saxon can do. As I say, he's been consistently improving over his qualifying position. And it's Derek FPV showing as first one across the line. So let's take a look here and see who's into the triple ripple first. Or more importantly, who's out of the triple ripple first. And it's Scotty Doo across the line with Derek FPV hot on his heels, chased by Mad Ansum and Amit. It is super close here. Cyber Saxon is in 6th, taking up a watching brief. See if he can just push ahead of 8M1. It's Scotty Doo still out in the lead. He's tussling with Derek FPV. He exits that triple ripple in first place, but hits the ladder up after it. That's given Derek FPV the opportunity. But I think Mad Ansum has snuck ahead of Derek FPV. So Scotty Doo's mistake there could cost him dearly, and he has another mistake.
Just to make sure.
Finals nerves into the drop gate. Looks for the corkscrew, can't find it. His thumbs are shot. He can't get that drone under control. So it's Mad Ansum who's out in the lead with Derek FPV right behind him. Amit bringing up the rear. Cyber Saxon wondering if Scotty's going to make even more mistakes, and he might have 5th place off of him.
Well, Mad Ansum was on 15 points before this. 8M1 was on 15 points before this final run. In finals, Mad Ansum is clearly getting grips with this, much stronger than everybody else, but it is a 5-lap run, so he's got to get it around the rest of it. There's still time for 8M1 to try and catch him, and time for anyone here to have some problems. And Mad Ansum now into the corkscrew with a decent amount of time over 8M1. Someone might catch Mad Ansum, but I don't think it's going to be 8M1, and I don't think it's going to stop the result being Mad Ansum's. 4 points, putting him on 25, and I am confident you're looking. Black video at the E channel.
2nd place is Derek. 3rd place is 8M1. In 4th place, we've got Amit. In 5th place was Cyber Saxon. So Cyber Saxon did manage to steal 5th from Scotty Doo. So yeah, absolutely brilliant from Cyber Saxon there. Out finished his qualifying position in each of the 3 runnings of that final. So well done to him. So that means that your Group E final scores are as follows. Mad Ansum with 25, 8M1 with 20, Derek with 14, Scotty Doo 7, Cyber Saxon 7, Amit with 5. I think we can pretty much confirm that. I don't think that needs any VAR, do you?
I think I will stand, surely.
So we go into the D final, and what are the scores on the doors, Miss Ford? It's Batman leading the group.
Okay, Mike is playing up again. Looks all right this end. Everything should be all right this end.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So your green light had gone out, so you'd lost connection. So.
Okay.
Right, okay, what are we doing? We're talking about the D final. Batman, 17 points, leading this group at the moment. Anti-Hype, Iron Ryan, Silverfox, XOXO, well out of position there. Not where he should be.
Yep.
My 50p on Iron Ryan is in danger. But we'll see what happens. The pilots are all out. XOXO walking away from the pole position block there. He's in pole position and he's not managed to convert any of those pole position starts into a win. Batman in his fetching shorts is showing us his fetching t-shirt and his fetching shorts. Lovely pictures there. Silver Fox powers up. Anti-Hype. Looked like we were going to get video, but no, we're not.
I think we're I think we're fairly confident about those standings for Group E.
Yep.
The points haven't been pushed through to verify it a second time, but I think we can safely say Mad Ansem is the winner of Group E, and 8M1 will be in second.
Yep.
And Derek FPV hanging on to third. Yep, there it is. Mad Ansem with 25 points, a win, and then a third, and then a win. 8M1 coming in second with a third and a win and a third, the opposite to Mad Ansem and Derek FPV. 2 second places and didn't finish the first race, but managed to scrape together 14 points, which is enough for him.
So another false start there. Pilot's not ready. Race director having to stop the beeps.
So in the F finals, Gogs and Oren ended up tied in that one as well. Well, 2 pilots tied. Yeah, it looks like Gogs and Oren ended on 20 points each, and Gogs has been, according to the results, given the win. But he got a first and a second and a fourth, and Oren got a first and a last. So why would Gogs be ranked higher than Oren? Is it on qualifying?
I can't remember.
I think it's quali.
I can't remember the tie-break rule. I must.
I think it might be
confess.
qualifying. Jamie chasing them.
Yeah, but Jamie's got it covered. What Lifetime says is the truth. So yeah, I can't remember what the tie-break rule is on that one. So we've got no feeds at the moment. We're desperately hoping we get some feeds. The pilots are all still out there. So we're waiting for a race to break out here.
In the event of a tie, the time taken to complete their laps is used to decide the winner.
Oh.
So that's your time of the 3 final races?
So that makes sense then, because he had a first and a third and a something, didn't he? So
yeah.
He was
so his third time
ahead of the rest of the pack more times than...
it's just, I think, is
Oran
coming
was.
in last means you've got a time which can't be counted. So
Yeah, that's very true.
I'm not sure. Anyway, it looks like Gogs, then Oran.
I'm not arguing. I'm going to go with that.
No.
So they're finally running back to their seats at 20-5 here at BMFA Buckminster. So on the beeps, we're going to get the E final underway. Is XOXO going to redeem himself and take a win at last? Or is he going to bounce off a gate and end up upside down in the grass? Strong start from him, but he's side by side with Tweed. But Tweed has a little twitch there. That was weird. Almost looked like a midair. Oh,
that sounds ugly.
That was big. That was Batman versus Iron Ryan. And they've both ended up in the grass. Anti-Hype sees a drone full frame in his video as someone pulls an overtake on him. I think it was possibly Tweed. XOXO across the line first time, but then has a refusal on the ladder up. Has to go back for another bite, which has let Tweed get ahead of him.
D finals, all to play for here. Batman into this race with the biggest score of 17, then Anti-Hype 13, Iron Ryan 12. So those are the three pilots that are looking most likely to win the D final. Batman, Anti-Hype, Iron Ryan, all still flying in this. Ignore that Iron Ryan says crashed out. We've had trouble with his timings all the time, which is one of the reasons the VARs are so important. He is out of the triple ripple and still not clocking us any time, so it's hard to judge. Well, we think they're all on to lap number 3, and it is only a 4-lap race in the D finals. Batman down in 5th.
XOXO
Could be outscored.
something.
Anti-Hype looking to outscore him. Iron Ryan looking to outscore him. Oh, Iron Ryan missing the entrance into the triple. Lost a little bit of time there. I'm not sure he's in danger of being caught by XOXO. And XOXO getting the 4 laps in first. That's a solid run from him. Then it looks like it's Tweed, and these are pilots who needed to do these a lot earlier. Could it be Anti-Hype taking 3rd and winning the group? It could be.
Well, the problem is that Iron Ryan hasn't clocked any laps.
Yeah.
We are going to need VAR on this one to give us a decision. Iron Ryan currently showing as 6th, but I don't believe it.
And the name's already changed. Jamie is keen to keep this moving. All right, that's going to need checking.
Absolutely.
Salutations from South Africa, says Drone and Sundry in our chat. Hey,
hello,
welcome,
South
Drone
Africa.
and Sundry from South Africa. Blitz is in Johannesburg, and Drone and Sundry, I think JHB is Johannesburg. Drone and Sundry, I'm in KZN near Notties. Drone and Sundry, I'm sorry, I have no idea.
No.
KZN?
My geography
Near
does.
Notties, I'm afraid.
My geography
I don't
doesn't
have a lot
extend
of
that
knowledge of
far.
South Africa, I'm sorry to say. I'm guessing JHB is Johannesburg, and the rest of it I am sadly not knowing. But great commentary, well done. Thank you so much, Drone and Sundry. Thank you for joining us too. How did you find the BDRA's British Championships? Did you know we were on today? Or KwaZulu-Natal. Oh, that's how KZN comes together. That's fascinating. Drone and Sundry, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Insane skills, completely pedestrian at FPV. Aren't we all really? I certainly am. But thankfully I can talk quicker than I can fly, so I can keep up
Well,
one way or another.
we
You
will
are very
find
welcome here in our community, learning a bit more about South African racing, which I'm excited about.
When we have our commentators only race, we will have a shootout between all of us.
No, we won't. No, you might. But I'll be testing the speed of gravity in a vertical direction. Just want to make sure I still know it. It's 9.81.
Orangutan FPV there coming back to his seat. There is Matt FPV carrying a chair.
Have we shown the scores of C finals?
We haven't, but we can.
Those
beeps
tones, they're not
are going to be
not happening.
apocryphal. So it's just G fighting Hairy Haggis. Orangutan FPV still in the mix.
Yeah.
Floss's boss possibly a bit out of it. Bearman FPV up against it.
But the #1 qualifier in this group, who came into this 13th out of all 50 pilots and faster than all the others in the C finals, Sikam, who hasn't finished a race.
Yeah, absolutely shocking. Again, only pilot in the finals that's taking off from the ground. He prefers that ground-based takeoff.
It hasn't worked.
No,
at all.
absolutely not. So here we go, all to play for in this one.
Right, let's concentrate on the C finals while I'm also trying in the background to try and calculate the D finals. But it's not working on the live time, so we can't do that. CCAM will not finish any of the races in the C finals. That's an absolute shocker for him. What a shame. Who could win this group? Well, let's concentrate on what Just G is doing and find him down in 5th. Ahead of him, we've got all of the other pilots. Ahead of him on the scoreboard, none of them before this race. Harry Haggis just in front of him, in 4th. He was 2nd in the table. Orangutan was 3rd. He's 2nd here. It's all backwards compared to the points. This group has been a challenge to keep up with. The winner of this race, could it be Bearman FPV? If so, he's not in a position to take 10 points and win a group with them, but it might get him onto the podium. Orangutan takes the middle of the triple ripple and comes out and starts his next lap here, and the C group are flying 4 laps, so the battle is on. Orangutan through the top of the split as Harry Haggis follows him into it. Now Orangutan through the dive gate. Harry Haggis follows him there as well. Just G was between the both of them, but he's not anymore as he's only just finding the dive gate. And Orangutan is coming to the line, but across it first was Bearman FPV. Orangutan hangs on. We've got Harry Haggis not clocking that final lap. This is This is unexpected. Mind you, not the first race. We could say that about today. Harry Haggis not finishing that lap and not getting the 4 in. Race control wants to know if Floss's boss got some laps. We really can't say very much about that one other than we know that Seacam will be very disappointed as he's going to limp out of that with no finishes in 3 runs. I'm not even sure he got a lap.
Yeah. I think that's going to be...
So I think that's just a sad finish to a day which saw Seacam finish qualifying in 13th, which he can be proud of.
Yeah, there's going to be more VAR work to do there. Bearman FPV taking a win. To be honest, that's what I expected. Bearman FPV, in my rarely humble opinion, is the quickest pilot in that group. So finally shows his true pace.
Now, I was calculating the D finals, but it's still showing Iron Ryan as no laps, and that's just not right. So that just can't. Yeah, that can't stick. Oh, this is so confusing behind the scenes, everybody.
So I'm not sure that result is going to stand. I'm going to show you it, but I don't think that is the result. I'm not entirely convinced of that. That needs some VAR. Just G takes 1st place. Orangutan hauls himself up into 2nd place. Harry Haggis in 3rd. Bearman in 4th. Ross's Ross in 5th. Seacam in 6th. The only thing I can guarantee you there is that Seacam was 6th.
As I said, yeah.
Nothing else in there do I trust. And I can hear bong,
bong,
which means that something is afoot. And I don't just mean it's 12 inches. So it might be worth, I don't know if that will have pushed through yet, but might be worth a quick look on live time to see if those updates are pushed on your C final. Well,
so I'm just keeping an eye on the commentators race, which is emerging in chat. Perhaps we can just flag that up for you. Elliot Naseby says, I'll take that commentators race. Titanium says easy win, Elliot says unless KPV joined. Titanium says, strictly speaking, KP isn't a full-time commentator. Can't let him take your trophy. Titanium, I'd enter that race as well, but Matt might give us a run for our money. I'm sorry, but I'm just going to step in and say, full-time commentators, if that's what you need to be to win, I've got a chance after all.
Absolutely. See, I've been picking you up.
You need an extra cropped in version of my face, okay?
That was your, I'd like to speak to the manager face.
I didn't realise there were so many of us out there. My hit list grew longer. I didn't know there were so many. I didn't know Elliot was full-time. KPV, a full-time commentator.
So, Jamie's VARing, I think.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, after all the drama off of the chat.
Yeah.
Of where there's some.
Bing, there we go.
There,
Yep.
Bing.
That's a VAR. And another one.
I mean, I don't think it's verified until there's at least bong final V3 bong. So got to appreciate all the hard work that's going on behind the scenes. M4TT not Matt. Titanium FPV. Is he a commentator? Is Matt with a 4 a commentator as well, is he? I mean, he said some words on a stream yesterday.
He commentates on Velocidrone races.
Oh, he does. No,
Yeah,
sorry, he does. Full time.
I'm not.
Apparently.
Yeah, but we're not really. I wasn't thinking about the virtual stuff. It's not real, is it? It's not
That's
real.
virtual.
I suppose we should let him in. Do you think?
No, I think it should be restricted to
it's
full-time commentators, and that's the only chance I have.
Commentators in the real world. That's another 2 and 3 more bongs.
That always going
There is a
crazy
lot
over
of
there.
bongs going on today, I tell you.
I don't know why I'm looking at the final, the race score, the race times of the one that just happened, because despite the number of bongs, I think I want that one chiseled in stone. It has changed. Harry Haggis and Just G have swapped positions.
Oh, hello.
Third and fourth have swapped places.
Tell me about it. So,
Bearman is still in here with 10 points from the win.
So Harry Haggis was.
Orangutan second.
Yep.
Then we now have Harry Haggis third and Just G fourth.
So Harry
and then
Haggis
Floss,
third.
Harry Haggis third, Just G fourth.
Fourth.
Floss is boss and Seacam. So
Okay,
third and fourth have swapped places.
Let me update that in our scores and a refresh. Did that refresh?
No.
Let's refresh. There we go. Now it's changed. So
Oh my.
Orangutan FPV takes the win.
That swap of places from Harry Haggis and Just G, third and fourth, has cost Just G 2 points and the win of Group C.
Oh my word! What absolute scenes!
And Harry Haggis wasn't there. He's just gained 2 points more. In fact, that's pushed him up past Just G as well. And Orangutan could be the winner at
FPV
C.
sneaks the win. Is that confirmed?
Well, the third round is, but I don't know if we've got the double confirmed that I
It should,
particularly
yeah.
like to see.
If that's been confirmed, then
It is.
it is confirmed.
Orangutan wins Group C.
Okay, so our B final scores as we stand, it's KPV and Steeth neck and neck. They've both had a win and a second place. So let's see how this one is going to shake out. It is the youngster versus the veteran, KPV on the pole position. Oh, and I see a quad come through his camera view there. Was that KPV losing the lead already to Steeth?
No, they aren't.
So it's Steeth out in the lead. KPV is breathing down his neck. Matt FPV just behind him, keeping him honest. Raycon, Circles, and Mr. E battling for the bottom half of this final. Circles hits the gate, goes to the moon, but he's back on track. It's Steeth out in the lead into the dive gate side by side. It's Steeth and KPV. The battle here for the win between these two guys.
Yeah, nobody else in any contention at all for this, but it's 5 laps. I'm so pleased that it is, because we want to enjoy this. See who can hold it
KPV
together.
hits
I join
them.
in. KPV steps aside.
Oh my
No.
word.
And Steeth, surely now uncatchable by everybody else. Matt FPV will give it a good go, but in points, he's absolutely uncatchable by everybody else, although we have seen pilots come back into life very late in a race and gain and turn things around. Steeth still has to finish it. KPV, is he out for good? It doesn't matter anymore. Steeth wins the B final after such a difficult time in qualifying, only getting 6 runs completed in the final round of qualifying earlier today before the finals began. He is up and celebrating. Steeth now with 2 wins and a second place gets the highest score of anybody in a group so far. 2 wins and a second place. Steeth, we're pretty confident it'll stand.
His auntie is going to be so proud.
He walked her down the aisle earlier on.
No, I would say that was apocryphal.
That looks like it's going to stand.
So let us have a look at what that looks like when we put the thing over there, and I click that, and then I click, and then I click that, and I do that, and refresh that. Why are you not saving?
27 points.
Come on, save.
Mr. E getting the second place there. And then Circles.
Wow, something weird is happening.
Yeah, then Matt coming in fourth. KPV limping out of that one with an unfinished but fifth place. And Raikon, who a lot of people were cheering on in the chat earlier on, going to be disappointed in how B finals have finished for him, as we are giving, we think, 27 points to Steve, the highest score of anybody so far, as I said. No, that's not right. That should be 10 for round 3. So Steve is first in race 3. No, that's KPV. KPV fifth. Yeah. Steve first. Mr. E second. Yeah. Then Circles and Matt FPV. Yeah.
Oh, dear me. Come on.
Yep. It's going to be 27 points. 2 wins and a second place for Steve. It's going to remain 18 for KPV. And then Mr. E comes in third and makes podium with 12, ahead of Circles on 10. I think Matt will be disappointed, although he's always so humble about what he can do.
Yeah,
so he'll probably be like, no, that's what I got. And he...
So 2 wins and 1 second place for Steve secures that B final.
12 points for third place to Mr. E. Gets him on the podium, which is great. Well done, Mr. E. That's not the highest third place score we've seen.
I hate to say this, but I hear bongs.
I do too. Did we go too soon?
I don't know. Don't know what to say about hearing bongs, but I'm not pleased to hear bongs. But
are we too ambitious and confident there in getting that sorted out? What we will do is concentrate on the action that we get in the A final, and then there is going to be some VAR time before prize giving. Let's build you to the British Championship final, live here from BMFA Buckminster. Your A finalists and possible British champions. It's Dan Buster, King Joshi, Carb, FPV Gilbert, Light Sail, and Finn's FPV. In that order qualified, but after the second round, it all got turned upside down. Carb with a win. Dan Buster, last in that second place round, has changed things so dramatically. Carb goes into the Group A final race, the last race of everything today, in a position that we didn't expect, to be honest. At the start of yesterday, yes. About halfway through yesterday's qualifying rounds, less sure. By the time qualifying ended, third in a podium behind King Joshi and Dan Buster looked more likely, but King Joshi is out of contention. A podium not out of reach, although mathematically challenging. Dan Buster could still win. Cobb will just need a really rough race, and he hasn't had one in the finals.
Nope.
Light Sail, the Finns, Gilbert, King Joshi.
I mean, Light Sail, his destiny isn't really in his hands here. He needs everybody else to fall out of the sky. But if he just keeps it on the rails, anything could really happen here. So they've put their drones down. We've got 6 good feeds. Well, I say that. I've just lost Carb's feed there. I thought I had it. Okay, last one of the day. Deep breath.
Your British champion. We'll find them now here live with the BDRA at BMFA Buckminster. Good luck to the pilots. And we go. Carb with the championship in his hands. He's through the split S with no issues. The one after is good, and now the big split S is fine. And everybody's finding a dive gate in their vision at all pretty much the same time. But Finns is the first one to rattle and roll, and that's a problem for him. As 8 points were on the leaderboard, not enough to win it, but he could make podium. Out in front, King Joshi, after a disaster earlier on. Great first run, which no longer counted. He no longer in contention for the win, but would like to finish this race in great battles. Dan Buster is flying very quickly. Carb with the race and the championship close to him. He's finding himself in third behind Dan Buster, and there aren't many points between them in a battle. Dan Buster's good. Carb through the dive gate into the corkscrew. FPV Gilbert still scrapping. Don't forget him yet, and Carb is very close to FPV Gilbert, but goes through the triple like he's not there. Joshi is finished. Dan Buster is in second. Carb is third. It's a strong showing for Gilbert in fourth and Light Sail in fifth. We've still got Finns recovering from his crash and racing round to really good applause from pilots here who are so amazed by how quick our A finalists are. All of them bring it home. Big cheers from everybody here, and just like that, your A final is over. Absolutely unbelievable. We got a 14.0. Dan Buster getting a 13.4. Incredible times. Dan Buster averaging less than 14. I just, like, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It's so incredible what they can do.
So,
King Joshi there, I think, scrapped his way onto a podium with that win.
Yep, I think so. Carb there takes the victory. Lightsail, who was so close to a podium finish, just gets sneaked out of there by Joshi, finding his form in the last run. So you've got Dan Buster with a win, Carb with a win, Joshi with a win.
Yeah.
So that was all over the place. Lightsail just trying to pick up the points, but then coming in 5th in that one, the worst performance for him in the finals of the day. Gilbert coming in to take 3 points, and Finns takes 0. But it's Carb, who is
looks like it's Carb.
our UK champion 2024 for the BDRA.
Dare we say provisionally?
I'm pretty confident in that. We will need the VAR process to be run through because we have had so many VTX issues today. It's absolutely unheard of. We had no problems yesterday. And again today, we've had pilots going through 5 VTXs in a day.
Which is unheard of, yeah.
Joshi, who had a VTX kicked out of the competition, was told that VTX could not be used again.
I think it's ratified. I think it's done. I'm not hearing a bong, but more seriously, rather than just joking about the bongs here in the background, that has been pushed through and double verified on live FPV. I think it's out of the question, accepted by everybody. Carb is your British champion for 2024. Oh, so I still want to say provisionally because we know how much things have changed today. But with the call to start getting the prize giving ready and the track to come down, I don't think there's any VAR reviewing going on. Well, we don't need the track. There could still be a VAR review.
Could be. We're going to have to wait and see with that.
Nothing at the moment, but
Yep.
given 5 minutes.
Jamie's giving everyone 5 minutes
All
to
right.
make sure, but that's the first time we've had a chance to grab him.
Jamie, will you come back and tell us after 5 minutes?
Yes.
Come and chat with us.
Oh, my.
Hey, so
And the A final.
we have a 5-minute grace period for anybody to lodge any VAR requests. If anybody's wondering if that lap was counted or that lap wasn't.
Or even, you know, I feel like I should have been 3rd, not 4th, or
Yeah,
something like
yeah,
that. Like that could all
absolutely.
matter, as we saw earlier on when one of the groups got changed around. That 2-point difference stopped a pilot winning a group and made them 3rd instead. Congrats to Carb, says Nighthawk. Alex Kubrat says great show from everybody. -1, deserved win. Nice one, Carb, says West. Better luck next time, G.
Great show from
Gilbert,
everybody.
yeah, a lot of support for Gilbert. He's very, very popular in the community. Great to see.
Great show
Drone
from
and
everybody,
Sundry,
-1.
excellent. Well done to all. Excellent racing and commentary. Good luck if anybody is at the upcoming military racing in London. Yeah, in 2 weeks' time at the Honourable Artillery Company. If you're going to be there, Drone and Sundry, come and say hi because I'm commentating. Titanium, good race, boys. Unlucky Lightsail, close to that podium. So close.
So
4th
close.
place, but
So
just missing
close.
out on it. Congrats to Carb and Dan. What a run. Keep it going, dude. Next year, you'll be unstoppable. I mean, Carb, Dan, King Joshi are looking to represent the UK scene very strongly
Yeah,
internationally.
absolutely.
I'd love to see them do so. Drone and Sundry says, beers, please. And the table is being closed behind you. Must be over.
Well, now we've got a little bit of waiting to do while we get the VAR stuff done. People are going to bring track elements in so that our track team can start packing that down. In front of us, we have our podiums springing into life, which is fantastic to see. Our great friends from Imaginary Pictures are going to start setting up some cameras for us. We're just waiting for Jamie to come round and confirm that the VAR is done. Once VAR is closed, that it is it. It is closed. There is no trial by live stream. The result is final.
And I think we can be fairly sure of that one. I do still have a question mark in mind about the D finals.
Yes.
And the G finals seem to have changed again.
Oh, okay.
The scores we were reporting, the first round of them have slightly changed for G. I'm not
Interesting.
sure, frankly, as we try and keep up with F and E and D and C.
Yeah.
And I only found out that G had changed about the D finals. You'll see it all on the prize giving
I
soon, but I think
that's-
there's a little bit more changes afoot.
I think the way to go is, I agree with you. We'll wait for the prize giving rather than try and dig through results now. We've done a pretty bang up decent job, I think, of trying to represent the scores and the changes as we've gone through the day. And I think we've followed the scores pretty well.
It's very, very hard to do. Obviously, as you know, the maths isn't hard to do, finding the data isn't hard to do, but doing that while trying to keep you entertained. I'm sorry for all the scribbling and leaning down, because I hate to do that on camera, but also when I'm not on camera, it's because there's a race,
Yeah.
and I should be telling you about that along
Absolutely.
with Serb here. Great commentating. Thanks, Serb and Matt. Alex Kubrak, thank you for that. An
Thank you,
absolute
Alex.
pleasure to watch. That's lovely to hear. Thank you
Good.
very much, Alex. UK FPV at its best. I think it's been a really strong showing, Shep. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's
We've
been.
seen not just the timings, right? We've seen, as always, how many times do we have to say it? Pilots helping each other.
Yep.
People putting in their best performances. A few surprises along the way. Some people are going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
That's competition, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's what happens.
I think it's been a really, really solid
But
championships.
it's overall been a hell of a year for the BDRA. Some absolutely fantastic achievements
Absolutely, yep.
from the BDRA, from the drone racers, from the clubs. It's been amazing. It's absolutely superb year. It's been brilliant to be a part of. And we will head off now into prize giving, hopefully. We're still waiting for Jamie to come and give us that update. I'm on tenterhooks.
Such an odd expression, that one.
Yeah.
I don't know where that one's come from.
Is it tenterhooks or tenterhooks?
That's what people always ask.
No,
I
I'm
believe
not
it's
sure.
tenterhooks with 2 T's,
Yes.
not tenderhooks, and yet tenderhooks feels like a word.
It does.
And tenterhooks
Feels-
feels like we misheard.
Yes.
But I believe you are on a tenterhook.
I think that's it, yeah.
Yeah. No props down as FPV. You can always come and commentate on Flyball, Matt. I fancy that, no props down as FPV.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually fancy that for fun, to do it properly.
I think
It's
that
one
could-
of the few races which is about as quick and as fast as an A final in drone racing.
It could be a giggle.
Get me involved, no props, Dans. If there's a championships, if there's like a UK championships or something, I would like to talk to the organisers. So feel
As-
free to try and find a way to put that together.
As you know, Matt will commentate on raindrops falling down a window pane. He
That's
will
right.
commentate on
Everything.
anything.
Absolutely anything.
Yeah.
Like right now, in fact, just throw me into it. As you can see, Team GB's manager there, that's Dave. No, it's not the manager, although he's in a manager t-shirt. He stopped hammering. There was a bit of hammering and manliness going on there, but
was
it's
the
just
manager.
been, just been taken away as we're trying to exclude you from seeing the manliness happening in the background. But the chairs are finally being shepherded into place. And the hammer, there it is. He's bringing the band hammer down. Or not. He owns this land for the BDRA. It's like the moon landing, but in colour. Anything. I can except push the right buttons to say,
what
oh, hi.
have you done?
Anything but the buttons. For it to look so smooth, an awful lot of work must have happened behind the scenes. Anything that looks easy just isn't. Well said, Donor and Sundry. Yeah, it's this man. All the production work. Going to have to come down next time this is on, and maybe even race, says Jimmy Bobbin.
Absolutely.
Get
The
it,
more,
get it.
the
And
merrier.
we're always welcome. Audiences are always welcome at BDRA events.
100%.
Western Park is particularly good for that
Yep.
in the summer.
Yep.
Next June, I guess, will be the next one because that's a big air show thing with other things happening too. Indoor championships very soon at Newark, end of October. Oh,
I need
Flyball.
to do.
Well, that's.
I need to do a little microphone job, sir, before we
Yeah,
head
we
out
do need to.
for
I know,
the
I know,
prize giving. I need to swap you over to Mr.
stick.
Handy. So I want your batteries.
Do you know what I'm writing? Flyball, end of October, indoor, Newark. I'm not sure it'll be free. I think I may be doing the world finals for this in China. Right, we will be stepping away from this screen to repurpose a camera and point it at the prize giving, which will be with us very soon. Please stick around to see our pilots earn their trophies. Well, we've seen them earn their trophies. Please stick around and see us give them their trophies. Jamie comes in to hopefully wrap it up. Are we verified? We are verified. All the rounds.
All the rounds, all verified.
Amazing.
Yep.
There will be no more bongs from race control.
No more bonging.
There really were, yeah. No. Jamie, congratulations
I
on
have
running a great event.
I have never run a finals like that. I don't know what has gone on this afternoon because qualifying's been,
So slick.
really straight.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it's just gone like that, and we come into finals, and it's not even been interference. It's almost like people's kit have had enough.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
honestly
yeah.
what
And a
it
few
felt
pilots
like.
said that. Mitt was telling me that as well. He's down
Yeah.
in 49th. He's down in that high final. He was like, I think everything's just worn out.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really telling because there've been a lot of very experienced pilots
Yes.
in the chat
Yes.
saying this doesn't make sense. What's going on?
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't.
It's because it is like unheard of.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We here are like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Usually we whip through those finals at 45, 50 minutes around usually,
Yes,
and it's
yes.
taken us another hour,
We did-
hour and a half on
We
top
did 8
of.
hours yesterday. We are 2 minutes and
Off
20
of-
seconds
off
from
of
an
8
8-hour
hours
stream
today.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, the racing deserves all the attention we can bring it, of course.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
Absolutely.
challenging, particularly for you. So well done, Jamie.
Yeah, well, I couldn't have done it without the VAR team guys this
Indeed.
afternoon. They've been
Yeah.
invaluable. So
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
There's pilots who, like, always some people who are watching and they're in the YouTube chat going, it's on live FPV, it's right. You just need to tell us, we can tell you what the result is. But where they're going, no, we know that.
Yeah, no.
But until this man tells us I've stopped refreshing it
Yeah,
for the last time, bong,
Yeah.
then we
yeah,
can't,
yeah,
we can't be
there
sure,
was
can we?
the G1. There was the G1 final that got changed about twice because we changed it once, and
Yeah.
then it was like, yeah, and they're like,
So the
no,
G1
no, that's
final
not.
did change again, didn't
Yeah,
it?
it
Because
did.
that's
yeah.
what I spotted
yeah,
in the finals.
Yeah, it changed. So
Yeah.
it changed, and then it changed again.
We got this. We got this covered. It doesn't get by us easily. Thank you, Jamie, and well
That's all
done.
right. Pleasure.
Superb effort there from our race director, Jamie.
And
And-
exactly what we said there, like,
You don't.
yeah, we know what it says online.
you
And we know
don't-
that some of you access that data and want to stay on top of it. Fair enough. But please trust us when we say we know it's online and we know what we know.
Yeah, and what Jamie and I always say when we're race directing, you don't need VAR until you need VAR, and then it is, as he said, invaluable.
And there's an example there. You know, the G final, first round, it got VAR reviewed during the gap between the first round and the second. It got changed.
Yep.
And during the third round of racing, I noticed it had changed again.
Yeah.
Because I am triple checking everything
Yeah,
for you.
absolutely.
So that's how we know where we are.
Yeah.
But we've talked a lot about numbers and data and formats, and thank you for all of your input on all the fascinating discussion that we've had about racing and how easy or not this is to understand whether you're a racer or a supporter or just brand new to all of it. So thank you so much.
Yep. Been great.
We will need now to just step aside so don't go anywhere. The prize giving is coming. And we've got to see the pilots. They've seen, you know, for 16 hours of streams across yesterday and today, we've seen them earn their places beyond doubt, I feel.
I wonder if
now
I-
we need to show you. So please stick with us as we give them what they've earned.
I wonder if we have a track camera that we can show. No, that's frozen. Frozen.
Oh,
no, that's. There we go.
That's still beautiful, my
So let's choose. What's the best view to give them? No, we don't really want to
That's
show
gonna
the.
be getting set
Don't
up
really
and
want to
also
show you
needs
doing
level
setup.
We can stay here.
We
Oh,
can,
yes, and the meteorite, no props.
no,
That's
we
it.
have to
Yeah,
move.
one more moment
We have to
for
move some kit around. So I think, ladies and
those
gentlemen,
we didn't lose today.
just take a moment to pay your respects. Press F for all those that we didn't lose today.
Yeah. And as we bring our non-eulogy to a close there, we welcome you to the outside at BMFA Buckminster, where we have been graciously enjoying the facilities here. Thank you to everybody at BMFA Buckminster for welcoming the BDRA back here again with the British Championship. Cerberus will run in and join me here after been doing so much in production over on that side of things as well. But now, with a big crowd of pilots who are all here too, and a dog or many and other things.
Right, is my microphone on?
Well, it is to me.
Can you hear me, Mother?
How would I hear you?
You'd have to ask the stream.
I'd have to ask the stream. Can I see the stream? No. Can we hear the chat?
It'll be
No.
fine.
Say
Don't tell
words.
us. You're not getting to hear these.
Yeah, for the stream's benefit, you've got a meter that's moving. So thank you to everybody who's joined us for over 16 hours of live stream here from BMFA Buckminster. With all the pilots doing such an incredible job, it's only right that we show you everything they've managed to do. These 50 incredible pilots who got here by racing not just one race, but by taking part in many events throughout the year, scoring points at British qualifying events and earning them the right to be invited to here, the British Championship. So first, pilots, please all give yourselves a huge round of applause for everybody who earned their right to race here. As I say, we want to thank BMFA Buckminster for always making us so welcome and allowing us the use of their facilities. We also want to thank, on behalf of the BDRA, the primary collaborator 14HD, who've been doing such impressive work with us. We also want to thank our sponsors, Foxeer, Rush FPV, Vulcan Innovation, Gemfan, Radio Master, Runcam, and as well, Beta FPV, T-Motor, Tartu, and Speedy B. A lot of sponsors, the best names in the business. We could not do this without them. These pilots couldn't fly without them as well. So thank you to all of our sponsors. 50 pilots earned their way to race here. 50 pilots came to race here as well. We had 12 rounds of qualifying. That took, what do you reckon, 11 hours, 12 hours?
We did 2 8-hour streams.
In total,
well, and actually the book's not closed on this one yet. So
no, that's true. We can go on longer.
Yeah.
But we should probably do prize giving.
We probably should.
Yeah, 12 rounds of it. A few pilots managed to finish every one of those rounds. We had a lot of drama along the way. After that, all the 50 pilots were seeded for the finals, which we have been enjoying so much. With all of you joining us on YouTube as well, and thanks for all the support you've been giving them and all the chat comments and support you've been giving to us as well. After the 50 pilots were qualified, 2 pilots found themselves in the I final. The first one was won by Mitt. The second one was won by What's Up FPV, giving us a thrilling battle in the third race of the I final, which was eventually won by Mitt, was the winner, and second place, What's Up FPV?
Yeah. Get them onto the podiums.
You can stand on that podium.
Yep.
There you go.
There we go, up on the podiums. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place in the...
Yep.
Would you like that, or would you like your prize?
You're flying upside down and backwards, What's Up FPV,
Okay,
which is skillful, nevertheless, to be honest, and we've seen a bit of that.
In 50th place overall, What's Up FPV. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And in 49th place overall, taking the I final victory. Shame about that dive gate on that last qualifier. There we go. It's MIT. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The I
your
finals.
winners.
Oh, he's upside down. Oh, he's recovered it. Now he pulls it, and there we go. The finish.
All right, go on. You've had your 5 minutes. Get off.
Off you go. Off you go. Iron Ryan is waving that flag like a man possessed. Please, nobody tell him he's not in shot. Keep waving it, Iron Ryan.
Okay, so we'll go through all of our finalists.
Yep. H finals. Great battles there. Thank you and congratulations for reaching H final to Clive, Druid FPV and FPV Mark. In third place of the H finals, and I know many people in the community and online are pleased for her. It's Derpy Hooves. So Clive was 48th, Druid FPV 47th out of all of the pilots who are FPV Mark 46. Derpy 45th and third place. I know you were disappointed about how that final run went for you, as you didn't get to feature in that very long, but you must be pleased to be on a podium and representing all the girls.
Yep, I just hope that next year some other female could be stood with me.
I would love to see more female pilots
That would
here
be
in the UK as well. This is what it gets you. Derpy Hooves in 3rd place. 2nd place. And I hope you're very pleased to hear that we had a lot of comments saying, wow, he's improved. He's got a lot smoother as well. He earned 2nd place in H. It's Martin FPV. You can step on the big podium step. So 2nd place, Martin FPV.
No, I'll be all right. I'll figure it out. I need to. Don't want one of those for that. Or not. Third. I've been just getting them all on the podium so I can do the prize giving.
And yes, let's bring out our winner. And I know many people are pleased about this, and we've been praising him so many times on stream, and I remember doing so at Weston Park as well. This man isn't getting his quads all sort of babysat in between races and talking to them nicely and making sure they're going to be ready to fly. He's out there picking up bits of broken camera housing that he made and not crying about it, but instead putting other cameras up so we can watch those too. He gets 2 wins out of 3 in the H final, and he is RC Maniac 98! Yes.
Congratulations, Derps. That's for you.
I don't know. 2nd
Martin,
place.
Congratulations
Martin
on
FPV.
2nd place. Well done. Okay, H final winner is
The Derpy 45th. Martin FPV 44th. RC Maniacs
Well done.
33rd.
Cheers.
And the H finalists and champion, RC Maniac 98.
Well done, guys.
What's this coy little
I don't
thing? Okay. Yes, you have sponsors. Yes, you have a head in shot, and
Right.
you may now all go.
Nobody died jumping off the podium. We haven't
Don't
got the
jump off.
insurance.
H finals.
Tell me what you want to do, and I'll do what you want to do.
Okay, so now we're going to bring out our G finalists. Serb, maybe we present them with the prize bags as they leave the podium, and we give them the trophies because there's fewer hands to go round that way. So get the trophies ready as our pilots come out. Perhaps, hello, dog. G finalists then. This one took a lot of reviewing. Well done to Jamie Cole, by the way, everybody, our race director. We'll thank him again later on, I think, if I remember. But yeah, Jamie Cole doing such good work. And the VAR team, led by RC Maniac 98. I told you he was busy. The G finals, after some rearrangements and some proper reviewing, we have Simpo. Then we had Steve Ramarose in 5th place afterwards. Matt ended up in 4th. Your 3rd place pilot in the G finals, it's Aaron. Well, you can take your trophy if you'd like one and take it up onto the podium with you, I think. Do you want to do it that way? Just come in shot, Seb. Just come in shot a little bit because we can't see you. Are you? The big medal thing is not there for show. It's for standing on. Good. 3rd place then. Yeah, congratulations, Aaron. Earned that in that final run of the G finals when things were getting very, very closely contested. 2nd place runner-up of your G finals is JRO. Well done, well done. Thank you. And to the big step, and earning this with 27 points, 2 wins and a 2nd place. Almost a perfect run through the finals. Brilliant flying from your G champion, Davnev! And of course, we'll all remember yesterday's action as you nearly ran towards the fire with a fire extinguisher. It was nearly heroic. It was beautiful. The stream really enjoyed it. Do watch that bit back. Your G champions, everybody. The winner, Davnev. Next year, we need a sponsor who's going to give us all new knees. So those pilots, Davnav will be 37th, JRO 38th, Aaron 39th, then Matt 40th, Steve Ramrose 41, and Simpo 42 out of all of our standings. F finals. Yeah, some good battles on this from pilots who know each other pretty well, sir. We enjoyed the action that came out of this one. We have Carl in 6th place, Specs FPV in 5th. So that's 36th and 35th in our standings, respectively. Cruise FPV just missed out on the podium and came in 34th with 13 points. And just ahead of him, 3rd place in the F finals, it's ISR! That gets you 33rd out of our finals. And then we had a tie on 20 points between our other two pilots, really close between them, after the rules about timings for in the case of ties and so on are followed. 2nd place with 2 wins in the group, it's Oran! And just missing out to the top place, which goes to Gogs! Yeah, well done, Gogs. Super close, 2 pilots on 20 points there, well fought. That means ISR is 33rd, Oren is 32nd, and Gogs 31st in the British standing. Your F winner, it's Gogs! So now we get into our top 30 standings. E-finals. 30th place out of the British standings, Armit. In 28th and 29th, Scotty Doo and Cyber Saxon, who got 7 points each in the E-finals. Then we have our 3rd place in the E-finals, Derek FPV. Well done, Derek. Brought his quad. I like your quad. 27th in the standings, 26th in the standings, and runners-up of the E-finals. It's 8M1! Nice toga. Yeah. But the winner of it, with 25 points, almost the highest score we had of any of our finals, your E-champion, 25th place, in the top half of all of the races in the British Championships. They are Mad and Some! Those, ladies and gentlemen, are your E-champions. The winner, Mad and Some! So yeah, we are now into the top half of all of you who are here at the British Championships. Mad and Some 25th out of that 50. We go up from there to our D finals, which was again really hotly contested, really good races and battles. 24th in the standings from Group D, Tweed. Then we have XOXO and Silver Fox. Just missing out on the podium. 1 point ahead of them and into 3rd place and scrapping for all he was worth to get there and carrying a flag that nobody has yet seen. Iron Ryan! You are welcome, Ryan. So 3rd place, that's 21st in the British standings, Iron Ryan. In 20th place, tied at the top of Group D on 18 points, but after the timings, etc. worked out, your runner-up of Group D is Anti-Hype! And also on 18 points and tying with Yorkshire, which is not something many people have ever expected, Batman! Batman and Yorkshire. So hard to tell apart. Your D champion, it's Batman! Amazing. Amazing finals. Well done, everybody. So Batman 19th in the UK and Anti-Hype 20th. C finals, top 18 pilots coming up from here. 18th, C-Cam in the C finals. Then Floss's Boss, 17th, Bearman FPV, who finished it in style with a good win. 16th, your top three, though, from the C finals. Two of them were tied on 18 points. In third place, it's Harry Haggis. Harry Haggis is third, also tied on 18 points and just pipping in for second place. Just G!
Yeah! Go on, G!
And honorary Scotsman or new welcome Scotsman or hidden Scotsman, I don't know, but 19 points, beating both of them, and 13th therefore in the British standings. Congratulations, it's Orangutan FPV! Yes, your C finalists and podium stars. Top of them all, Orangutan FPV! Well done, guys. We go to the top 12 pilots now. We're heading very, very closely to that top 10. So, in the B finals and the A finals, such incredible flying, right?
Yeah, superb, amazing. Some of those races were absolutely amazing to watch. I mean, so impressive, the skill of all these pilots. So we're getting into the real cream of the crop here.
Absolutely.
Top two groups.
Yeah, absolutely. 12th place then. Into the B final, Raycon FPV. Ahead of them, circles in brackets and circles in brackets and brackets and circles. Just missing out on the podium. It's Mr. E. But 10th in the British standings, Mr. E. Into the top 10. Congratulations to you. Onto the podium, another pilot who we all know very well and is always found at an event helping everybody out and helping out production and helping out race direction and doing so many things. So I'm sure many people will be pleased. 9th in the British standings, 3rd in the B final. It's Matt FPV!
About time, innit?
Well done, Matt. 2nd in the B final, pilot who's on the cusp of being in the A final and put up some really good battles to earn 2nd in the Bs. It's KPV! Well done, Carl. And the Team GB manager doing all the work behind the scenes to get GB to the World Finals. 8th in the British Champs, 9th in the British Champs, 7th in the British Champs, and the winner of Group B, and walked his aunt up the aisle to give her away at a wedding, missing 3 rounds of qualifying, and perhaps even more importantly, turned up at the British Championship smarter dressed than I am. But the winner of B finals, it's Steve! He doesn't even want that trophy. Doesn't even want it. Well done, everybody. Great battles. Absolutely loved it. Your podium for the B finals. Your winner, it's Steve! So the top 6 in the British finals, in the British Championships, the best 6 pilots in Britain for 2024, who gave us the most incredible action to speed ratio. We've got fast finals that were over in the blink of an eye, but you couldn't barely breathe during them, so it's just as well they were so quick. Unbelievable racing in the A finals and great showing in all the qualifying that led us up to that point as well. We had an idea early on, Serb and I, who would be contesting in at least 3 or 4 of these places from some great runs in qualifying as well.
It was all about Steeth. We were watching Steeth come back, make that epic comeback. Just didn't quite make it into the A final. We all had pretty good ideas who those top 6 were going to be. But as those rounds started getting dropped and people started putting in late pushes, some people putting in late crashes, we ended up with the 6 that we got. But all 6 fantastic pilots. And the action in these 3-lap finals is absolutely frenetic.
Yeah, all the pilots who were watching behind us as we were commentating on it, I could see the pilots just be like absolutely shocked by what they can manage to do. Who are we talking about? 6th place, Finn's FPV. 5th place, FPV Gilbert's. The 5th fastest pilot in Britain for 2024. Your 4th place pilot, and so nearly on this podium behind us, but great battling to get him there. The 4th in the UK, it's Light Sail. And now our top 3. The A finalists, the British Championship races for 2024. Such good battles and over so quickly. We'd love to see more of them, but when they're this fast, it doesn't take very long. Nevertheless, points gained, points lost, crashes, and all kinds of drama. In 3rd place, King Joshi! King Joshi, such a popular pilot, some mixed fortunes here. For a while, you were top of qualifying, ended up 2nd after all of qualifying had finished into the A finals, but some mixed races in there for you.
I don't know what to say.
You could agree with me and make me look good.
Nah.
That's a good answer, actually. Anyway, him. Well done, King Joshi. Commiserations, but 2nd place then, runner-up for 2024. Pilot who did end up on top of our qualifying standings after 12 rounds of that. And some great battles, including a win in the A finals, but not enough points by the end of it. Your runner-up for 2024, an incredible pilot, it's Dan Buster!
Thank you very much.
You may step up there. Thank you. I hope you have nicer things to say. Well done, Dan Buster.
Cobb, every dog has its day.
Spoiler! Just been doing this whole thing and like, oh no, give away 1. Note to self, we need a better A final next time. This not. Your winner then. But who had such a run through qualifying. In the very first race on the started yesterday, when we saw him flying, shot to the top of our qualifying standings by some margin. For a few rounds of qualifying was still there and we thought nobody could touch him. Then whoever this pair are got a little bit closer to him. But after a while, we started to wonder, is he going to hang on to that spot in the A finals? He did. Made it out of qualifying in 3rd place. Then after that, some battles and some verification in some races. Not the easiest of A finals to be in, let alone to win. Your British champion for 2024 is... Oh, we'll have a drum roll. It's Cobb! Congratulations, Carb. Was there a time... Oh, you're tall. Oh, my. It's perspective, darling. We're all the same height. That makes no sense, but it'll do. Cub, you were blisteringly fast at the start of qualifying. You were at the top of the qualifying standings, like I said, for a while. Then some pilots, them got a little bit quicker than you, but I know you all know each other very well. You must have been confident of being in an A final throughout qualifying. Were you sure you could win it?
I'm never sure I can win, but like he said, every dog has its day. But these two just decided to take each other out too much, and I just scooped from underneath and took the win. So I won single BQ this year, so I was happy I could take the win at champs. So
your winner, the British champion. We'll find another one, don't worry. But for now. No, but well done, guys. Such incredible racing. Looking forward to seeing you guys doing more work internationally for Great Britain as well. Your British top three, King Joshi, Dan Buster, and the British champion for 2024, it's Cobb! You actually asking my permission. You know who's in charge now. I'm glad to see you've learned. Right, you may leave. Thank you. The GB team and the spirit here in Great Britain is always in great shape. We have another award.
We do. We have a little award. This is the committee award for the best helper of the weekend. Someone that's put in loads of time, loads of hours, and also the slowest rush to the scene of a fire we've ever seen on video. Ladies and gentlemen, our best helper of the weekend, thank you very much to Davnav.
Davnav! Yes, please do find a bit in yesterday's stream where Davnav didn't run to the emergency. Was equipped and was being, let's say, calm in not the face of danger. Well done, Davnav, but also, joking apart, incredible help. And that's why the committee wanted to give him this special award. So well done, David and the committee, for organising that. So from the BDRA, another incredible set of races here at BMFA Buckminster. Thanks to them again and to all our sponsors. We also must give another thank and ask him to come in and just say hi. Jamie Cole, our race director. They love you now, Jamie.
They love me now, yeah. Now it's all over. But no, it's been a great crowd of guys and girls. Yes. And yeah, it's been great racing. Yes, finals felt more like a time trial this year, I think. But we got through it with the help of everyone. Yeah, hope to see you all on the racing circuit again for next year.
Jamie Cole, everybody.
Thank you, Jamie.
Separately, could we also please all show our thanks to FPV Racing Solutions for doing such an incredible job with the live streaming here.
Thank you.
Such good work. I've seen this man and the Racing Solutions team do stuff with the live stream and timing. Genuinely, I haven't seen other people doing anywhere else in the world and all the events I've worked from. They're working incredibly hard behind the scenes. Cerberus, you've done so much. Well done, Seb.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you to say that.
And of course, as the chairman outgoing for 2024, you might have something to say.
So I might, do some closing comments. I feel a bit lonely up here, though. It's just us, and it's more than just us. It's you guys over there. So committee, if you could please jump up there. All the new committee members. Matt, come on, you're in there as well. You're going to have to hug each other. Yeah, absolutely. It's part of being on the committee. Okay, and then you lot. You lot, I want all of you in here. Come on, everybody in shot.
All the pilots, come in and join us.
Come on. This isn't about me. This is about the community.
Yes, Seb, you're absolutely right. It's really important to show the atmosphere that we've had here. We've enjoyed trying to bring all the atmosphere from this. What do you want to say?
All right. I said you could be on shot. You didn't get a speaking part. Yeah, come on, everybody suck in. The camera
Cerberus.
view is as wide as the sponsor banner, so if you want to be in it, you've got to get in
You
the
can
middle.
see the screen, you can see if you're in it or not, but Cerberus, what do you want to say to everybody who's watching?
That's it. This is the end of the 2024
23-24 season. We now go into the 24-25 season, and I go off having finished my job as chairman for this 12-month period. It's been amazing, so much fun. It's had its moments, but overall it's been such a successful year. We've revamped our website, we've built our Discord, we've overhauled the rules in the most comprehensive way we've ever done it. We've got funding in the bank now that we can rely on, the BDRA can rely on for the next 12 months. It has been absolutely amazing, and none of it is possible without all of this rabble here coming along and flying their toy drones and chasing after each other and having a fantastic time. It's serious business. So that's it. I've had a great time. Thank you for having me as your chairman. It's been wonderful. It's been emotional at times, but that's me done. So I pass over now to the new committee, stood there in the back. Thank you guys for everything you've done in the last 12 months. Thank you for everything you're going to do in the next 12 months. I leave the BDRA in safe hands. And there's not much else for me to say than thank you very much to Matt Andrews. Thank you very much to our race director, to the team that help him. Thank you very much to FPV Racing Solutions and my guys and the team that have helped us with that. Thank you to our VAR part of FPV Racing Solutions. Thank you guys. You had a heck of a day today. Wowzers. Wowzers. A big thank you to our technical partners. Imaginary Pictures, the Digital Television Group, and all the technical support behind them for the One for HDD project. Without them, really, this year would have been so much more difficult. And we're very grateful for their support, and we hope that they've had a fantastic technical trial. And we look forward to seeing the stuff they're doing coming to market. We've had a sneak peek of it. It's pretty blooming brilliant. So, who have I forgotten? There's only one person to thank. The lady that lets me get away with it, who probably won't come on camera, but she sat just there. My beautiful wife. Thank you, darling.
Yay. And I think that goes for everybody, to all the support we all get as well, all the families who come and support and pick things up, who drive us around, who help us do this, and generally tolerate what we try and do amongst us all. So thanks to everybody for all of the support they give us.
So you haven't seen the last of me. I'll still be around here. I'll still be involved in drones. I'll be there somewhere, if not as the chairman, but as something somewhere doing something. So from me, from all of the amazing pilots in the UK, from Matt Andrews, we'd like to say, I'm trying to put my arm around you in like a friendly fashion, but goodbye, folks. Thank you for watching, and tune in next year and all throughout next year for fantastic drone racing. I've been Cerberus Velvet. This has been the UK Champs. I'm going home for a beer.
Well said. And from me, good luck to Team GB when they're representing at the FAI World Championships in Hangzhou. I hope I'll see you there in person. I'm desperately hopeful that'll come together. Congratulations again, our British champion from here in Buckminster. Well done to Cobb!